All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's live commentary coverage of the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race in San Diego, California at Naval Base Coronado for today's street course race on the annual tradition side. And thanks for NASCAR for what is now the fourth consecutive year across the Cup and O'Reilly Series. First 3 years at Chicago, this year celebrating the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, and which is why Naval Base Coronado was picked handedly over the last couple of years to take this race date. It is a points paying race. This is no exhibition, and it is a very tricky and treacherous racetrack. Old, worn out surface. We're going to see a lot of tire fall off, slipping and sliding. New course, of course. That alone brings its own challenges, and a lot of elevation changes, dipping down between turns 1 and 2, causing driver issues throughout the course of the weekend. Truck Series race last night. Craziest finish I've seen to a race all season long in that overtime thriller. Lane Riggs getting the first win of the weekend. On the pole for tomorrow's Cup race, Shane Van Gisbergen, and on the pole for today's O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race will be Brent Cruz. We wrapped up qualifying coverage a couple hours ago, and we are set to begin for our second race of the weekend. Starting lineup for today's race will look like this. Brent Cruz on the pole, maybe subbing duty tomorrow for Christopher Bell. Bell's scheduled to start the race, but Cruz may be the filler. Cruz did participate in practice yesterday as well for the Cup Series. In row number 1, alongside Brent Cruz, Parker Retzlaff with a great qualifying effort earlier today. In row number 2 will be Anthony Alfredo and Austin Hill. Hill, a pretty solid road course racer, consistent top 5 threat, but maybe today he can get his first win on a course of such. Carson Kvapil in row number 3, back with JRM in the number 1 car, and Sam Mayer in the 41 for Haas. Sheldon Creed and Austin Green will make up row number 4. Green, a great road course racer, had a runner-up at the Roval last season. And then William Sawalich with Sammy Smith in row number 5. Sawalich has quite a few ARCA wins on road courses and was a threat to win earlier this season at Watkins Glen. Maybe a threat to win here today also. In row 6 will be Taylor Gray and Alex LeBay, another road course ringer. Preston Pardis back in the 50 car, as well as LeVar Scott starting in row number 7. Good qualifying efforts for both of those drivers. In row 8 will be Harrison Burton and Justin Allgaier, the series points leader, who starts mid-pack. Row number 9, Josh Bilicki and Brennan Poole. Ryan Ellis, Blaine Perkins bring up row number 10 with row 11, Raja Kruth in the 88 again this weekend, and Jeff Burton. Dean Thompson, Ryan Sieg in row number 12, with row 13 being Leland Honeyman and Brad Perez. Jeremy Clements making a record-breaking start this weekend. Most starts ever in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series as of the beginning of this race today in Naval Base Coronado. He will be breaking Kenny Walsh's series record for most starts. He'll be in the inside of row number 14 with rookie Patrick Starpoli to the outside. Kyle Sieg with Andrew Patterson in row 15. Row 16 deep in the field will be Corey Day and Baltazar Leguizamo. And Brandon Jones, another series veteran, alongside Dawson Cram in row 17. Row 18, Jesse Iwuji and Joey Gase. Jesse Love will bring up the rear of the field in a backup car, as he will start last in 37th, all alone in row 19. 37 cars on the starting grid for this weekend's race. 60-lap race around a 3.4-mile street course layout. 15 laps in each of the first 2 stages, with the final stage being 30 laps in length. They will have to pit for fuel and tire purposes in stage 3, but they do not have to do so in either stage 1 or stage 2, though we will likely see some stage flipping at the end of both of those stages under green flag conditions. So going to see a plethora of green flag pit stops today. On the call is going to be Jamie McMurray, who was in the truck race yesterday alongside Parker Kligerman, who was also in that race. Kligerman actually won a stage in that event. Unfortunately, both drivers ended up not faring too well in the finishing order. Jamie McMurray with a DNF and a crash late stage 2, and some damage for Parker Kligerman on late race restarts did him in after a top 10 day before that. From the racetrack to the booth, they're going to have a great diagnosis of this racetrack here today on the broadcast, so it'll be fun to listen into, considering that they were both on track this weekend. Adam Alexander bringing you the call for that one as well. And again, the CW visual purposes is where you can watch today's race. Cup race tomorrow on Amazon Prime Video, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Our coverage for that will start at 3:30 p.m. Eastern as well. Our third out of 4 live commentary streams on the day. Richard Carr Sr., Bam Hall, thanks for tuning in. You guys are the first in the chat below. No audio issues right out of the gate with today's stream like we did yesterday. My mic hasn't been working all weekend, so having to use the laptop speaker. Excited to get this race underway. 16-turn layout. Sorry, I had to send a quick text out there for a second. Taking a commercial break on the CW right now, otherwise I would have played their audio while I was doing that. Point standings coming into today's race going to look like this. Justin Allgaier, after a couple more wins in recent races, is absolutely pulling away. Back-to-back wins at Nashville and Pocono over the last two races. There was an off week in between there. Did not slow the 17 down at all. This is the largest points lead they have had this season. And it's got to be the largest points lead in series history in quite some time. I'm not going to say all time, but maybe since the playoff era began in 2017. I don't think anybody's had this big of a lead in regular season points as Justin Allgaier does right now. Competition, not really that high unless you're the driver of the number 7. I mean, you look at the guy second in points, Jesse Love, still winless on the season, consistent enough to be second, but with the 0 wins to Justin Allgaier's 5, and just the stage points alone for Justin Allgaier as well. 241 of his 842 points have come in the stages this season. He has got almost 100 more stage points than second place driver in the standings, Jesse Love, and he's actually got quite a few more points than the third place driver when it comes to stage points on the year. He's got 50 more stage points than even third. So Justin Allgaier just in another league of his own. Road course is not really his strong suit, though. He did qualify 16th this weekend. It's going to be tough for him to go 3 in a row. As far as Jesse Love goes, he is starting dead last in this one, though, so Justin Allgaier still may grow the points lead. Who knows? Corey Day comes into this race again, third in points, minus 267. Sheldon Creed fourth, and Brandon Jones rounds out the top 5 in the standings. Austin Hill and Carson Kvapil in a tie for 6th with Sammy Smith 8th, Sam Mayer 9th, and Parker Retzlaff still hanging out in the 10th spot. Williams to Walsh for Joe Gibbs Racing is 11th. Brent Cruz, who has missed 4 races this season just due to being 17 years of age, is sitting in the 12th place spot in the point standings. He is the last driver in on points. He does have a waiver and is chase eligible. He has a 3-point cushion over his teammate, Taylor Gray. So all 3 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas right there. Bang, bang, bang. 11th, 12th, 13th. We'll see how consistent they could be over the last 9 races of the regular season, because that's all we've got left, only 8 after tonight. Raja Karuth has been part-time in between the 32 and 88 cars this season, sits in the 14th place in standings. I should say full-time this season, but part-time between both rides. Ryan Sieg 15th in points, Brendan Poole 16th on the bubble. So that is the point standings outlook coming into this evening's race. You can vote for who you think is going to win today's race in our chat poll, which has 16 votes in the early going right now between Brent Cruz, Justin Allgaier, Jesse Love, or somebody other than those 3 to go for the win. No votes for Jesse Love to bring up the rear of the field so far. Brent Cruz has 38% of the votes, 19% for Allgaier, and 44% of you say somebody other than those 3 will win. That is the top voting option. You have until the end of Stage 2 to vote. We will have the diecast showing at the end of Stage 2 per usual as well. Again, 60 laps are length of today's race, so you have until the end of lap 30. Robert Goodrich, Dean Tate, thanks for tuning in as well. Made it just before it goes green. Awesome, awesome.
Raja Karuth's going to start 21st in that car, coming off a top 10 last week in Pocono. And as we get to the 4th page, you're going to see a bunch of big-name drivers who are happy to come from the back. The 17 of Corey Day and the number 20 of Brandon Jones, both in backup cars. While Jesse Love had an inspection penalty, he did make lap qualifying and has a pass-through penalty at the start. But with these long 2 minutes, some odd 15 to 20-second lap times, he isn't in jeopardy of going a lap down because I was going to say, Don't write anyone off because it's a long race, and we know that there is going to be some attrition here today. Now let's get some team radio presented by Starkey. We're going 00 Sheldon Creed. My father and all those father figures that will race through the day, celebrate their dad. We're super proud to be here on this stage and represent the United States Navy and all they do to serve us and all the military. So here to put a show on people. They're going to be there in a little while. Well said by Jonathan Tony. And I would say this, when you come here on a weekend like this, when you don't get a front row seat for this lifestyle, it's inspiring to be a part and be around everyone who makes this happen. One thing these drivers are noticing on this pace laps right now, look at these stands packed around here.
I was going to say, damn near sold out for the O'Reilly race.
Knowing there's a big crowd in attendance for O'Reilly race. This is going to be really fun. No doubt all these guys watched the Truck Series race yesterday and exactly kind of what happened on the restarts. We're going to see as they get down into turn 2, which is the first heavy braking zone. All of these cars fan out. Everybody trying to judge just how deep can I go? How wide can we make it? And the one thing we saw yesterday multiple times is if you thought you were far enough to the left to the block, somebody would go just a little bit. There was 4 there. And one of the other things that drivers are doing right now, which I found myself doing yesterday in the Truck Series race, Jamie, is that I was just looking at what is the situation of the track, right? You're scanning, is this a street course? The walls move as other series have been out there. The rubber lays down different places. You're scanning all those things on these pace laps. It's one of the few times, this slow, you'll get to look at the racetrack in its current state. The restart zone here is well before the start-finish line, and that changes a lot. Not necessarily for these front 2 or 3 rows, but if you get back to rows 8, 9, and 10, you're still almost in that chicane that they're getting to go through right now. So it gets that field spread apart a little bit, which is better for as we get down to turn 2. I'm happy to say.
Pace car rolling off, and we will be set to go green in a matter of seconds. Rookie Brett Cruz trying to go first. First career win will be on the pole in today's race. The 18-year-old phenom leads us to the green, and we're underway for the second day of racing in Naval Base Coronado. Easy rolling start for our leader as they get through turn 1 and headed for the first high braking zone in turn 2. Hard 90-degree left-hand corner at the bottom of the hill. Mostly 2x2 in this initial start going down there. I'm sure drivers will end up building a little bit more cojones, if you will, as they work their way towards turn 2 and late race restarts, but kind of feeling everything out very calmly on this opening lap thus far. Not trying to be over-aggressive with the early laps of this race. We've seen a lot of cautions in a lot of O'Reilly Auto Parts Series races this season. I think this first stage is going to be relatively calm, but things are going to ratchet up quickly by the time we get to stage 2 on the aggressiveness side. We may still see a lot of cautions this evening as well. Last night's truck race timed in at just over 2.5 hours. There was a red flag in there as well, but this race being 10 laps longer, it's going to be one of the longer O'Reilly Auto Parts Series races of the season. Probably going to be in that 2.5 to 3 hour ballpark today, if I had to imagine, which is about a normal Cup Series race length. So, plenty of laps around this long course, all things considered, to try to get acclimated with the new layout. And the ones who adapt quicker, obviously, going to be the ones to beat here today. And really just that adaptation through the weekend between practice yesterday into qualifying today and obviously the race now. Seen a lot of opening lap cautions in races this season. Haven't seen any major contact so far. Battle for position ongoing and pretty tightly at that between Sammy Smith and the car just in front of him. Smith trying to back up the corner to kind of let that car go in front of him as they were side by side. In doing so, William Sawallet shoots past on the outside, catching that napping 8 car, and comes a spot up inside the top 10, I do believe. Through the chicane. Caution flag is out for the first time today on lap 1. Another opening lap caution in a race this season.
Caution is out. That's huge for Jesse Love. Quickly, get your reset here. Yeah, well, I mean, Parker referenced the penalty. You do that pass through, you lose all the ground, but right away, as you said, Jamie, you squeeze back up. Corey Day. Oh, no. They've welded all of these manhole covers down, but sounds like he feels like he's run over something. You can see the center punch right there. There's something potentially. Is that a cover in there? You can see it sitting in there. That's no, that may be the radiator there. What a challenge! Right. Challenging weekend for a California guy. Goes out, hits the wall yesterday in practice, goes to a backup, and today lap one brings out the caution and big time damage on the front end of his got a manhole. See if we can figure out. He's already hit that because I see the smoke coming out of the car, which is most likely oil cooler getting punctured. You know, you think last week, turn one at Pocono.
It's going to be a long caution, maybe even a red flag, honestly. There's a lot of fluid on the track.
It's top 5 in points, and we know every position is big when we think about the reset. And look at that. Oh, my goodness. Just incredible. So my eyes was not deceiving me. That was, actually that is basically a manhole cover that is gone center punched into the radiator area of the 17. This is street courses. You know, you're on city streets that have these covers and access points for plumbing and that's just remarkable. And Jamie, you referenced they weld all these things down, but over 2 days of race cars running on them, get knocked loose. Right? I mean, which can generate a lot of forces underneath them aerodynamically. All these race cars can, and occasionally those welds can break. So much work went into this track. You guys talked about 150 of those manhole covers, but some problems there. And Corey Day is a victim. Rick Cruz leads early.
Kind of reminds me of the F1 race in Las Vegas a couple of years ago when they had their first date there. And in, I believe, the opening practice session, they had multiple drivers run over manhole covers. Same thing would happen to Corey Day here in the race, just ending their day early with not a lot of track time. And a lot of work had to go into that track overnight to get it prepped and ready to go, even more so for the upcoming days of action. As far as this goes, unfortunately for Corey Day, it does happen lap one in the race. Very odd that nobody had picked that up through the truck race last night and all the other on-track activity. We've had hours and hours of practice across the top 3 series and qualifying sessions across all the top 3 series now. So finally coming loose wherever it was on the racetrack that he did hit it, stuck in the grill of the race car, and Corey Day's day, unfortunately, going to come to an end. And he was already in a backup car, so even if, for whatever reason, NASCAR would be like, hey, it was an issue with the racetrack, opening lap will allow you to bring another car back out, he doesn't have another car, so very unfortunate for that 17 team. It's going to be a last place finish, and this is the second week in a row he has gone out on lap 1. Third time this season that has been the case, and unfortunately, though, this one not his fault. Hate to see the track having issues like that. Victorious Robert Goodrich, Wayne Martin, thanks for tuning in. Josh Balicki, one of the best road course racers in the field, not even lying. Check the stats. No, I believe it. Great road course racer. Wisconsin native. Road America, one of his better racetracks in his career. The O'Reilly Series has a lot of starts there. So they were racing there annually through much of the 2010s into the early 2020s. Billy Kramer, welcome to the stream as well. So a lot of fluid around the racetrack. NASCAR is keeping it green while the cleanup goes on. Or sorry, not green. Under caution while the cleanup goes on and not under a red flag condition here. Brent Cruz going to lead the opening lap under yellow. They were just about ready to finish lap 1 when the caution came out. Unfortunately, Day made it so many corners around the racetrack after hitting the manhole cover and having the fluid leaking out. And this is a very long course. Obviously it's going to be a longer caution by way of time, but knowing how long it takes under yellow just to make one lap around this very long course. I don't think it's going to take away too many laps away from stage 1 altogether.
NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Get in the savings lane today. Visit progressive.com. Golden Corral. Golden Corral honors our nation's heroes. And by the Credit One Bank, NASCAR American Express card. Just an incredible scene here in Southern California. We're live at Naval Base Coronado, round 18 for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. An early caution, and that's been a theme so far in 2026. How about a yellow within the first 3 laps of 7 of the last 9 races? Just unbelievable.
I think one thing that's important to point out here is when you race on a course like this, it's not uncommon. It happened at the F1 race last year at Vegas. I remember the same thing, and you can actually see, as we get a look right here of Corey Day coming through here.
I forgot it was last year.
Manhole cover coming up. I'm going to say the car in front of him most likely knocked that up, and as it comes up, he comes through the splitters on the ground. Well, you saw it actually bounced in the air right there. I talk about being unlucky. Yeah. Think of all the cars that went through there and missed it. That was Patrick Starpoli that was going towards it. Somehow he avoided it. Man, and Corey Day, 2 weeks in a row. It's actually bad starts to races.
That's like winning lottery ticket stuff. When you're that unfortunate to have that thing bouncing around on the track, to miss 3 or 4 cars and then boom, right into the grill of your car.
Well, and the one thing, if you're Corey Day, it's not his fault. What he'll do, because all drivers do it, is be like, I hadn't put myself in that position yesterday. I might not have been on the track. You know what I mean? Like you're finding the way. Yeah. How did you? Could I have avoided it? Yeah. Yeah. You saw it was actually bent from where that had hit when the guy was trying to put it in there. It wouldn't lay flat. They're going to try to weld one side and then hammer that down just so that the front edge of a splitter or something doesn't catch it.
So, Tim, give us an idea what everything that's transpired for this 17 team the last couple of days has done to put a wrench in their game plan. Not only racing on the streets today here at Naval Base Coronado, but then a road course scheduled for here in California next Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. So this schedule, 2 back-to-back West Coast races, already very demanding on race teams. Now it becomes even more challenging for the 17 team. They wrecked their primary car yesterday, so they had to pull out this backup that we're looking at now. This was also the backup car for Sonoma next week. Now, crew chief Adam Wall and a number of his mechanics actually had planned to fly back to North Carolina, spend the week in North Carolina before coming out to Sonoma. I talked to him yesterday after they rolled this backup to prepare, and he said, our plans have completely changed now. Now he and those mechanics will stay west instead of traveling back to North Carolina, and they are going to prepare the Sonoma backup. And he told me it's going to be whatever car is in better shape by the end of today. So meaning the car they put on track, this backup, or their primary car for this weekend. They're both kind of in miserable shape at this point. And then he also noted that if anything were to happen to this car, it was going to be a tough decision deciding which was going to be the backup. And then that domino falls into next week and could affect their Sonoma practice plan, just how hard they want Corey to go, knowing they've got less than ideal backups if you were to wreck that primary Sonoma car.
Yeah, Kim, I talked to Adam a little bit yesterday about this situation, and he's like, listen, we have another car at the shop. Obviously, they don't want to use it. The predicament that the teams are put in this weekend is that not only do you have 2 road course races back to back, which is somewhat rare, but they're on the West Coast. So to get the new car fixed, it's logistically just a huge challenge for them. Whenever we talk about the 33 race season is the O'Reilly Race Series, and for all these teams, big and small, you think about the might of Hendrick Motorsports. Even they, with this type of schedule, the type of races they have to go to, and having specific cars for road courses, can get caught out in a position when you start wrecking cars. It's just how detrimental it is to wrecking cars and having issues for any of these race teams, even if you're Hendrick Motorsports and how big they are.
So the repair is well underway here, trying to get that manhole cover back where it needs to be so we can continue racing. Quite a bit of work to be done here to make sure we're in a good racing condition. So in celebration of America's 250th, the CW and Safe Light are honoring the stories of people across the country who embody the American spirit. Today we hear from Jesse Love about how racing and family has shaped his American story.
My dad is the reason why I race. He's the person that motivates me to get out of bed every day and chase fulfillment in something and chase, mastery.
Brought to you by Safe Lights. Replace.
All right, so we are on a side-by-side commercial break as work continues on the racetrack. Manhole cover coming up. I couldn't tell what area of the track that ended up taking place in, but it was one of the short chutes, not one of the longer high-speed straightaways. But obviously, manhole cover heavy enough that it punctured a hole straight through the middle of the radiator of that 17 car. It was actually stuck in the grill of the car as he made his way back to pit road. So Corey Day done, and interesting situation with already using the backup car for this weekend, crashing in practice yesterday, that he was going to be down a car for Sonoma next week, and now he's going to be down 2 cars going into Sonoma. Not sure if they're going to even have a backup, and they're going to have to take basically the best car available today to race next weekend. Not good for the driver, third place in points, to be missing out here. And last week, also having a rough performance out on lap 1. Look at the point standings and how tight they are with where he's at third, trying to set himself up for the chase. If he's the 3 seed right now, only 6 points back with Sheldon Creed. So with only finishing with 1 point today, no stage points, 1 point for the race finishing order with the last place run. Brandon Jones is right there, only 28 points back as well. Both Austin Hill and Carson Kvapil are tied, and they are sitting just less than 40 points back behind Corey Day, or actually 52 points back. But that is make upable, or at least going to close the gap very tight on them. Mathematically, it is possible Corey Day could actually fall back as far as 7th in points. That'd be 4 spots lost in one evening, and not looking like he's going to have a great race car set up for next weekend as well. JoJo, Caitlin Stuber, Steve J, William Jones, King Tigers, welcome to the stream. JoJo, welcome to the stream. Is that King Tigers go for the Detroit Tigers? I got my Detroit Tigers hat on again tonight. Yeah, shades of F1 in Las Vegas. Still under caution on lap 3. They have to weld the manhole cover back into the, I don't know if it was concrete or asphalt portion of the racetrack, but they have to weld it back into the ground. So it's going to take a little bit of time. And hopefully we don't have any issues with that particular manhole cover coming back up again. Not only in today's race, but the rest of the weekend. Brent Cruz leader after the lap 1 caution, still yet to complete a green flag lap, 16 minutes in. Parker Retzlaff sits second just as he started, save for Anthony Alfredo, his teammate, in third. Austin Hill 4th and Sam Mayer rounding out the top 5 in 5th. Carson Kvapil, the 6th place position for the upcoming restart. Safety officials still working on the cover as we work lap number 4 under caution. Only 15 laps in stage 1 entirely.
The action with GovX aerial coverage. GovX savings for those who serve. You know, I look at Coronado Island, Naval Base Coronado, 57,000 acres is the naval base here. And there's just so much to take in when you come out. You see the Carl Vinson there, the USS Carl Vinson. And we're going to highlight the USS Cincinnati here, commissioned in 2019. This is a warship that's designed to operate near the shore, carries a crew of 100. And if you want to get educated about the military, but in particular the U.S. Navy, just come here, because the sites around, I mean, everywhere you go, there's a piece of history.
It's awesome. I think these are some of the coolest looking ships around. They look like, futuristic stealth brands in some respects. As you look at them from the shore, so cool looking, and just all of them have a specific function that, you maybe not even ever thought of. Oh, yeah, that's something we'd want to do, I guess. Yeah, you're right. So it's just such an amazing learning experience.
What do you have for us, Heather?
Well, you guys were just talking about some of the spectacular views, and look at the one I just found. Check out this view of the San Diego Bay. Everybody wants to get a glimpse of this street course, including these boats in the marina right now that are being kept at a distance by the police. But if we look at the track here, we are at the Hangar Club in turn 8. So if we follow the street course here, you'll look over in turn 8. You see the number 8 honoring Kyle Busch, a fitting moment right there for this corner. And then as you can see, as our cameraman continues to pan left, you have some suites, grandstands, also a couple of hangars behind this Hangar Club. If you're a movie buff, Top Gun Maverick, some of the film in that movie was taped right here. Some of those scenes that you've seen. So a lot of really cool things like you were talking about, fans up here enjoying this hospitality area. But I'm going to go see if I can find some sailors and maybe even find myself a Maverick or Iceman, guys.
The scenes around here are incredible, and just past that corner that Heather was standing at, as we rode around in the trucks yesterday, there's just suites lined up all the way around the racetrack. I think the experience for the fans here, and you mentioned it, Parker, the stands all the way around this racetrack as they funneled in 6:30 this morning is epic. I go on a limb and say this is possibly one of the largest, if not the largest, O'Reilly races crowds of the year. So.
Well, and it's just going to stair step throughout the weekend, right? I thought the crowd yesterday for the Truck Series race was outstanding. Good again here today. Sell out tomorrow. That'd be the 5th consecutive sellouts, which is just, outstanding for the sport of NASCAR, and so neat to see it happening here at Naval Base Coronado. Want to rewind and update the Jesse Love situation. So we were all excited, early caution.
Yeah, seemed like
that
it
helps him. Unfortunately, you got to pay his penalty under green. And since we had not gotten back to the front straightaway for him to pull down pit road and pay his debt to NASCAR with that pre-race penalty, he's going to have to wait now and do it once we return to the green flag. Tough, in a way, a tough break for them, because that would have been a huge opportunity for them to do it early.
It's even worse because we're running these laps under caution. It's giving him less time to work his way to the front. I mean, he needs to hope that when we go back green, he can serve it, and then another caution will come out so they can reset the field. So he's just losing time right now. They were hoping for this caution about 20 seconds later when it occurred for them. It could have been the perfect situation. Caught him back up the field. Unfortunately, they're still going to have to do this drive-through penalty. And if you're Jesse inside that car, we're kind of thinking about that right now. All right, now I'm losing laps. What's the situation? I walked in on him and Danny Stockman going through their pre-race plan and some of the alternate strategies that Danny wanted to employ. If, they were on offer to try and get some track position, this is taking some of those opportunities away.
It's a long day, but it's getting shorter when you're riding out back and you have that penalty still to come. We talk about being here and how great it's been. The reception, unbelievable from the sailors who have greeted all of us in the NASCAR world with open arms.
It's definitely exciting for sure. I don't think a lot of people could have also thought that we could host NASCAR on Naval Base Coronado.
Well, I'm really interested to see it race on a Navy base. I think that's a really cool thing. I'm a big engines fan. I love cars, so just watching them go by and everything, I'm really excited for that.
Oh yeah, NASCAR's definitely been the talk of the town. I got here in March and I've been hearing so many things about it since I got here. NASCAR this, NASCAR that.
I'm most happy to be on that ship over there, to go up in those bleachers. I think those are the best seat in the house. And just to be around all these people, ask questions and see the race. I feel like it's going to be a great time for sure.
I'm beyond excited. I mean, I grew up in Virginia, and so I used to go to the Richmond Raceway with my dad, and we used to go to NASCAR races all the time, so I couldn't be more excited to come out here and see these boys race. It was just America.
I want to state that considering it takes a little over 2 minutes to make a full green flag lap around this racetrack, we've actually been under caution for about 20 minutes now as they continue to try to work on that manhole cover over whatever sector of the racetrack that ended up coming up on. Somewhere in the back half of the track, if I had to guess, considering that the lap was about finished by the time the caution came out. Tough to tell how much longer this is going to last. NASCAR should have thrown the red flag for this. I think because this race is going to be so long already, and the laps are so long around this racetrack, that has to be the only reason NASCAR did not red flag the race and kept the race under caution. Because if we were to go red flag, we would still have so much of this race left. I do think NASCAR, with how long the laps are here, and we kind of saw that in the truck race, they probably have a little bit too long of race lengths for these series. The fact that the truck race was over 2.5 hours yesterday, quite a long race. I know it went to overtime, but even still, and had a red flag, but the red flag wasn't even calculated in the elapsed time from start to finish of the race. This race was probably going to be around 3 hours as it was, and now we've been under caution for about 22 plus minutes now. So, yeah, it's going to be a long one today. I think the Cup Series, being the race length it is, it's a little longer, but I'm all right with that. The Truck and O'Reilly race lengths, I think, are a little bit too long. They kind of made that mistake when they did the Chicago street course, too, because that first year it was supposed to be 100 laps. And even if they didn't have rain with the late start time that they had to get it in before dark, they were going to struggle to get that race in 4 hours or less. So they kind of miscalculated there, and I think they miscalculated the race lengths here as well. Talking about there being a lot of cautions in the O'Reilly Auto Parts series this season. Only one yellow so far, but it wasn't really anything to do with the drivers on track. Unfortunately, just the track itself. And we're down to 10 laps to go in stage 1 now. About to be working lap 6 this time by.
Worried about the cost of college?
Thought they were coming back from commercial there. I was wrong. And Brent Cruz, the leader from the pole, leading the opening laps. Parker Retzlaff second, Anthony Alfredo third, and Austin Hill sitting fourth. We'll take our first break. What position was he in when he hit the... He started 31st because he was already in a backup car. So he was probably running very back half of the field when he had hit the manhole cover. It was knocked loose by somebody running mid-pack, and unfortunately he was the first one that caught it after it was caught loose of the track. Drivers are also lucky they didn't run over that spot and flatten the tire as well, with basically a hole in the ground at that point.
Oh, yeah. And Andros put some of their drones down there. It's pretty awesome, right, as you go to the pit lane. So it's really cool stuff around. Talked about the size of this place. It's so much bigger than what my perspective or what I thought it was going to be when we got here. I'm like, I couldn't believe just the enormity of this base and the island in general. It's pretty impressive. When you're leaving, was with the group last night who were in my car. One said, okay, you turn right here. And he said, no, we're still on the base. We're going to get out of the base first.
Got to go through the gate. So they're going to stop the field here in turn 12, and it's going to give an opportunity for NASCAR and all the safety folks to go.
All right, so there we
all of the welds and make sure we're in a good spot in that regard before we proceed.
So we were under caution for about 5 to 6 laps there, and now they're going under the
Well, you said it. There's only a great movie, Dodgeball. There's only 150 of them that you gotta manage on. So great wisdom, words of wisdom from Patches there. Dodgeball.
That just went right over our head.
Now
We appreciate you bringing it all back.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, really red flag. So we'll sit and wait, get the track where it needs to be, return to racing here in San Diego. It's a great Saturday afternoon, and we're glad you're with us here at the Cedar.
Yeah, this is a lengthy cleanup. So we were almost right at the 27-minute mark in the race as the race went to red flag. We had about 25 minutes of caution for the race finally goes under a red flag period. The good news is this race started 2 hours sooner than the truck race last night, so to get this race in before dark, they should be able to, no problem still. As long as this doesn't happen repeatedly, of course. I'll tell you what, not being at Chicagoland Speedway yet, if they hit a great race that day, which they're very well capable of with the next gen car and intermediates, and the fact that Chicagoland was already arguably the best intermediate track on the schedule at the time of its go away, I guess, from the NASCAR schedule. It would stink to see the Chicago Street Race return in absence of Chicagoland Speedway. I don't think they'll have both on the schedule. I mean, they could. The Midwest is lacking NASCAR race dates since a lot of those tracks have gone to one race date a season, like a Michigan, Pocono. Road America no longer on the schedule. I mean, there's a chance. Obviously, Chicagoland was axed and now brought back. And I guess they added Iowa in recent years as well, so they were going away for a while. Somebody who lives in the Midwest, I've documented this on the channel numerous times. A little bitter, I might say. Tracks like Eldora no longer on the schedule. Mid-Ohio I loved going to every year, the last few years of its existence. Ryan TX, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, this is tough. Tough scenes. Brett Whiteside, thanks for tuning in. This has been so exciting so far. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys are not having it in the chat. I don't blame you. This definitely stinks.
Thank you for your service.
Might as well be a wedding.
Yeah, I mean, we echo those thoughts. Appreciate everybody for hosting us. Hospitality has been amazing. Big top event the other night on the USS Carl Vinson, and just so cool to be a part of every aspect of this.
So we've heard they're letting Corey Day, 17, work on his car under the red flag, which you normally wouldn't do, but because it was out of his control, we're going to let them fix it. I think the question here is, we ran a few laps under caution. Are they going to give them their laps back? They should, I think, right? I mean, this is a unique situation. I went through something similar at Dover years ago where the concrete came up and destroyed my car, and they did the same thing, let us work on it while they tried to repair the track. This is a better situation if they can get this fixed, because I don't think there's as much damage to the splitter, and the splitter doesn't play as significant of a role here because of bumps and everything that we're facing. If you can get an oil cooler and radiator in, though, he might be in not bad shape. Yeah, if yesterday's any indication, this would be, if he finished the race with this level of damage, it would be the least damaged car. It would be a win. That's right. I expect this race today will get very much full contact. But yeah, there are a lot of question marks here, and it's, always sort of working through what is the protocol with NASCAR, what will they allow you to do. This, as you mentioned, being able to work on the red would normally not be allowed, but being that this is the track coming up, it's the fair thing to do.
As they continue to work there and they work on the racetrack as well, we check in with Heather.
Well, Adam, I popped down to those hangars I was talking about where the scenes from Top Gun Maverick were filmed, and check out behind me. Check out this VIP area. These fans have been enjoying the race. As you can see, they've got the big screen, they've got food, beverages, and of course, those helicopters that you see in there. Now, they are part of the Helicopter Sea Combat Squadron 2-1. Now, the mission for them is the HSC-21 Blackjacks. They expertly employ the MH-60 Seahawk helicopters, as you see in here in the hangar, in support of the USA Navy objectives around the world. Now they deploy ready detachments ashore and afloat to execute anti-surface warfare, special operations force support, personal recovery, search and rescue, among many other efforts during their naval operation. But what an amazing view here for these fans to cool off, get in the shade, find some comfy chairs, and enjoy some beverages. I mean, I'm a little bit jealous of these guys here, and it looks like they're having a lot of fun.
You know, I've been guilty of saying whichever track we're at is my favorite, right? I mean, but I
You're a
will
real
say
bandwagon guy.
it doesn't matter what track that you go to, you'll never have hospitality like that. You know, that was pretty impressive.
In a hangar. That's too cool. Really, really cool.
All right, still working on the track, so we'll take a break here. By the way, Rick Cruz off to a good start in the race from the ball, and we'll have some more racing when we continue on CW.
Well, you would think being at an air base, they have military-grade equipment that could kind of help fix the racetrack in a safe manner. The tools are applicable. All jokes aside, under a red flag condition here. I believe it was 5:42 Eastern when the race went under red. So we've been under a red flag for about 9 minutes. I'm just calculating about how long this is going to take to fix. NASCAR trying to get the job done in an efficient time, but at the same time, you don't want to rush the job and then have the same issue end up happening just laps later. Or at all, obviously. Banana Ball scheduled on the CW 8 p.m. Yeah, trucks raced until 10:30 last night. Saw somebody mention that in the chat. King Tigers did. Odd with the back-to-back road courses, then a lot of small tracks. Yeah, the Truck Series schedule is kind of wild. They have back-to-back road courses between this weekend, and then they race on a standalone event at Lime Rock. After Lime Rock, they have 4 straight short tracks. Tracks like Richmond, Iowa, Indianapolis Raceway Park, New Hampshire, which I consider a short track, even though it's an intermediate. Races like one flat. It's like an overgrown Martinsville. I was stationed there, spent a lot of time in various aviation schools. The bad part is the cleanup after crowds done by all the military members. Yeah. I mean, they were a huge part in constructing the racetrack, from what I heard on the Truck Series race broadcast last night. And this was in full effect. The cleanup, always the worst parts of anything, I feel like, in life. You're always excited for big things to happen. I'm sure a lot of these, military members at Naval Base Coronado were excited that NASCAR was coming to town. And then, yeah, the next day or two after the fact, that's probably tough that they have to do some extra work that wouldn't necessarily need to be done otherwise, have this race not been taken apart. I'm sure NASCAR are going to be a part of that as well. And give them a helping hand.
Challenges that they faced earlier today, not being able to qualify, they're going to have to stop and go once we get green. The reigning champ in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series had a big week. Found out he's going full-time Cup racing next year. Going to drive the 21 for the Wood Brothers.
It's a huge deal. He's very relaxed right here. He took the wheel off, does gloves on, just
Wow.
chilling out a little bit for the start of this race. But yeah, massive opportunity for Jesse Love. And I think some people want to say, oh, is this too early? Even though he's an O'Reilly Series champion, maybe he hasn't won enough the O'Reilly Series. But what we talked about in the pre-race was, there's an economic reality to this for young drivers that, it takes a lot of support to go to the Truck Series. It takes a lot of resources and support to get to the O'Reilly Series. It takes a lot of support and resources to stay here. And when that cup opportunity arrives, I don't care what phase you are, you almost have to take it, no matter where you are in your career, because it might come around again. It makes the economics a lot easier for you as a young driver, and especially when it's a Wood Brothers team affiliated with Team Penske, that's an opportunity you cannot pass down. I think Jesse Love is the type of driver who works so hard, because he takes a little nap right now. That just shows you how relaxed he is and all this stuff.
The job.
No, well, that's the best. When you're sitting in that car, it's warm, you're in your comfortable seat, some of the best naps can happen there. But I think he's the type of driver who works so hard, he will make this opportunity work. He will find, even if he is, it's maybe, quote unquote, not ready, he will find a way to be successful with this opportunity because he wants this so bad, and he's shown the prowess that made him a champion in the series.
You think about some of the opportunities he's had.
Jesse Love's taking a nap. I think we've still got a ways to get
back to
before we
Daytona
get back
racing.
to race.
His teammate in the game late didn't work out for him. Austin Hill ultimately wins there. In Phoenix, it looked like it was going to be his night. Allgaier gets it. Watkins Glen. I mean, my heart's still broken on this one. Great comeback by Zillage.
He was hard on himself on that one. He did an excellent job just to be in that position fighting to the win.
Yeah, he's still arguing about Charlotte. Such a crazy ending to that race. And was dominant in Nashville, Jamie, and then they had the lug issue, had to come down. And it was over before it got started at Pocono, crashing into a spinning Corey Day lap one.
Yeah, then we talked about have the issue in tech going through today. They're going to have to do this drive-through penalty. But I would say to get back to him taking over the 21 car next year, you said it, Parker. It's not like it's just a car in the Cup Series. And there is a difference. There's some elite-level cars, and the Wood Brothers is an elite-level team. You mentioned their affiliation with Team Penske. And I would say the only reservation you have if you're Jesse Love is just once Blaney got out of that car, it seems like the guys that have been in it haven't been able to capitalize on it and haven't been able to perform at the same level as the guys at Team Penske. But my gut says this guy right here is going to be able to, and hopefully his timing is right, because one of the most important things in any career is timing and getting somewhere at the right place. And Team Penske was on top for a long time, and right now not all of those cars are performing at the level that Roger would expect for them to. But one thing about racing, if you don't like it, just hang on, because it changes quick. And
Like the weather?
yeah, and teams figure things out. And obviously right now Gibbs is on top of their game. Spire's doing well, but Team Penske will get back on top eventually.
Well, and the opportunity to surround yourself with great people, and you go to Team Penske. Austin Cindric has won an O'Reilly championship.
I think they're checking another area of
What
the
Blaney has
track.
done, certainly Joey Logano, and we look here, they continue to work around the racetrack.
Well, and they're going around and checking all these covers, and as the cars that run across these, we could see that cover that went through Corey Day's radiator had been welded. You could see the weld on the outside of the steel cover, and they've went around and they're checking these, and you got to think that this is just not far past that they found another one that looks loose. So good for them to go around and make sure all these are good.
And if you're new to street course racing, as long as race cars have been racing on street courses, there's been things like this that happen. You mentioned Las Vegas, Formula One just a couple years ago, but I can think for the last 20 years of watching different street courses and different races, all the different things that pop up, because at the end of the day, these are just streets that normal cars run on. Even though this is a naval base, they're streets for just normal pedestrians, and they have all sorts of different things that you wouldn't have on a racetrack. And you try to account for all those variables and weld every single thing perfectly, but race cars have tremendous forces that are either aerodynamic or obviously physical forces against the ground that, can unsettle things on these surfaces that you would never imagine.
What's going on, Dylan?
Well, Adam, red flags make me hungry, so I want to come here to the
Nice
Falcone down here, who has been roaming the grounds, delivering cheesesteaks all weekend. I think he's here to refuel on some Arby's sauce and some horsey sauce there in the background. So it's been cool to see him roaming around. Kim and I spent a little time with Meaty yesterday in the garage area, and as we said, he's been on patrol all weekend. You see the design kind of on the side of him. It's kind of modeled after that Sammy Smith scheme team that we told you about a little bit earlier. So great to have Arby's again, here supporting everything to do with the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and great to have the the Arby's pit box here on pit road, along with Meaty checking things out down here, Kim.
Well, Dylan, there are connections to the military all across NASCAR, including crew chief for the 41 car of Sam Mayer, Jason Trincheri. His nephew, Doug, actually is in the Navy, stationed here in San Diego, has been here 10 years. He's a boatswain mate, petty officer, first class, and he had a special surprise for Jason this weekend. Tell us what he gave you when you got here.
Yeah, I got to meet him for dinner the other night, and he gave me a challenge coin. And you look back into the history of the challenge coin that they give each other, and this place is a challenge this weekend. So it was pretty awesome, and we're up for the challenge.
And you're looking at that challenge coin right there. Kind of had a little bit of a Talladega Nights flair to it. Do you think it's good luck?
Yeah, I think so. We've got some good speed today. This automobile Chevy's been pretty good, so we'll see if we can keep up there.
I know he gave you a couple challenge coins, and the tradition is to continue to give them. So, do you think people are going to be knocking on your door to try and get one of those?
If we win, maybe.
Maybe. All right, let's talk quickly about competition. We saw one of those crates or manhole covers come up. They're doing a good job of covering the track, trying to make sure everything's welded. Does that make you nervous, though? Just that and the track surface in general, what we're going to see?
I mean, a little bit. I was kind of surprised, to be honest, since they had a whole truck race. You had all the cup practice, art qualifying, and everything. So, honestly, I was a little surprised that it did come up. But it sounds like they were checking around some other areas, too, just to make sure. So, hopefully, nobody has any bad luck again.
All right. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Guys, I might just hang out at the 41 box and butter up to Jason, because that challenge coin is nothing like I've ever seen. I've gotten a number over the years meeting different military personnel. All of them are round and very official, and while they are genuinely cool, I think that is absolutely the neatest challenge coin I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was unique, and I love that tradition. And anytime you come in contact with someone in our military and they share that with you, it's a special moment, no doubt. And here he is, repairs made. Corey Day rolled him back out.
Yep, he's going to be able to get back out. We're told that he will be credited with just completing one lap, so it'll be 4 laps down. I don't completely agree with that. I think if you're going to let him fix it, that I don't know what Sam Mayer's got going on. I wish that they would have given him all those laps back and let him get, back in that position. He's playing with somebody. I don't know who's on the other side.
It's supposed to be us.
You can play with him.
Yeah, here.
Wait, scissors, buddy, I got you. Back to San Diego in a moment.
Overtime, Moss, most Hilton stands cover your.
Well, work continues to go on around the racetrack. One manhole cover coming loose, and seems like they're going to be checking a lot of them around the racetrack. There's no way they're going to be checking every single one, because I think they mentioned already that there were 150 of them that were welded before the race weekend began. So there's no way they're going to all 150 of them before they go back racing again. That would, I mean, at that point, you might as well just postpone the race till tomorrow morning or something. It would suck for everybody in attendance, but yeah, we'll see how this goes. Yeah, so Corey Day going to be back on the racetrack, but unfortunately 4 laps down. Be curious to see if his lap times and his car is going to be running at 100%. Back under caution, red flag
Here
lifted.
at Naval. Red flag has been lifted. And pit road is going to be open this time. So we'll see if anybody, comes down here and takes advantage of this opportunity and what this could do to impact strategy later in the race. I wouldn't anticipate when we see the front runners here driving by the pit lane, but maybe someone on back comes down to get out of balance. Check out team radio, Anthony Alfredo in the 96.
Not really not running lap under yellow. Really, I'm running up last. Now, it would be quick lap, no stop.
make them in class race, like you'll run stage 1 out, just see your window in that pit, and you'll finish again with your window in stage 3. When you're sacrificing there is stage 2 point. Then at the end of stage 1, right?
Remember this race to call strategy wise because of so many unknowns that come with this. As a driver, I think I would just let the crew chief do that. Dylan?
Yeah, and so as we see the 7 of all guy here, they're going to come down and top off fuel. They're also going to make 2 rear shock changes just because Justin was so unhappy with the balance of the race car. So the one thing to keep in mind, too, is just the tire strategy. Nobody really knows how badly exactly these tires are going to wear over the course of a full run. So that's going to impact some things on strategy, too, Cam.
The stars are out for race San Diego, including Alshon Jeffries, former wide receiver in the NFL, won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's see that ring. Also former Gamecock, so it's got some Carolina roots. You've been to NASCAR races before, but you told me never this close. What's been the biggest surprise or your experience so far?
I would say just being up close to the car and just seeing all the stuff that the driver has, the equipment and all that. I feel like that was pretty dope. I think it was pretty cool.
You've been hanging out with the pit crew. A lot of pit crew members are former professional athletes. Do you think you have what it takes to go over the wall if you had to?
With enough practice and consistency, I think I could do it. So hey, who knows? You know, coming soon maybe. So we'll see.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Flash.
Say that the Super Bowl ring is impressive.
Statement right there.
Interesting change on the 7. They said they're doing the rear shocks. You got to think that was something they discussed maybe
The whole
yesterday. Yeah, I can't imagine he got that good of a feel for that. Look at this. Corey Day goes back out.
Oh my gosh.
Man. Oof. Nice. So wow.
Good reaction from
Right there in turn 3.
the safety truck. That's the fear ever going, opposite of traffic. Remember, 3.4-mile course. He's way behind where the field's located, so he's going to try and catch up.
I tell you, if you're climbing out,
I'm not hanging out with him tonight.
Amen.
And a lot of, the other thing about a street course, think how low he is, the walls and the fencing. He can't see around any of these corners. Majority of the corners are blind. When you get to the corner, being able to see around it. So that was just a bad circumstance.
In the last 3 races, Day has lost 110 points to Allgaier. It's just been a tough ride for them. But here's what I'll say. Rookie driver, not officially running for Rookie of the Year because of the starts he had last year, but he's a first-year guy full-time, running for the title, as you see Adam Wall, the crew chief here, still top 5 in points, 4th. So after the reset, he's very much going to be in the game. Now you just got to manage confidence, right? Because you know there's going to be bumps in the road. He's had some. You got to persevere, and they put themselves in front of it, given the fact that they are top 5 in points.
Well, this is not his doing, and it'll be a story in 20 years. He'll be like, "You're never going to believe
That's
what
right.
happened to me in a race."
No way.
Yeah, no chance.
We just heard from NASCAR. They are going to give him all of his laps back.
I think it's a great call. That's what I was saying as we were watching Sam Mayer play rock, paper, scissors a little bit ago. It wasn't his fault. We had a red flag. They let him work on the car. It was, not of his doing. I think that's a great call by NASCAR. I think it's the fair. I mean, his car is still torn up, but it's the most fair decision that they could make. If you polled all the competitors in this race, they would all said absolutely the same thing. That's not, if it happened to anyone else, you would have wanted the same treatment. The track came apart. Nothing you can do there. Absolutely the right call by NASCAR.
Not going to go green this time, so we'll take.
Plus, while he's getting caught up with the rest of the field and making up his 4 laps, he can run over some more manhole covers just to make sure that they're in place this time, so we don't have the same issue when we let the entire field go back to green flag racing again. It's going to take a couple more laps of caution before Corey Day is going to get caught back up with the rest of the field. Knowing it's a 3.4-mile road course, he's probably not going to push 100% around this place. Obviously can't do that with safety equipment out on the track as well, as he makes up his 4 laps. So pit stops have already happened for those who chose to pit. We only ran laps under caution. Almost 1 full completed green flag lap in the race today. And that's about it. So we've been under caution for over 30 minutes, both pre and post red flag, and then the red flag lasted almost exactly 20 minutes. So, waiting to see some racing. Brent Cruz, race leader. Parker Retzlaff second, Anthony Alfredo third, circuiting under caution, already halfway through stage one this time by. Listening live on KRC, be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet, or like goal for today's stream. Well, with this race going a little bit longer, we might adjust the goal. Usually it's 50 for the live commentary streams for the O'Reilly Auto Parts series. But we are at 41 right now. Let's see if we can get to 100. We have over 100 people watching right now. So just that goal. Let's try to get to 100 likes for today's stream. Tomorrow we'll be live at 3:30 p.m. Eastern for live commentary coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series at Naval Base Coronado. And the San Diego Street Race, Shane Van Gisbergen will be on the pole. Can anybody take him down? I would probably say no, but we never know. You just never know. Carson Hocevar starts on the front row. Maybe he makes contact with them on the opening lap and takes them out of the race, and then the door's just wide open at that point. Who knows? 75 lap scheduled distance for tomorrow afternoon's event. And again, we will start at about 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I think the tough break with Jeff Gordon at Martinsville that year having that issue is because it was a short track and he lost so much time. I would assume he lost a lot more laps than just 4. The NASCAR couldn't really let him get those laps back. Because you can't just give them back automatically. Like, he has to actually run the lap still, so that way he's on the same fuel as everybody else. Oddly enough, he's actually going to be burning more fuel because everybody else is at caution speed, and he's above that to try to make the time back up again. But rare occasion. I think the opening lap of the race is a lot easier because I think when Jeff Gordon had that issue at Martinsville with the piece of concrete coming up off the racetrack, that was like middle to back half of the race. It hasn't happened in a while. I don't remember it too well. I remember of it happening.
For everybody, and they hand out these tokens, right? So it's really neat. You see all the mugs hanging up from all the sailors that come in. You get your mug, and yeah, it's really neat.
All you have to do is pick something. Whenever Jay McMurray walks in the bar, the whole crowd's on him.
I
Just
would
puts
take
his
my
wallet
phone
out. Yeah, wallet, credit card goes straight to the front.
I actually had a good friend that went to the iBar a while back and brought me a coin.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it was a great guy.
Yeah, one of the tokens.
Token, that's correct.
You could use that for like a ball mark when you're golfing or something.
That's a great idea. That's a good plan. I should do that.
So look at this. We were curious how this was going to work because we heard from NASCAR Corey Day is going to get all of his laps back because the issue with the car and all of that was not of his making. So we understand. Was curious, how are you going to execute this? Because you're 4 laps down, and if you just say he's back on the lead lap, now he's got an advantage in regard to fuel. NASCAR said, you're going to get back on the lead lap, but you got to pass the field 4 times to get there. So now we just got to wait for that to be executed.
And technically, he's burning more fuel than they did.
Right.
And all those under caution, it's normally 2 for 1. So what I mean by that is when you run under caution, you go twice as many laps as you can under green. That's kind of a general rule of thumb that the teams will use when they figure fuel mileage.
And I believe NASCAR has slowed down this pace car as well. As I look at the pace that the field is going right here, so they're trying to speed this up the best they can. So these drivers riding behind the pace car, this feels like an eternity, I can tell you.
What's going on, Heather?
Well, straight from the iBar to the suites here in Turn 9, I found the Top Guns. Iceman and Maverick here enjoying the race. So, Iceman, what do you think about NASCAR racing here on your naval base?
You know, definitely the best of the best are out here, and I think Maverick and I are trying to figure out who's the best driver today.
Well, there's a long battle between you guys and a debate on who is a better fighter pilot. So, Maverick, have we settled that? Is it you or Iceman?
What? I can't hear you. No, we're still trying to figure that out. But right now, we're trying to figure out who's the best driver, not the best pilot.
All right, well, I'm feeling the need for speed, so can I be your wingman?
You can be my wingman anytime.
All right, sounds good. Well, I'm going to go get up in a jet with these guys. I don't know, who would you take, Iceman or Maverick? I think either one's really great.
I don't think I'm going to weigh in on this, Heather. I'm not going to get involved.
Cool, Iceman. That's awesome.
Wow.
That was the highlight.
Yeah. When you put the flight uniform on, your
And the
back
aviators.
elevates, doesn't it?
No, and to make this even worse, Parker, you talked about these guys having to go so slow. They're all having to clutch it. They shut the engine off to save fuel.
Yeah.
And that's exhausting inside the car. Your left leg, the clutch pedal's super heavy. You hold it in, shut the engine off. You'll coast. About the time you get stopped, you'll flip the ignition on, pop the clutch, start the engine. It's a brutal process, but it's part of the process.
People think cautions are sort of like a rest, but at road courses with fuel strategy thing, it's even more physical and just mentally taxing, doing exactly what you said. Constantly saving fuel, and you're clutching, and then you're holding it for a while, and timing as you roll to the car in front of you, and your focus kind of drifts away, and suddenly you catch the car in a weird spot, and you almost get together. It's just a really tough process. And it feels like it's lasting forever when you have this many laps in a 3.4-mile course. So give me a sense, guys, from a driver's perspective. There's so much hype around this race. So you come here, you're amped up, you're ready to go. The crowd is juiced. You do the driver intros, you get in the car, you go out, you get started. And you don't even complete a lap or under caution, right? That happens. But what we've seen since then, a little bit unprecedented in the way this is playing out. As a driver, does that impact you? How do you reset and get ready to move forward?
I think it's good for us watching, because as a driver, you mentally are like, okay, it's a long race. I'm going to let this play out. We saw how we even said at Parker at the beginning, all really disciplined getting into turn 2. If you sat here for 15 or 20 minutes, you cut half the stage out. I think the adrenaline level goes up, the want to get to the front quicker goes up. I would say once we get back green, it'll be a little bit different race.
And the most dangerous part is the confidence goes up. You feel really in tune to that race car now, and the brake marker down into turn 2 looks really inviting. The latest one you think there's possible. And then as we see Corey Day once again go by the field.
Well, you got to think Corey's a little gun shy as he goes out here. The fact that truck was going the wrong direction. But you see, he's only one lap down now, so I have to think the next time these guys get over to the choose, they'll do their choose, and we'll be going green here soon.
Yeah, the hope right now from NASCAR, one more time around, then we'll be able to go green. Hopefully we can execute that. There's the bridge coming over to Coronado Island from downtown San Diego. Petco Park off in the distance, a great spot home to the Padres.
Yeah, it's possible they go green next time by, especially with the caution pace slowed down. So Corey Day is one lap down. He'll have to pass the pace car one more time and then catch back up to the back of the field. And the leaders were just crossing the start-finish line as that last lap was being made up. '17 is burning more fuel than others. May make no difference. Well, it's going to make I would say it would make more of a difference in the Cup Series than what it would in the O'Reilly or Truck Series, just because the pit stops are shorter for a 4-tire stop in Cup, and they would usually have to wait on fuel. They don't have to wait on fuel as much with the 5 lug nuts in the Truck and O'Reilly Series still, that you're waiting on tires to complete a pit stop rather than fuel. Strategy-wise, it might affect it a little bit, but as far as the pit stop time goes, that's not going to get affected. And because he's going to be at the back of the pack anyway, we'll have to wait and see. I think we've ran enough caution laps that a lot of the field should be able to make this race on 2 stops. Could still see a 2-stop versus 3-stop strategy just because of the tire wear alone at this racetrack. I don't think as many cars are going to pit at the end of stage 1, knowing that we're already past halfway through the stage. I'll tell you what. It'd be quite comical. It would honestly be one of those situations where I don't know whether it'd be better to laugh or cry. As if we go back green and then we get a caution immediately right after that for a crash. But I can see that happening after about an hour wait. It's kind of reminded me a little bit of the Charlotte O'Reilly race when there was a lot of laps ran under caution because of mist and fog, both pre and post red flag. And then ultimately, a lot of caution laps ran to get to the end of stage 2 and then call in the race at that point later on as well. That's what all these caution laps are quickly reminding me of. Well, just over 100 people can currently watch it. Again, be sure to hit the like button so we can get to that like goal of 100 for today's live commentary stream. And our coverage of the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race in Naval Base Coronado. Cruz has led every lap from the pole under caution so far. Manhole cover coming up. And unfortunately, Corey Day had hit that manhole cover straight on. We were under red flag for about 20 minutes. After about 30 minutes of caution flag pace prior to the red to try to get that manhole cover welded back in. And then a safety check around other areas of the track as well, just to make sure that there weren't any more loose manhole covers. So hopefully everything is going to be good to go now. And Corey Day, because of hitting that and running the caution laps before the red flag, had fallen 4 laps down. So he now, since getting back from red flag being lifted, he is back out on the track. Repairs have been made to his car to continue, but trying to make up his laps right now. Still scored 1 lap down on our screen. Under caution, it takes about 9 minutes at regular caution pace speed to make a lap around this track.
We're going back there in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Chicagoland, the ginormous Tropicana R's that rolled across the track during qualifying in the O'Reilly Series many, many years ago. What was that, 2003? 3 or 4, yeah. It's been a while. So these guys are all slowing down right here. This is the exit of turn 7 on the straightaway that you see Allgaier, these guys approaching right there. That is the choose. Everybody slows down. You kind of gap yourself back just a little bit so you can make your spotter count. Corey Day is still trying to catch up to the field, but he's going to get there before they get back to the start-finish line. You know, Parker, we were talking about Corey a second ago and crashed on lap 5 of practice. Did a little bit of qualifying, so total today, 7 laps on this racetrack. He's still trying to learn it. Well, I think he's actually going to be at a deficit here because yesterday in the truck race I actually experienced this. I was exiting pit lane when the field was choosing. I never got back around when they restarted. So I think they're running a little slower for him. That's what they are. They're probably trying to back them down a little more maybe than what you saw yesterday.
Field's coming through turn 12 here. You saw Corey Day making those laps. When we restart, we're going to have 6 laps to go in the stage. Let's get a report, William Sawalich, Kim.
Yeah, running in the 9th position, but a problem with the starter on that race car, and it's actually been affecting how he's been able to fuel save. Take a listen to the radio. Well, essentially, he cannot shut the car off while all the other cars in the field have been able to do that as they fuel save. So, Parker, how big of a deal is that?
Well, it's maybe a little bit just hesitation in wanting to shut it off because normally when you shut it off, Kim, you basically you turn the ignition off, you coast, and then you leave the car in gear, have the clutch in, you put the ignition back on and release the clutch and it refires the engine. You don't need the starter. You don't need the starter. So it might just be he's worried with how slow they were going if he didn't get it. It would have been rolling start. If it doesn't bump start, that could be a big issue.
All right, we're going to go green again here. It's been such a bizarre start to this race.
Oh, it's just the beginning, Adam.
Yeah, I was going to say,
you're just
we really haven't even started yet.
We haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah. That coming from 2 guys that had a front
row around with us for a while.
All right, we'll redo the restart here. But this
All right, we're going to be going green finally. After about 50 minutes of caution, 20 minutes of red flag, we are back to racing here at Naval Base Coronado. Brett Cruz, just as he did at the start of the race, will lead the field to the green. And he'll have the inside of road number 1 into the first turn. It'll be the outside into row 2 if he cannot get clear of the other car in the front row, which he is able to do so on Parker Retzlaff. Around the high side of the racetrack, trying to make a pass is the 21 of Austin Hill, and he's able to do so successfully on Anthony Alfredo. And actually, no, never mind. He is still side by side with Alfredo. I thought he was going to be able to clear coming out of turn 2. Couldn't get back to the accelerator. Might have been just a little bit too far wide. A couple corners later, he's able to complete the pass, though, after squeezing Anthony Alfredo, putting him in an uncompromised position to have to lift to keep it off the wall, and Hill will take over the third spot. Still pretty calm start. There were some restarts late in the truck race yesterday, barreling down into turn 2, where there were many rows of 3 wide and at times 4 wide. With the initial start and this restart, not the case from what I saw throughout the field. Restarted with 6 laps to go in stage 1. Couple battles side by side still, about a half a lap into the restart. Middle of the racetrack. Austin Green in the 87 made some slight contact off the initial start when trying to battle with Sheldon Creed and the 00 for 8th. Green did take that position. Sammy Smith able to get by both the 00 and 87 to get into 7th. First green flag lap of the race going to be completed at the start-finish line. Brent Cruz will set the fastest lap of the race with the clean air advantage. And that lap is only going to get faster as we get more laps into this race. We saw the same thing happen in the truck race yesterday, just with more experience around this racetrack. Five laps to go, though, at stage number 1.
Let your guard down. There is just no riding here. If you let your guard down, this track 100% will bite you, and the consequences are huge. One of the things I keep seeing is dust plumes behind the race car. Yesterday, we experienced in the truck race, this place is incredibly dusty. I don't know if it's just because obviously we're on the ocean here, sand, whatever ends up on these streets. But you basically, in the race car, just see all this dust flying around you, the braking zones, and you can see it physically behind the race cars as Jesse Love is serving his pass-through penalty right now, which they had to do under green. Oh, and you see Creed get back to the inside of Austin Green right here on the exit of the corner, just 1 lap after they had that contact. You got to think Austin's got to race a little differently around him, knowing he got into it in the last lap, and it's the exact same corner, but they're able to get through there clean.
I was talking to Sheldon Creed today. And this morning, he just told me how important this race is to him, what it means to him, because it's a home game. Oh, I would imagine he'd get to race here, and he's making the most of it. Going after green for position, that's 8th on track.
That was a late dive there, but he really didn't have the ability to get below Austin Green into turn 6, but ends up on the outside of turn 7, and then you end up on the outside into turn 8.
Casino onboard camera, riding with Sam Mayer, who's 4th in line, trying to catch Parker Retzlaff.
Watch these guys get on the brakes here to this turn 12. This tire barrier on the outside will be a factor at some point in this race. Saw a lot of guys get into it yesterday. Leads right here to the slowest corner, heading up to where we just talked about. That extremely slick surface. If you watch the track right here, it changes color. A little different right here, and then this section right here is where they repaved. And you go from pretty good grip to this. It's just almost like ice as you're trying to go through, and it's such a fast section. And you can see a little bit of rubber laying down. It felt like in the truck race it started to gain grip as the rubber went down, but it's still the most slippery surface on the racetrack. So you have to adjust from this high grip new asphalt to eventually being on that slippery surface back there through that chicane. And as they run through the final turn right here, your whole goal is to try to get as close to that car in front of you as you can as we enter turn 1, because As you watch, they're gonna peel off, and it goes to the best braking zone on the track. And you saw there in the final corner there, Parker Retzlaff's car is hiked over on the right rear, left front's in the air. Looks like a SUV going over some of these big bumps on this place. Such a wild track. Oh, little debris up front, and that is a huge piece. And if you look, it is covering the open area, so that grill has a bunch of holes and it's perforated. And they got a little tape on the right side as you see this, and that allows the teams to come up. That will, there's no doubt he will be able to run. He will not be able to run, but a lap before that is going to get extremely hot.
I mean, 4 laps to go on the stage.
Yeah.
He's built up an advantage of 2 seconds, and now this.
He's going to have to He's going to have to give it up, get behind Austin Hill, which, changes the pressure on the front of the race car and get that off. Because there's no doubt that is going to eventually cause this engine to start overheating.
The other thought, you can play the game of flipping stages here. So maybe you employ that strategy, right? And you just come down, you make a pit stop, which in a way is scheduled. You get the debris off, and you kind of stay in cycle with what I'm not saying that's what they wanted to do, but it's certainly not working.
I can't believe he's still out front though. As much of that grill is covered up, and these engines are already on the upper end of what they can run. You want to manage that, maximize the temp as much as you can. Shocked that he's still able to stay in front of these guys.
Yeah, the other thing I'd say, though, you start on the pole, you come in on the chase bubble, you may or may not have wanted to run it long to get there. You're not going to get any now if you come down here and pit as they just said he will. So either way, I mean, not a great situation, but hopefully it doesn't overheat anything, doesn't damage anything on the race car, and they can flip the stage another day. Through the chicane, once he exits the chicane, come down pit road. There he is.
And pit road speed starts around here just a little bit. This is a tough pit road. You see a lock up right there. That yellow line is where pit road speed will start. Brent Cruz will then maximize his lights. See, he's one of the few that has come in, decided to flip the stage here.
Austin Hill takes over the race lead. Dylan?
It's interesting that, obviously this is not maybe exactly how they wanted to do things given the early yellow. But I spoke to Seth Shopka yesterday, and he said that we're going for the win this weekend. He said last week was a mess trying to maximize points. So I think they had planned to flip the stage anyways. But you see the steam coming off out of the hood of that race car. So had to call a little bit of an audible here, but not a deal breaker game for 19 by any means, Kim.
Well, Dale and Corey Day, and they were so far back in the pack that they're trying to flip the stage, try and get track position. They will take 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Corey's saying these tires are absolutely shot, so expect him, after they finish changing tires, to leave on the jack.
Well, it's a big opportunity for Corey Day, right? To flip the stage.
Huge, because not many people came in to flip the stage. So they should, cycle through and get some great track position at the end of this.
Good out for second. As Hill takes over the race lead with Brent Cruz pitting. Retzlaff is in the runner-up spot. Mayer right there with him, though. Alfredo not too far back, and Quapple rides in 5th.
It's so good to see the Viking Motorsports cars be able to stay up here the whole run. Talked to some guys in the garage earlier. They talked about yesterday, those cars being really good also on the long run. Not surprised to see them qualify well, because they had really good race pace as well.
2 weeks in a row. Like, they were very impressive at Pocono last week.
I spoke to Josh Graham, and he said it's just great to finally see this all coming together, as we just got word that Corey Day
Speeding?
sped on the road. Wow. With you. I don't think any. I don't want to be hanging out with him later today. No. Rick Cruz having to work through some cars here that he's caught, and the advantage when you put tires on here, the drive off the corners, it's like a totally different car. It's different here.
91 Jesse Owusu. Want to give a shout out there. Great connection to the United States Navy. Played football at the Naval Academy. Jammers, and just a great one. And neat to see him in the race today.
And Brent's going to not push his car right here. Like, he's just, I'm actually surprised he's wanting to pass those guys. Just not wanting to use up any more tire, because he'll be in a little bit of a disadvantage. We didn't have that many people flip the stage, so be interesting to see how he manages this next stage with the other guys having a little fresher tires.
Well, with Austin Hill coming by with 2 laps to go, pit road is not closed, so you can pit now. and flip the stage. That opportunity has come and gone. And I'm going to be curious to see how many guys put it at the end of the stage versus, staying out and running it into stage 2.
I did so many caution laps that I've been thinking here as well, and I think a lot of teams are thinking the same thing. With how many caution laps we ran in that first stage, it opened up the playbook massively for these teams.
And the playbook was already pretty wide. But that, changed a lot. Not suggestive that we won't see a bunch of them, but so the games could be played.
Yeah, the one thing that we are seeing is that there's no one really just driving away from the field. These cars are all very close. And the one thing about this track is you could push the limit and find speed, but the consequences if you do that, especially early in the race, are massive. Like you get into one of these walls in a high braking zone, your day will be done.
1-800-PACK-RAT onboard camera. Look at back at the battle for second. Austin Hill, a 1.9 second advantage out front.
Just like we saw
12 and 12B.
Yeah, just as we saw in qualifying earlier today, what we've noticed about this car, Austin Hill, the 21, is you watch his hands. And I've driven this yesterday, one of the most wonderful things is how settled his hands are under braking in this race car. Just real positive turn-ins, gets great rotation, good drive off. I thought his car looked really good in qualifying and showing up here in the race as well. Brent was fast, but I have to think that this 21 in the speed category could be really competitive against Brent Cruz.
I got to tell you, though, he's running the Cup car, obviously, in the 33 for Richard Childress Racing. He's been really fast there, too. He's been outstanding with both practice and qualifying. And when you think about his history, he's really good running in street competition. He's never got the payoff. In fact, road course is the only style of track he hasn't won on in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, but he's really, really good at it. And he's now got less than a lap to go to win stage 1.
16 top 5s on road courses for Austin Hill. That's full down. Basically, every race he's done, he's basically the top 5. And I think he gets overshadowed because when we go to the road courses, we focus on like a Zillage or an SVG because of how good they are at those places. But he's just in the next category of those guys. You don't really think of him as a road racer, but he always seems to get a good finish.
It's probably not fair to say that he hasn't won one.
1 lap to go in stage number 1 right now. Austin Hill with about a 1-second lead over Parker Retzlaff as of the last time that the leaders crossed the start-finish line. Top 5 in the running order as of right now have Hill in the lead with Retzlaff in second, Sam Mayer third, Anthony Alfredo fourth, and Carson Quapple in the 5th place position. Going to go back through the field to see who has tried to flip stage number 1 with pit stops. Ryan Sieg, Corey Day. I believe Jesse Love is still in the track because he had to take a pass through, but I could be wrong there. He might have pitted as well, but again, I'm not entirely sure on that. Let me see if I can check a different leaderboard to see if Jesse Love might have pitted. I don't think you're going to see many cars pit at the end of stage 1, though. I think that's a lot of the reason as to why these cars are staying out on the track, just because of all the caution laps that were already ran. So yes, Jesse Love pitted. The cars that hit pit road were Blaine Perkins, Preston Pardis, Jesse Love, Ryan Sieg, Corey Day. Brent Cruz. And a little bit of debris on the grill. Justin Allgaier came to pit road during the caution, topped off on fuel. Same for Brandon Jones and Andrew Patterson. But they did not take tires or pit under green. Coming to the end of stage number 1 and just a couple more corners for Austin Hill, who's doing double duty for obviously most tracks the rest of the season after the unfortunate passing of Kyle Busch about a month ago. But having that extra seat time at a track new to the NASCAR ranks in both the O'Reilly and Cup Series this weekend, big for him. He has been quick all weekend long in both series, and he'll be the stage 1 winner here today in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race. So a first place finish for Hill in stage 1 with Parker Retzlaff second, Sam Mayer in third, Anthony Alfredo in fourth, and Carson Quapple rounding out the top 5 in 5th. Sammy Smith in 6th, Sheldon Creed 7th, Austin Green in 8th, Taylor Gray 9th, William Sawalich will get the final stage point in 10th. So our 15-lap opening stage is done. Took just over an hour. If you count the red flag minutes, it took almost an hour and a half to finish stage 1 here today. And a 15-lap stage, might I add. Only caution was the manhole cover coming up and getting hit by Corey Day, who has since gotten back on the lead lap. Tried to go with a pit strategy. And that said, pit strategy for Corey Day was actually to try to flip the stage, but unfortunately got caught with a speeding penalty. Now, if he did take the pass-through penalty under green, then he should be okay, but I don't know if he was allowed to take the pass-through penalty under green because technically pit road would have been closed with 2 laps to go in the stage that next time back around, so I don't know if he served the penalty or not yet. If he did not, he'll be at the tail end of the lead lap for the next restart, and his pit stop basically going to be all for naught. Brody Stanfield, Bone Crazy, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, CW, it's just a street course layout. The camera angle is not going to be as great around this track compared to most of the purpose-built road courses. Obviously, all the ovals that we go to on the schedule. Fox missed a lot during the truck race yesterday, and I'm kind of seeing that for the O'Reilly race here as well. Though I think most of the Fox problems was more a production error than where the cameras were stationed on the camera wells around the track. But again, we are through stage 1, quarter of the way through the race. We'll see what most of the field's going to do strategy-wise. I would not be shocked if we don't see a lot of cars pit. Back after the lead lap may end up pitting just to top off on fuel again, just like they did during the first yellow. Shro, thanks for tuning in. Yes, it was a long stage. Yeah, it was announced earlier in the week. NASCAR 26 coming out in September. Kyle Larson, defending series champion for the NASCAR Cup Series, on the cover.
NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by United Rentals, official rental equipment partner of NASCAR and NASCAR Impact Partner. SafeLight, it's your windshield. Get it fixed any way you want at safelight.com. And by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Back live, Southern California, Naval Base Coronado with Jamie McMurray, Parker Kligerman. I'm Adam Alexander. You're watching the United Rentals Driven to Serve 250 on CW. Round 18 for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Pit road going to open here, and now you're like, who's going to pit? Who's not? A couple of guys flip the stage. They say in 21 camp about maybe coming down pitting here after winning the stage.
Pretty wore out. I think the car is really good. I like we need things here. I want to tell you right now, you want the tires, but I think that they're trying to connect basically through the stops here, and the strategy with all the caution laps we had, as we alluded to, this allows them to basically get to where they can possibly flip stage 2 at the track station on the other side. It opens up the playbook a little bit. What he's talking about there, the rear laterals, just you're losing rear grip. That's historically what happens in these O'Reilly Series cars on road course. This place has been really abrasive, the rear tires, so it's something they're trying to figure out. Can you stay up front if you do this? But if 20 cars had flipped that, then I would say it would be different. We just didn't have that many. I think you got to put tires on here and race on the offense. This isn't a track to be defensive at. You're setting yourself up to be very vulnerable right here.
Well, here's the interesting thing. I mean, if you're going to flip stage 2,
Oof. Well, it's a little split.
Mixed bag, right, as to how you manage it. First of those coming out, second in stage one, Parker Retzloff. Let's go to Progressive Pit Road. Kim?
And Anthony Alfredo in the 96. Great speed today, just struggling with a little bit of rear grip. Interesting, though, I talked to crew chief Joshua Graham before the race, and he felt like he could pit at the end of stage one, and then if they got enough cautions, actually still make it a two-stop race. We'll have to see how it plays out, Dylan.
Sam Mayer just said he was 2 numbers loose everywhere in the 41 car. Parker Retzlaff pitted from second, said he needs rear drive through the slower corners. Otherwise, he feels really good. They'll make a chassis adjustment, change 4 tires, and add fuel.
So some drivers flip the stage. Some drivers pit at the end of the stage. Some are yet to pit at all, including the man out front, Austin Hill. Will reset the running order and fire things up for stage 2 when we return.
There's a car barreling towards me.
Trying to stay hydrated during the stream. A little warm in my room, and I'm on my 3rd bottle of water already. And so we're only through stage 1, but that is because of the length of how long we've been in this race so far. So a lot of the leaders staying out of the pits, staying on the racetrack. Track position is key. And the drivers who are going to have about 4 to 5 lap fresher tires will be an advantage, but they're going to be buried so far deep in the field. I have to wait to see exactly where they're going to be. Brent Kurz is going to have speed to get back up there. He's proven to be a very good road course racer. Great opportunity he's going to have driving the 20 car. If he does step in the NASCAR Cup Series this weekend, and maybe even next weekend at Sonoma as well, the likes of Christopher Bell, injured with that broken wrist, sustained in a crash in stage 3 at Michigan a couple of weeks ago. Bell will start the race so he can get points towards the driver's standings as he comes in 10th in the standings entering this weekend. Maintained in 10th after running last week at Pocono, first race with that injury. Justin Allgaier has made his way onto pit road, and they're underneath the hood of that 7 car. So more problems for the 7 team. And it looks, we'll see if he gets back out there. He is rolling away from his pit box, so that's good. Allgaier's still in the race, but something is going on. It changed an entire shock after the manhole came loose when he was on pit road the first time to top off on fuel. Qualified for this race in 16th. Going to be at the tail end of the lead lap again. Field going through the choose rule. And we will restart this time by. Only 2 laps of caution for the stage break. NASCAR trying to tidy this quickly. We've already had a lot of caution laps ran today. A lot of caution time. So trying to make this as quick as they possibly can for the stage break. And hopefully we have a clean and green stage 2. Tim Fowler, welcome to the stream. Going for Sam Mayer. Cheese Man, welcome in. Cannot find anything other than battle pass and driver cams on CW. I have no idea. I do not have only that on my CW broadcast in the Cleveland area, so I do not know. I've not had any issues with CW both last year and this. Well, last year I had an issue. There was like 3 or 4 races in a row. I didn't have any audio. And that part was odd. I had picture-in-picture, but there was no audio on the broadcast at all. And that happened for a good 3 or 4 weeks. And it wasn't just my TV because it was working fine for the truck and cup races on that weekend. So it was just a CW problem. Specifically. Raymond Joss, welcome to the stream. Broken valve spring for Allgaier. That's tough. Gonna be down on power, it sounds. Must be a regional thing, probably. I know they've had regional problems with CW broadcast before. The broadcast itself, good when it works 100% of the time, or is available for viewing experiences. Green flag is back in the air. Stage 2 underway. Austin Hill, the Stage 1 winner, is the race leader. Get the leaderboard back up and running here. Carries through the first turn and has about a 3-car length lead or more into turn 2. Plenty of room to attack the corner, as business usual. Tight side-by-side battle for second between Carson Quapple and Sammy Smith. Carson Quapple, somebody to look out for this weekend. He hasn't won in the O'Reilly Series level before, but he's had some good runs on road courses in recent years. Remember last year at COTA challenged Connor Zilic very thoroughly in that race, got in a crash late battling for the win. Had also had a good run at Watkins Glen later in the season as well, where he was competing for a race win with the likes of Shane Van Gisbergen and Connor Zilic. So here today with no Zilic or SVG in the field, maybe a driver like Carson Quapple could capitalize. Qualified up in the top 10. He's not in the one car at Junior Motorsports full-time this season. He's splitting between there and the Mario Gosling-owned team in the 91 to put together a full season's worth of racing. But he's still been consistent enough in both rides that he is tied for 6th in points with, oddly enough, the current race leader, Austin Hill, coming into the day. And here he is up to 2nd, and now we'll see if he's got any kind of pace for Hill, and we'll try to see lap times every couple minutes here as they complete a lap, and if he is running on par with the 21. Right now, the 21 is the one to beat because the 19 is buried in traffic, having that debris on the grill and choosing to pit before the end of Stage 1. A lot of the leaders have not pitted yet, but they're hoping to make it far enough into Stage 2 that they could just flip this stage instead and then keep their stage points, obviously, from Stage 1. Knowing that the likes of Brent Cruz and others are probably going to try to flip the stage again anyway. Cruz off of the restart, able to gain 8 positions in the first lap, and he's already up to 9th after restarting 17th. Back half of the lead lap, quite a few cars came into the pits, but not as many in the front half. So Cruz was able to leapfrog about half the field, and now, again, back up in the top 10. Definitely not out of contention of things so far, with a long ways to go. Fastest lap of the race set by the driver at the Clean Air that last time, Austin Hill. So despite Quapple getting into 2nd, he is not eating after that race lead. Hill's actually opened it up to about a 2.2 second advantage over Quapple in 2nd place. A 2.9 second lead over Sammy Smith in 3rd. Austin Green in 4th, 3.1 back. And Harrison Burton rounds out the top 5 and 5th for Sam Hunt Racing at 3.9 seconds out of the lead. And Brent Cruz just gained 3 more spots and he's up to 6th. My goodness. This man is on a mission. Now he's in 5th. He just made a pass on Harrison Burton. Brent Cruz is the guy to beat tonight. Never mind. I said something about Austin Hill having track position. He's going to be the guy to beat. I think Brent Cruz is the guy to beat. Hill's got the open room to run to put together those fastest laps, but this 18-year-old is on a rail right now. And the fact that he's picked up 11 spots in a lap and a half, highly impressive, especially in a road course where there's just not a lot of room to make passes like that. You can vote for who you think is going to win in our chat poll. Brent Cruz was one of the options for the race win tonight. That poll will close at the end of Stage 2. He's going down in the voting poll some. I think in the pre-race he was at 38% of the votes to win. He is now only at 22%. 38% of 92 votes are taking somebody other than Allgaier, Love, or Cruz for the win. Justin Allgaier at 33%, having some issues mechanically here tonight. Going to be a long road ahead, even if he can just make it to the finish. And Jesse Love started deep in the field. Had to make a pass-through penalty at the start of the race because of failing pre-race tech multiple times. Because of the caution that came out on lap 1 with the manhole cover and all the caution laps ran, he couldn't actually serve that penalty under green until the later portion of stage number 1. As of right now, Jesse Love has raced his way up to the 10th place position. He did short pit before the end of the last stage, so he leapfrogged half the field based off of that alone. And he too has picked up quite a few spots in the restart. 14 positions gained from 19th, from 24th to 10th, and about 2 to 2.5 laps after the restart. 11 laps to go as they just cross the start-finish line for stage 2. Still lap 18 as the fastest lap of the race for Hill. Everybody else inside the top 10 has made their fastest lap of the race in stage 2 minus Sam Mayer and Jeff Burton. In fact, 7 of the top 10, outside of those two I just named, and then Austin Hill at lap 18, ran their fastest laps of the race at lap 19. Cruz, on the back bumper of Sammy Smith for third. Passed Austin Green just a couple of corners ago. Waiting for the next high-braking passing opportunity. Striking in the right-hand corner. Cruz up to third place. Clean pass. Austin Green going to try to sneak past, but Sammy Smith shuts the door. And the winding corners back and forth, almost Esses-like. Around turns 9 through 11. Oh, it's Sammy Smith. Hot under braking, wheel hops it. Around he goes. Goes for a spin, keeps it off the wall, keeps it going in the correct direction very quickly at that. He did lose a few positions, but still inside the top 10. Carried too much speed into the corner after just getting passed by Cruz and was under heavy pressure from Austin Green for a couple of consecutive corners. Going to get a replay just to make sure that was a wheel hop. And I believe it was. I don't think there was contact from behind. Maybe he wheel hopped it and then got contact, but I think he was out of shape before the 87 had got to him. Have to wait to maybe get another angle on that just to make sure. Maybe my depth perception could be off, but I don't think he got contacted. Radio communications might say otherwise if we had the ability to listen into that live as he was getting spun around. Smith fell from the 4th place position back to 7th with that slide. Oh yeah, there was no contact. They had the rear bumper cam on. And that 87 car was a little bit behind him. He was tight to the back bumper, but he definitely did not make contact. There was space there. Don't really see the next-gen cars in the NASCAR Cup Series wheel hop. A little harder to do that with the sequential gearbox shifting that goes on there. A lot more rear tire security in general with those next-gen cars. Heavier. But these O'Reilly cars, almost called them Xfinity. Haven't done that much this year, but the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series cars still have a lot less rear grip. I mean, you're seeing them slip and slide around not only this track, but most tracks every weekend. Still a lot easier in high braking corners to have that wheel hop on road courses. As Harrison Burton, I believe, just made a pass for position on Sammy Smith for 6th. Jeff Burton, is who he was just making a pass on for position. Get back to Carson Kvapil, still 2.4 seconds behind Austin Hill. 3.9 seconds to 3rd place Brett Cruz. Austin Green, 4.8 seconds off the lead in 4th. Sam Mayer in 5th, 7.7 back. Harrison Burton at 6 is 8.7 seconds off the lead. Sammy Smith is in 7th, 11.5 seconds back. Roger Crew, 13 seconds off the lead in 8th. Sheldon Creed in 9th, 13.2 back. And Jeff Burton, 13.8 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 10. Well, Sammy Smith is definitely going to have to be up drivers to flip the stage. He hasn't been to pit road yet, but those tires have to be shot after that spin. And he actually just got hit from behind by the 00 of Sheldon Creed a couple laps ago. There was definite contact made there, causing his spin. There was no contact with his first spin in, I believe, turn 2. This one, there was some definite contact from the 00. And Sammy Smith lost a lot more positions because of that than what he did with his self-spin just a couple laps before. And Sammy Smith will now come to pit road because after not just 1 but 2 spins, he's going to need some fresh tires. So he's going to be at the tail end of the lead lap for sure this time around. Well, tough break considering he was in 4th about a lap ago. All that position on the racetrack now lost. Cheese Man, thanks for tuning in. You're my broadcaster now. Appreciate that, Cheese Man. I do my best. Let you listen in to some of the broadcasts throughout the course of the weekend. I try to do most of the commentary on my own. But it's nice to listen in to get a driver's perspective on things that they have in the booth that I am not able to offer to you. I don't have so much knowledge. I've raced in my lifetime for 11 years, but I have not raced NASCAR stock cars on asphalt ovals or road courses or street courses. So I can't relay a lot of stuff to you, but I try to do my best. And obviously describing what's going on the track, race quality-wise. It's good to get some green flag racing in here. I don't know that we exceeded a green flag run of double-digit laps yesterday in the truck race because the first 2 stages were only 12 laps in length. I believe there was cautions in the first 2 stages, and then also stage 3 had a couple of yellows as well. And while we saw some green flag pit stops, it's just because the fuel window is only about 16 to 18 green flag laps in those trucks, so they were trying to split that final run in half, which would have been 18 laps to the end of the stage from when they last went green. Final stage a little bit longer today because of the race length being 10 laps longer in length. So you got 30 laps here. You're going to go well beyond the fuel window at stage 3 alone. But I think the strategy is pretty plain and simple. It's more simplified strategy now, I think, because of the caution rather than being exacerbated because of all the caution laps, because it pretty much made this an easy 2-stop race. Pit before the end of stage 2, get to that final window, be one of the first to pit road when the fuel window opens to make it to the end, and you're there. Got quite a few cars on pit road right now, and that's very odd that this is happening on lap 8 of the stage, but I guess those drivers may be running a little bit short on fuel with not being to pit road yet. It's 22 laps into the race entirely. Again, 16 to 18 green flag laps to fuel window, but we have had 8 caution laps so far. Some drivers obviously able to save a little bit more fuel under the cautions than others. Uh-oh. Replay during the commercial break. Justin Allgaier and Leguizamon making some contact, and Allgaier goes for a spin after the 42 overshoots the corner, trying to run side by side. Not sure what area of the racetrack that was on. Both cars go wide. No major damage on either vehicle from car-to-car contact, and they were able to keep it off the tire packed well to the outside of the corner as well. And moments ago, we did have one car get against the outside wall, the 45 of LeVar Scott. And I don't know if he has been able to drive back around. He is stalled, and the caution flag is out. Not sure if a right front tire went flat or maybe something broke in the race car. Could have popped the wall and then the tire went flat. Regardless of the case, the 45 is stuck on track, so caution is out full course. And we will get a record to getting back into the pit lane and or garage area. Brett Cruz during the commercial break was able to pass Carson Kvapil for second on the racetrack. We are just past halfway through stage 2. Austin Hill has led every green flag lap of stage number 2. Brett Cruz was the leader in stage 1 before having to pit because of debris on the race car. Was going to have an overheating issue, so he short pitted the stage 1. He has driven all the way up to second. Austin Hill was the stage 1 winner, and he's led ever since. Being on the edge of the fuel window and already having some cars pit just before the caution, I'm curious if the leaders are going to still try to run this a few more laps to maybe make it within that final window a little easier, or they feel the window is open now, they can pit and then stay out at the stage end and maybe collect stage points again in stage 2 if other drivers try to flip it, maybe get a little bit better tire advantage. That's one thing, too, for Brett Cruz. Yes, he is the fastest car in the field and drove his way from 17th on the restart up to second, but you got to factor in he does have fresher tires because he pitted before the stage caution when a lot of the cars in front of him, actually every car in front of him, because he would have been the first of those on fresher tires, had old tires and had not been to pit road. No adjustments made the entire race yet, so he did have an advantage there. I think on equal tires, Austin Hill will be able to put up more of a fight with Brett Cruz, even if he's behind him, but I still think Cruz is the guy to beat today. Just not as wide of a margin as I think it's looking like lap time-wise, despite the 19 car being quicker on that last run. And if the 19 stays out and the 21 pits here, that's going to be interesting too, because then they're both just going to be off strategy again, and it'll be Hill on the fresher tires. And pretty much Cruz at the beginning of stage 3, if he stays out now, is going to be in the same predicament he was just in. He got through unscathed. He got through all that traffic quickly once. Yes, he can do it again. The problem is you're putting yourself mid-pack on a restart, and especially in the O'Reilly series or in the truck series, it's a very, very dangerous game. Well, I shouldn't even say just these series. Any series, it's a dangerous game, especially in a street course. But as you go into the lower series where cautions seem to be a little bit more predominant, it's even that much more risky. Putting basically your race strategy and fate in another driver's hands. Thanks for the $1.99 super chat, by the way, Cheeseman. I greatly appreciate that. And also, Robert Goodrich, thank you for the $5 super chat as well. Found a few extra bones. Thank you for your streams, Keegan. Well, thank you so much for donating. I never ask for it, but it's greatly appreciated. The only thing I ever ask for week to week is that you like and subscribe on the channel. That's just because I'm trying to help the algorithm out, but it's trying to get this push to other related NASCAR content on YouTube, and we can watch every NASCAR race every weekend right here on the channel. Live commentary coverage for the NASCAR Cup race tomorrow. Again, will begin at 2:30 p.m. Eastern on the channel. Once more, 2:30 p.m. Or sorry, I said that earlier too during the qualifying stream. 3:30 p.m. Eastern. If you forget, you can check the community tab. I've got the streaming schedule for the whole weekend laid out. I put that up yesterday afternoon, so I always post a schedule for the weekend before the weekend comes up. Every week, but we will be streaming 3:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
It's incredible when you go on these ships, the blend of old school, new technology, you know, and the sailors enjoyed every part of it.
That's awesome.
It's great.
You can't appreciate the size of that ship until you get up close to it or
Right.
go on it.
Yeah. All right, pit road is open. Kim, here they are under caution.
Including leader Austin Hill. He told his team, not bad, just lose rear lateral as we run front turn, though, pretty good. They're going to take 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Snowcloak fuel. Just a small adjustment, nothing big, just something to make him a little bit more comfortable, Dylan.
First pit stop of the day for Carson Kvapil. Earlier in the race, he said he was loose and just needs more lateral drive. They'll try to adjust for that. Brett Cruz is in as well, so it neutralizes some of their strategy differences. They're going to change 4 tires and fuel, making air pressure and chaff adjustment 19.
I would say the race off pit road here is big. because you want to be leading your group, right? And this is not going to be for the race lead, but you want to be in front of that group that's on the same strategy as you. And the other thing that I would say here, anybody that pits right now, you still have to come one more time. There's no one pitting at this stage that can get home. A number of drivers stay out, and this is what we always talk about. Play card is wide and deep. We won't go into the weeds on what everybody's trying to do, but there are going to be multiple cycles as everything happens throughout the early portion of this race, and you really won't know what you have till you get inside of 20 laps to go, probably.
There's different objectives. You know, for these Viking Motorsport cars, they might be thinking, hey, we want the stage points. That's the objective for them. It's on offer. Maybe something they didn't even expect coming into this weekend to have a haul stage points. So you also balance that opportunity in these scenarios where maybe there's one strategy that's best that you think theoretically is the best to be in the best position late in the race, but there's other strategies that offer you to get a haul stage points, which can be massive as well, no matter what your finish is.
And we talk about it every week. And when you pit or when people stay out and it shakes up the field, you're vulnerable on these restarts. I mean, we've had exceptionally clean restarts up to this point, but at some point in this race, guys are going to start to get more aggressive. You mentioned, wanting to get stage points. You got 6 to go. We're going to have 4 or 5 to go once we go back green. So guys are going to be more aggressive at those moments in the race.
16 cars did stay out here. Tonight, Banana Ball is bringing the ultimate summer party, and you won't want to miss it. Watch as the party animals face off against the Texas Tailgaters live from First Horizon Park in Nashville. Don't miss the most electric baseball party of the summer tonight, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here on CW. We showed you earlier Petco Park going to break, home of the San Diego Padres. This place holds almost 40,000. And did host the All-Star Game 10 years ago, World Baseball Championship, the Classic Championship played here 20 years ago. Been opening to
that Survivor Series last year.
You know you're getting old when you're like, man, there's Petco Park, one of the new ballparks in Major League Baseball. And it's like, it's been there for 20 some years. Going to be a short little run to end the stage when we return to the green flag.
I was really impressed with Austin Hill being able to stay on those tires. I mean, Brent was quicker, but it was only about 3/10 a lap. I thought there was going to be a way bigger difference. What we don't know about the track, and everyone's, experienced the tire wear, but as rubber lays down, does that get better throughout the race? It did seem like yesterday in the truck race, the grip level went up substantially as the race went on. You got to think with the qualifying we had earlier today and the amount of rubber being laid down in this race right here. I mean, look how black that is right there.
You see it. Yeah.
Let's do our golden moment presented by Golden Corral. This happened before the caution came out. We'll get our third yellow in the afternoon. See a trio of cars going through turn 2. Behind them, Dean Thompson jumped wide into the wall.
That is a hard hit. Remember, that's fully real concrete walls here.
You hate it for Dean because this is a game right from Anaheim, California. And that team's been performing really well. 3 consecutive top 15 finishes.
And, of course, Corey Day was in the picture at the time.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
The way his day is going.
Corey Day's having a day. There's no doubt about it.
Jeez. Mention the fact 16 cars stayed out here. Various strategies within that group that stayed on track. Rick Cruz is 17th, and that's where he was prior to the choose. The first that came off pit road of those drivers that pitted here at lap 24. You see all the California-born drivers in the field.
Yeah, plenty of them there. Adam, the one thing that sticks out to me that's going to make this restart different than anything we've seen so far is the level of cars at the front. Like, there's some guys that have not been up front that are quite a bit off the pace compared to what we've seen the leaders run. And that is going to change us from really about 12th or 13th forward. You got a few guys that have been up front today, but a lot of those cars have not been up there. And that is going to really shake this up. The braking capability of everyone's, at a different level there. And it's going to make this restart crazier than anything we've seen up to this point. Those guys have to manage that.
United Rentals on board, riding with Jesse Love. He did it at lap 24, was 20th prior to the choose.
All right, 5 laps to go, stage 2, as we get back to racing again here. Green flag back in the air. Taylor Gray staying out on the racetrack. He's trying to collect some points as he is the first driver outside the chase cut line coming into this race this weekend. And Parker Retzlaff, who's 10th in points right around the chase cut line, as only 12 drivers will make the chase at the end of the regular season, is on the front row for the restart, just as he qualified on the front row earlier today. Anthony Alfredo, another bubble driver in that battle, and Corey Day now up inside the top 5 for the first time, cycling through in what is now the white HendrickCars.com Chevrolet after the primary car, of course, the traditional blue paint scheme we see with that race car and its colors every weekend, had been destroyed in practice yesterday. Taylor Gray able to fend off and keep the race lead away from the Viking Motorsport Chevrolet, who runs behind him now, Parker Retzlaff, one Viking Motorsport car underneath another, as Anthony Alfredo is going to try to make this pass for second, very tightly running side by side around a couple of corners, both left and right. Maybe not something you want to see on a tight street course like this at high-rated speeds if you're an owner, but cars dive bombing middle back of the pack. Jesse Love just got put 3 wide middle. I think he was trying to check up and back the corner up, and then he had cars shooting both sides, trying to get by. Now they're 3 wide right in front of him. Middle of the pack is as congested as ever. And really, it's the most aggressive we've seen these guys in the middle of the pack today. A lot of those drivers are some that had pitted under the caution. Justin Allgaier going for a spin again. The second spin of the stage for Allgaier in the 7. Not that he made up a lot of track position, but there he goes to the back again. From the field, it is still all Taylor Gray. As we get a lap into the restart and things are starting to sort out a little bit, or at least trying to do so, Taylor Gray again is the race leader. Parker Retzlaff is second. Anthony Alfredo third. Blaine Perkins fourth. Ryan Ellis rounding out the top 5 and fifth. Corey Day in, let me rephrase that. Our leaderboard just updated here. Taylor Gray's the leader. Parker Retzlaff in second. Anthony Alfredo third. Corey Day fourth. Ryan Ellis is fifth. Jeremy Clements in sixth. Blaine Perkins 7th, Raja Caruth 8th, Sammy Smith 9th, Jeff Burton rounds out the top 10. It has not been mentioned on the broadcast yet today, but they covered it a ton last weekend, and that was great to see. But Jeremy Clements actually has just broken the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series record for the most starts in a single career. He had tied the record with Kenny Wallace last weekend at Pocono. I thought the broadcast did a great job covering him all day long. It's also cool to see him run in the top 10 for most of the race as well, while having that tie-breaking performance and then breaking the record today. I have not heard them mention it yet. Maybe they did in the pre-race a little bit more. But on the track itself, they have not mentioned that he has broken the record. Hopefully they cover that at some point. Obviously, I've had it muted so far, but I have not seen them actually focus in picture with Clements. And hopefully they do it while he is out on the track and not if he gets taken out in an incident later in the race or something, and they don't cover it as he's exiting the race. Battle on track and on screen showing for about 11th right now. Jeff Burton in the 27. He just got passed by the 21 of Austin Hill. Trying to get through some traffic. Highest running of those that hit pit road, I believe, is Carson Kvapil in 8th, but I could be wrong. Sammy Smith actually in 6th. Smith has gained 22 positions from the restart. Somehow went from 28th to 6th. I have to remember he had that spin, multiple spins on the same lap might I add, that put him back into pit under green a little earlier than some of the others. And he's gotten all that track position back and then some. Kvapil and Mayer, they did not pit during the caution. Actually, now I'm looking at it, I don't think the leaderboard is accurate as far as the positions gained or lost since the restart. Because I don't think Sammy Smith restarted that far back in the running order, considering he probably stayed out of the pits during the caution. And it's showing that Mayer and Quapple lost a few spots, even though I am pretty sure that they pitted. Brett Cruz, I know for a fact, pitted, and he has scored -8 in 10th, even though he restarted outside the top 10. I wonder if the quick caution had something to do with that, only running a couple laps under yellow. I'm assuming this is a replay of Allgaier going for a spin several laps ago and not the third time that he has spun in the stage today. About 2.5 laps to go yet in stage 2. Another spinner, and it's another Junior Motorsports Chevy, the 88 of Raja Karuth is around. I believe a throwback scheme for Karuth this weekend, a throwback to the old number 88 Navy paint scheme that was ran by Brad Keselowski in his early Junior Motorsport O'Reilly Series days. I think it's a missed opportunity to not actually have Navy sponsoring that car this weekend, but still a cool throwback. Unfortunate it is spun. And I believe he did get contact before that spin. That did not look like a wheel hop. I'm going to rewind it just to see another replay of that. I wasn't sure if it was the 31 or the 18 that maybe got into him. Take another look here. Actually, it looked like he was braking to keep it off the 21 of Austin Hill, because he looked a lot closer to the back bumper of Hill's race car than he did off the front bumper of the 31 of Blaine Perkins. So there was contact, but I think it was more in the checking up phase than it was getting ran into from behind. Aggressive move by Brett Cruz to the inside and slightly making contact through turn 2 on Carson Quapple, and already treacherous corner of the racetrack. Turn 3, right back to the inside again goes Cruz as Quapple blows the corner on the outside, and that will move Brett Cruz up to now 7th place. Trying to get back up to where Sammy Smith and the 8 car is running. As Smith has just gotten back in the top 5. At least was battling Sam Mayer for 5th. Did not win that battle. He's now 6th still. Frank Cruz is just 1 position behind him in 7th. Austin Hill still has the fastest lap of the race for that Xfinity Fastest Lap Bonus Point Award. Back on lap 18, 137.257 second lap. Taylor Gray, Parker Retzlaff, tight battle for what would be the Stage 2 win. Within a half a second of one another, we didn't really see any pit stops before the end of the stage because most of those drivers that did pit early just pitted under the last caution instead of having to pit under green. They will stay out during the stage break and they will be able to get some points along with their good runs. Maybe not as many points because I don't think they're going to catch these top 2, but still get a handful for those at the front of that strategy. And working their way up through turn 16 to the start-finish line. 1 lap to go in stage number 2. And again, it is a Taylor Gray and Parker Retzlaff battle for the stage win. Gray having the advantage right now. Retzlaff through turn 2, going to widen out his corner. Way better arc for Retzlaff and gets back to the gas before Gray. They're going to be side by side into turn 3. Left-hander, Retzlaff out in front. Trying to back up the corner and cross him over is Gray. Will he get alongside into turn 4? No, he does not. Slides through the center of turn 4 A lot more steady Eddie is the 99 of Parker Retzlaff, and now trying to pull away from him on this next long straightaway. That was a big momentum breaking corner for Taylor Gray by sliding the rear tires when the 99 didn't in front of him, could not get back to the gas as soon to one of the longer straightaways and on throttle parts of the racetrack. But catches right back up to him a couple corners later, deep into the braking zone. A little bit of contact. 54.99, sidewinding corners, 9 through 11. Nose to nose. More contact up off the exit of the corner. Nobody giving an inch. Retzlaff and Gray. For about 4 consecutive corners, these two cars have been side to side. They have touched a few times. Once more. Who will get the stage win in Naval Base Coronado? Oh, shoved wide and into the wall goes the 99. Caught it with the left rear tire. Might have quite a bit of damage as he tries to limp it back home. Should win the stage for Taylor Gray in the 54 with just a couple more corners to go. And he is pulling away from Retzlaff. That is a tough break for Retzlaff because that is some major damage that's going to have to be repaired at the stage end. Gray locking the front tires up but still pulling away through the chicane, and final corner now, stage 2 winner, Taylor Gray. Your contact with Retzlaff. There's just two cars fighting for the same spot on a tight, narrow racetrack for so many corners in a row, side by side, that they were making contact. That last time they made contact, unfortunately, the 99 was shoved a bit wide, but I don't put much fault on Gray necessarily for that, as much as it is just the tight confines of the racetrack and two drivers running out of real estate. But Gray's going to win stage 2 after a great last couple lap battle. Parker Retzlaff does hold on for second, but damage is going to have to be repaired on that 99. And it's going to cause for a lengthier stop. Anthony Alfredo third in stage 2. Corey Day fourth. Sam Mayer rounding out the top 5 and 5th. Then Brent Cruz 6th. Carson Quapple 7th. Austin Hill in 8th. Sammy Smith 9th. And William Sawalich for the second stage gets the final stage point in stage 2, just as he did stage 1. Well, that stage didn't take up over an hour, but with the caution laps at the end of the stage and a couple more rain, it was still right around that 45-minute window, 40 to 45 minutes. Got a long ways to go in this one, considering that we have the length of stages 1 and 2 combined remaining in this race. I talked about that there was a very high probability this race is going to be up over 3 hours. With all the caution laps ran because of the manhole, this is definitely going to be well more than a 3-hour race. That's a long O'Reilly. I mean, that's a Cup Series race length. We get to do it all over again tomorrow. Sammy Smith keeps moving up, but he keeps spinning out. Yes, he does. Back to 9th again. Surprised you could spin out that many times and not junk the race car. There is a lot of runoff space in certain areas around the racetrack. A lot of those tighter corners that are more of the hard 90-degree turns do have a lot of runoff to them. And we've seen a lot of spins or cars going wide in those corners without necessarily totaling their cars all weekend. A lot of the totaling going on seems to be right around that kink in turn 16 coming back to the start-finish. And a bit in turn 2, but that's more just cars wheel hopping up off of that hill and sliding wide more so than crashing. As we've reached the end of stage 2, we're going to close off the chat poll for who you think is going to win this evening's race. We had 108 votes that were casted, 38% taking somebody other than Allgaier, Brent Cruz, or Jesse Love for the win. Allgaier's had his fair share of problems, but gets 32% of your votes tonight. Brent Cruz, my pick for the win at 21%. Jesse Love, only 9% of those votes. Haven't really seen Love much today, other has won the first 2 stages, though this one on strategy for Taylor Gray, but outright on speed, Austin Hill won stage 1. And now time for our diecast showing for today's stream. Showing off the 124 scale diecast collection that I have, and trying to go through every single one of them by the end of the season. So maybe you saw this last year when I was doing the diecast showings at the end of stage 2, but for this season, I have not shown off this one yet. This is a Terry Labonte number 5 from, I believe, 2003. No, 2000. Okay, this one's a little older. So this is from 2000. This is the Terry Labonte Tony the Tiger Kellogg's Frosted Flakes car. A classic from my childhood. One of many childhood favorite schemes, I'd say, for not just my childhood, but a lot of children in this era of NASCAR. I got so many Terry Labonte diecasts. He had all the cool ones growing up. You know, you have those kid-like sponsors, kind of like Kyle Busch with M&M's there through the last couple decades. Before Kyle Busch with M&M's, we had the Tony the Tiger car with Terry Labonte. Final career win in this paint scheme as well in 2003, which is why I was thinking it was a 2003 diecast, says he won the Southern 500 that year. Texas Terry. Kellogg's car is my favorite looking car, but as a kid, couldn't help but love that Tony the Tiger car. I'm glad Kyle Larson ran a throwback scheme of that. Was it last year or the year before when he ran that? All those throwback years tend to blend together now, but yes, that is the diecast showing for today. Pit road is open this time by, and we have, looks like Retzlaff stayed out of the pits. That's quite surprising after getting a piece of the wall. Corey Day's on pit road, but that might be about it until the back half of the lead lap.
Yeah, I do want to note that while they were on pit road lap 16 with the 2 Viking Motorsports guys and Taylor Gray, they only took fuel, so haven't taken tires since lap 12. Corey said no handling issues. They just need to put laps together for fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel for the 17.
Gonna go to break. We'll come back to the final stage. And as we head to break, we hear from drivers saluting those that serve our great nation.
Yeah, there's quite a few cars at the back half of the lead lap that were on their way in, but outside of Corey Day from the top 5, everybody else pretty much staying out on the racetrack. Some of those trying to stretch it to that final fuel window to make it to the end of the race. Others plenty good and saving a little bit more gas during another caution period for the end of the stage. Our 4th caution of the race today. Just the 2 lead changes so far, with Austin Hill winning stage 1 after the 19 of Brent Cruz had to pit for debris on the grill, was going to overheat towards the end of stage 1, so they flipped that stage because of it. And then Taylor Gray taking the lead from Austin Hill when he had pitted during the last caution. And despite the side-by-side battles with Parker Retzlaff going back and forth there for a little bit on that final lap, there was no official lead change because Gray led coming to the final lap of the stage and then led back at the start-finish line that following time by. So just the 2 lead changes. 11 caution laps. Feels like a lot more just because of how long the caution laps are. I think instead of this weekend, when we look at the statistic of caution laps, it's more we should look at like caution time, because we've had about an hour of caution flag pace today. So it has been about half of the race, just not by way of laps. But not as many incidents so far, knock on wood. Got a long ways to go. And final stage, 30 laps to take us to the finish. Yeah, that car is great. You're right. It is a great car. Yeah, and Kyle Busch did drive the Tony the Tiger car. His Tony the Tiger car wasn't as cool as Terry Labonte's, but he did drive it. Oddly enough. I like the Tony the Tiger scheme and cereal, but I was 50. Well, hey, I still like Frosted Flakes to this day, too. It's a good cereal. My favorite cereal growing up was Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I don't eat the sugary cereals more. I might sound old when I say this, but I usually go for like the Special K stuff now. But when I'm eating cereal, but when I was eating more of the sugary stuff growing up as a kid, I was leaning towards the Cinnamon Toast Crunch was my favorite. Frosted Flakes was up there though, that's for sure. If I do go back to a sugary cereal, it is Frosted Flakes from time to time. Name your favorite cereals in the chat. Give us a talking point under caution here. Yeah, Larson ran the throwback to that scheme. It was just one race. Carl Edwards had the Tony the Tiger car for a little bit in the Roush days there in the early 2010s. But that car didn't look quite as good either. That looked closer to Kyle Busch's Tony the Tiger car than Terry's did. Terry had the tiger stripes on the car. Like Kyle and Carl did not have that. You gotta have the tiger stripes. Yeah, Parker Retzlaff upset with Taylor Gray. He had his hand out the window after those two were racing hard for the stage win. But personally, I don't think Taylor Gray really did anything wrong as much as the 99 just ran out of room. Both cars were fighting hard for position. It didn't really look like any of them really overstepped as much as it is. It just ran out of racetrack. So part of street course racing. What? We got tempers. And both cars are going to restart on the front row this time, so it's going to be interesting if Retzlaff can stay alongside the 54 down into turn 2. He would be on the inside. That could get rough. Brent Cruz tried to move the 8 of Sammy Smith out of the way late in the stage, and Smith tried to retaliate and wasn't really able to do so. Cruz drove on. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Captain Crunch is a good one. I like the peanut butter Captain Crunch. The peanut butter Captain Crunch, I preferred over the fruity one. Like, I'm not a big, like, fruity cereal fan. Like, I would eat, like, Fruity Pebbles, but I was more of, like, an Apple Jacks if I was going to eat a circular, or Fruit Loops. That's what I was thinking of. I was more of an Apple Jacks over a Fruit Loops guy, personally. Green flag back in the air. Great restart for Retzlaff on the inside. Down into turn 2, he's going to have an advantage over Taylor Gray. Gray going extra wide. I don't know how that's going to work out for him. Trying to give him a better straight line exit. 2 and 3 wide getting through that second turn. It's still Gray and Retzlaff side by side into turn 3, and Retzlaff is clear. Gets out ahead, but depending on how much damage he is, this may hold up the 54 and allow for other cars to try to creep in and capitalize for a battle for the lead here. Oh, we got a big wreck. Towards the back. It's going to bring out a caution. I saw multiple cars around. We got to get a camera on that. Corey Day. Oh my gosh, this guy. I mean, Jamie McMurray's already said Corey Day has had a day today, but he really has. It looked like a big wreck. I thought I saw multiple cars spinning back there. Nose is caved in a bit on the 17. Caution flag is out again. I'm sure there was contact. Tough to tell where it came from. Just considering that the field was so bunched up on this restart and he was in the middle to back of the pack, I'd imagine there was contact that sent him around. About 27 laps to go this time by at the start-finish line. That picker has done a lot of work. And remember, he still doesn't want to damage this car too badly because he already wrecked the primary. We were talking about it at the start of the race today when he was having the problems with running through, I should say, the manhole cover. Or I guess the manhole cover ran through him. His car definitely had more of the damage than the cover itself. But that team has already gone through a lot of hard work to try to make the repairs necessary to get him back in this race. And he's already without a backup car for Sonoma next week, so still got to take care of this thing, make it to the finish. Part of the struggles for Corey Day in his rookie season this year is that he does have the most DNFs of any driver in the top 5 in points. The only drivers in the top 10 with the same or more DNFs are Carson Kvapil and Sam Mayer has one more DNF than Corey Day on the season. And there have been races where Day has been involved in incidents and have been able to make it through the day, but with some scuffs and scrapes along the way. While we're under caution, we'll take another break. You're listening live on KRC. Full flag-to-flag coverage of today's action continues. Like life, too old anyway. That's a good joke. I like that. Very, very creative, very clever. Golden Grams are still around. I haven't had those in forever. I forgot about Golden Grams. Cookie Crisp was a good cereal too. I like Cookie Crisp. Who doesn't like cookies and milk? Basically, a bowl of it for breakfast. Cocoa Pebbles. Oh. Then you just get the whole bowl of chocolate milk at the end of it. Yeah, forget the Fruity Pebbles. Give me Cocoa Pebbles all day. Fifth caution of the day, first of stage 3 on the opening lap of the stage. Corey Day spun towards the back of the pack. Right around turn 7. And we'll wait the next restart again. Full field running order under the caution. We got Parker Retzlaff in the lead, Taylor Gray second, Carson Kvapil third, Sam Mayer fourth, Austin Hill rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Anthony Alfredo in 6th, Brent Cruz 7th, Sammy Smith in 8th, William Sawalich 9th, Jesse Love rounds out the top 10, Austin Green 11th, and Sheldon Creed in 12th. Top dozen up towards the front of the field.
It's one of 11 operational aircraft carriers in the Navy. One of 3 that calls home at Naval Base Coronado, the USS Abraham Lincoln, USS Theodore Roosevelt. How about a crew of 6,000? I mean, it's incredible.
A city on the sea.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It really is amazing. And when you think about a deployment that can last over 100 days, it's just remarkable. The commitment of all of our sailors. I had a chance to go out, spend 24 hours on an aircraft carrier. It is a part of this whole process of NASCAR coming out here to race at Naval Base Coronado. And, you know, they serve the meals daily each week, the same thing, because they want to help you understand what day of the week it is.
Sharitha Cooper, by the way, thanks for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate that. Want to make sure I shouted that out before the next restart.
Hang out on this the other day. I learned a cool fact that catapult on the top, 0 to 160 miles per hour for those planes in 2 seconds. How about it? I want that acceleration in a race car if I could.
Let's go down to Kim.
Anthony Alfredo currently running in the 6th position. His first and only stop was on lap 16. So what's the plan for this 96 team? Here's what crew chief Joshua Graham told his driver. Here's in-car communication courtesy of Starkey.
How we can well, fight for me for about 5 more laps until finish, right? Now when you're set, I trust you both to go get something.
So you heard it, 5 more laps before we see them on pit road. So that final stretch will be just above 20 laps to go. It's been a great day, though. They have a good car. And Anthony actually telling me he feels like it's a level playing field for the team this weekend, not just because everybody is new to the Coronado race here, but also reminding me all those sim laps he does for Hendrick. Even if it's on the Cup side, he still felt like he benefited from that.
For our race leader there, Parker Retzoff, we talked about the damage he got on the left rear racing Taylor Gray for the stage win, but that right rear, we found some evidence where this came from. Sam Mayer in the 41 is going to get back into the rear bumper right there, and you see the right side jump out, creating that parachute. It's not really that it's about the performance of the car. I'm just a little bit more worried there out of turn 1 about the structural integrity of the rear end of this race car with many more hits like that. You see the deck lid sort of separating from the fenders. That's not something you want to see.
Well, the audio that Kim played kind of showed the hand of a lot of these teams on what you're going to be in your window here in the next 5 or 6 laps to make a pit stop. Then
Make sure I'm caught up with the broadcast. I know I had to rewind it earlier. It might be a little bit further behind.
the race, right? So a lot to think about here. Going to be 26 laps to go when we return to the green flag. Parker Retzloff going to be in charge. He had led only 1 lap in his prior 22 starts on a road course, talking about Retzloff, but in charge here today and trying to make it happen. We're coming through that restart zone again.
Yeah, Brendan Simons, he's been restarting on that inside line almost every restart. Did not get the power down correctly. He's going to give up the lead. Now he's just fighting to hold on to second. Oh, flash! Turn there. Oh, my. That's a huge impact. Gotta think he got hooked in the left rear to turn at that angle with that impact.
I missed it. It sounded awful.
Oh, he did. I think there was contact with Alfredo and just got turned the opposite. We talk about like a right rear hook. Oh, we just heard those guys talking about what a day they had. I hit the wall, how much it moved. You see the frustration inside the car there.
You see how the wall has been displaced.
Look,
wow.
See, massive impact right there. In a lot of respects, that's good. You know, that's dissipating the energy. It's the same theory of a softball. In a lot of respects, you have these concrete blocks, but having the ability for them to move like that softens the blow. It tears apart the race car like you see there. But that's dissipating the energy and the hit for the driver. Great to see Sam moving around. I know he's disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like you. I mean, we had the onboard shot there, and then you heard him on the radio, and that was a major relief because just a massive hit on the restart.
Into a
We're gonna have to fix that before we go back racing. To push that wall back together, you saw how they were tied together, and that fencing all stayed. And you mentioned it, Parker, like it's almost like hitting a safer barrier. It's the same concept, but the thing about these walls, they're sticky. You know, you get into those in the car, and that's part of what shreds the car. And also, as they split apart, starts to tear the car apart. You see, they're already up there trying to get a look at that. The radiator was laying. If you look, it's in the middle of your screen, right next to one of those pace trucks. That's the radiator out of that car laying in the racetrack. It's ripped the splitter bar out, all the mounts for the radiator, the hoses. You see right there, there's breakneck hoses. It's the oil cooler and the radiator that we saw Corey Day place earlier today from the manhole cover getting launched in his car. So great to see these guys getting out of these cars and walking back.
William Sawalich.
Can't wait to get a look at this and just see exactly what caused that. Take a look right there, Mayer. We have highlighted. Watch Anthony Alfredo is on his outside. You got to think Mayer is going to slide up maybe a little bit here. If
hit the inside.
Yeah. Awful hit. That's why he was referencing disappointed in himself, right? It's a mistake as a driver. You hit on yourself for misjudging and causes this horrible angle. The outside wall, and of course all these cars behind just have nowhere to go. And that wall on the front stretch, Sprint Cruise, you see a little bit of damage there on the left side of your screen, but the wall on the front stretch, it goes farther than what you, I mean, I feel like for all the laps we ran yesterday, every time you're like, man, it just goes farther around than what you think it's going to, and it pays to be close to it. Remember, you're sitting on the left side of this car. There's a whole right side of the race car.
It's going to be gnarly.
I don't think that looked as bad as what I know it felt inside of the car. Those just...
There's driver's side door first, might I add, into the wall on the outside.
19 cars involved in this crash on the restart. 6th yellow of the day.
He just, catches it late around the corner. And those are tougher to judge, right? You're on the left side of the car. You have to know how far wide your car is. And you're as a race car driver, you know, but you're also guessing a lot of times. And you cut as close as you possibly can. There's fruit there to be had if you can get right near that wall. The closer you can to it, there's more grip. Poor Anthony Alfredo. We just heard them talk about this epic points day, going to go out and try to win the race, and had a car capable of that. He's just, man, on the outside. Mayer comes across, he gets into that, and he has a big impact as well.
Yeah.
And all these guys right here, you see Pardis on the brakes trying to slow down. Not only do you have speed, but we saw that radiator and oil cooler get ripped out. All of that fluid gets on the racetrack, and you come around there, and even though you're trying to slow down, you just hit ice on the racetrack. You have no, just nothing you can do about it.
See Jeremy Clements there, 51, breaking the all-time starts record.
I knew they were going to cover his...
Start 5:48, going by Kenny Wallace.
I called it earlier on our coverage that they weren't going to call it out until he was involved in a wreck.
Shell 3.
Breaking the record, but I also inherited from the incident. Ah, jeez.
Right, you take your hands off the wheel, and then, well, there's wrecks where you're like, I think I'm going to see it, and then there's these, and you close your eyes and hope for the best, and you know the field's oncoming, so you know there's going to be hits coming from all angles. I'm telling you, the angle, I don't know that I've ever seen a wreck an angle that bad at that high of speed. I'm shocked it didn't knock the wind out of him. Like when we heard the radio communication, you heard his frustration, but I also got to think that the impact, the force that takes on your body. Riding with Sammy Smith.
Oh.
We're going to get a view for the 21 Austin Hill. One thing to note is you watch that wall. It's not a perfect radius. That wall is, that wasn't there when we got here, when we first did the track walk, and it's jagged a little bit. And you're trying to time that out, as you mentioned. And just to give you a reference, you're following the car in front of you. You don't have visibility of that, especially when you're lower. Sam's making a guess there as he follows Retzloff. He doesn't have great sight line. Did you notice that Austin Hill also hit it? He followed Sam to that position because you're referencing off the car in front of you, judging off them because you can't quite see. You don't have great sight lines. So it almost cascaded. Austin Hill got away with it. Sam didn't. But that's how close you're cutting it and how bad the visual is for the driver at that point, where you're just making a lot of educated guesses in that moment as to where you are on the racetrack and where you're trying to place it and you get away with it most times, and sometimes you go too far, and you have a moment like this. But Austin Hill hit that same wall. And Parker, you mentioned this in our pre-race show, and you said most treacherous corner on the track. That says a lot, because there's this track. There are a lot of high-speed corners, but everybody has talked about the entry to this corner. Part of it being is because it's not this heavy braking zone where you're downshifting and slowing the car down a lot. It's one of those corners that you could drive in a little deeper and use some more brake. Or on a restart like this, you don't know your lift point. You're kind of judging off the car in front of you. And you said it. Everyone is basing the inside off the car in front of them, and you're just assuming that they're going to make it through there.
Our sixth caution of the day was turned into our second red flag. Here's Carson Quapple radio.
Red. Guarantee he saw that in his mirror. When you see all that carnage, he'll look up in your mirror and he'll have seen that and be so thankful that he wasn't a part of it. This is going to be a process right here, though. You got to think that fence is all bent. None of that's going to want to fit back. You see they've got a forklift out there to try to pick that wall up and move it back. They're getting good practice at this weekend. Yesterday and today. These walls being hit by very heavy race cars that are NASCAR race cars. 3,400 pounds, two of them going into that wall, probably 100 miles an hour, give or take. That's a lot of force.
So the cleanup begins here at Naval Base Coronado. Hard hit for Sam Mayer. 19 cars involved. And for the second time today, we're under the red flag.
Major crash, major hits on that restart. Haven't gotten a full green flag lap in yet for stage number 3. Back-to-back cautions. They violently crashed, taking out quite a few drivers. Tough to tell who was all DNF from it, but there were so many that had piled in after the fact, trying to miss other spinning, braking race cars. There's very few cars that were behind the crash that didn't get away with no damage. Or I should say that did get away with no damage. Very minimal. One car's kind of caught in friendly fire with checking up and getting ran into from behind. The car's not getting able to check up in time, late to the scene of the crime, and or just getting their way through fluid, as Jamie McMurray on the broadcast mentioned. All the grease and oil and lubricants spread across the racetrack. Trying to stop a car on ice at that point. So we're under a red flag for the second time. More track repair needed as the wall has moved quite a bit. An 8-foot guesstimate in the broadcast booth. It's going to take some time to get the wall back in place. Speedy dries have already been applied to areas of that part of the racetrack that would have fluid down as well. Peyton Let's Play, thanks for tuning in. Is Cruz okay? Yes, Rick Cruz, I believe, for the most part, made it through that crash. He might have some minor scuffs. He scored in 7th right now. Well, I'll wait on that for a second because Anthony Alfredo still scored in 5th on our screen, but that's because they've not made it back to the start-finish line yet. Cars were parked on the back of the racetrack with the red flag. So until they make it back to the start-finish line, not going to know exactly who was all collected with significant enough damage to take them out of the event. Seen some good racing both in the truck race last night, the O'Reilly race today, but man, have we seen some hits this weekend. Jamie McMurray had a pretty hard one in turn 16 yesterday in the truck race. Tyler Ankrum an even harder hit in turn 16, and now today. Right-hand corner taking Anthony Alfredo for a ride.
Right here in San Diego, where we've got the red flag once again. A huge crash on a restart with 26 laps to go, and we've updated the list of drivers involved.
Yeah, Banana Ball's not going to be FCW for a long time. It's going to be well over an hour.
So we had it at 19. Now we've counted 23 drivers that got some damage on this crash. All right, let's hear from driver 54, Taylor Gray.
Hey, Taylor, it's CW booth. You got us? Well, you've done a great job of putting your, Jason, you guys have done a good job putting yourself in the right position. Started 11th. You got stage points. You're now in the best position of anybody. What do you feel? How did your car feel today? All right. Well, it's been fun watching. Good luck, buddy. It's one of the issues that into a road course like this.
I think you said you hope you're not too sore, by the way.
Hey, that's not funny, by the way. Yes, you were going to say, well, yeah, the radios struggle here, and that's you have all these spotters around the track, and a lot of times you get on one side of the track and you're trying to talk to the crew chief, but they can't hear you. It's bad, is what you hear, and it makes it's just one of the challenges of coming to a track like this. And teams attempt to combat that using repeaters and all this technology, but it just doesn't work when you're going over this large of space. These radios, to your point, you have these spotters around, and sometimes if you're parked in these red flags, you have to relay the message to your right through one of the spotters. To do that yesterday, so there's their spotters. They're heading to the celebrity tour that you mentioned. Going to LA later. Look at Bam's house, and these are all the locations that they had spotters. There's been some teams discussing for tomorrow, and even teams here today that were adding some possible spotters around this racetrack, just in the event that there was a crash. That key turn 14, 15 chicane, the main spotter has to look ahead, so can't see that. So some teams have talked about adding someone there just to be watching for tomorrow. Some teams could be at 5 or 6 spotters. These were a great idea. When we did the track walk, I saw the bus parked in turn 4, and when someone said it was the spotter stand, I kind of laughed. I'm like, there's no way. Great idea, though. We've seen them on scaffolding, but this is a cool idea to get them elevated enough. To be a spotter, you normally want to be on the roof. And at a track like this, there's not a lot of areas to stand. You see there's not many of them left either. Based on that wreck that we had, they're showing the French stretch. They started this in the Chicago Street course. Yeah, great idea. It does. It just elevates them above the fencing well. And there's been some learnings from that street course, which was the first one. NASCAR. One time the second year we came there, they put banners up on the fences. The spotters couldn't see through there, so they removed those areas. So all part of the learning experience of street course racing.
What do you have for us, Kim?
I've got Chad Haney, the crew chief for Austin Hill in the 21. They did get a little bit of damage. I heard Austin on the radio say he can see body damage in his rear view. I know you were waiting on pictures. How bad do you think it is? Will you have to come down pit road?
Yeah, I hope not. I mean, we're definitely not in our window yet. We need to run a few more here, but we're not going to come unless we have to. But yeah, he can't really tell. None of the spotters have been able to see it. So as soon as we get some pictures and we see it, we'll make a plan here what we got to do next.
All right, you're not in your window. Let's say you do have to come down. Do you roll big and hope for some cautions and not having to come back down for a second fuel stop?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be our plan at this point. But we have another set of tires with our strategy so far. So if we got to fire them on late, if we're in trouble, we'll just have to do it.
All right, good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Dylan?
Kim, Danny Eflin is the crew chief for Parker Retzloff, who runs in the 3rd spot right now. So I was listening to the radio. I think I understood your strategy, but do these 2 back-to-back early yellows in the stage help you guys or make things more complicated for you?
Well, I think they always make things complicated, but no, certainly helped us a little bit there. We chose to stretch it on fuel. Hopefully we saved a little bit to continue with our strategy. Caution laps are helping that. I think we kind of laid our bet on our strategy. We'll have to pit again But we would like to see it go green here and get some racing in.
I know Anthony just unfortunately went out in that incident, but you and the 96 both have run so well all weekend. What does that say just about the state of the program right now at Viking Motorsports, but also just the consistent hard work you guys have put in to get to this point?
You know, it's building blocks, and I think we came out of the gate pretty strong with the 99 this year. May have surprised a lot of guys, but expectations within the company are pretty high. Pretty high for the drivers and myself and Josh and you know, everybody in competition there. So this is no surprise to us. We still have a long ways to go. I think this weekend was great for our road course program. I think we've learned a lot of things. Parker getting race up front, Anthony getting to race up front. You know, just giving them the experience to lead these races and restart at that competitive level. Hopefully, we can carry it forward and keep building.
Certainly continue to impress week in and week out, and in a good spot right now in the 99 camp.
Well, you know, you think about Danny Eflin. Here's a guy that is a great leader for this organization. A year ago, he gets AM Racing in a good spot with Harrison Burton. They make the playoffs then, now the chase. And you look at our updated standings as we run on track, and there he is, Parker Retzloff at plus 31. We talked about all the points they've gained here today, more through the stages than anybody. And as we head down the stretch here toward the chase, they're in a great spot.
But I think this is one of the most impressive things if they're able to accomplish it, making the chase for Viking Motorsport, such a young race team in its infancy here, expanding 2 cars, and look who he's going to have to beat, who they're going to have to beat to get in there. Joe Gibbs pacing between Gray and Sawallich Cruz, Junior Motorsports, and Raja Caruth, Ryan Sieg, and the Sieg racing team that's, you know, been such a perennial chase contender. So this is a massive achievement if they're able to stay there and make the chase.
So one thing, guys, is we look at them trying to repair this fence. You know, there's a lot of times we see the track repair, and maybe it's on the inside wall roll, and you're like, who cares? Like, the odds of somebody getting there again is slim to none. This is vulnerable place of the racetrack. You know, we just saw that wreck there, and hang on,
jet ski here.
You need some tide going your way. A little bit of current.
Oh.
Well, at least he's got a. I think that's Corey Day, actually, on a jet ski.
He's feeling the anxiety of the moment. He has no idea this moment is transpiring on national television.
Millions of people are.
I apologize in advance. Hey, you know, we see the work that's going on to get this track back where you want it. And I remember coming out here 15, 16 months ago and just starting to hear the whispers about the possibility of running a race here. And you're like, what? Wait, a street race on a military base? It just seemed like such a far-fetched idea. And then as time went on, the momentum built and everything that went into it, you know, continued to check all the boxes. And now here we are. And I just think about the group here in San Diego that's been dedicated to putting in the time to make sure it can happen. Everybody from NASCAR on the operations team, the folks with our, you know, United States Navy that have played such a huge role in making sure that, you know, they're matching up with everything they have to from a security standpoint, but yet allowing NASCAR the ability to come in and make it happen. Just across the board, there's so much that has gone into making NASCAR San Diego and racing here on the naval base a possibility. And now to see it playing out is just remarkable.
When Parker and I were down doing the pre-race show, my son's with me this weekend, and we were walking through, and he referenced, he's like, look at the people. Like, look at the people are here. And I, you know, telling him, I'm like, listen, this is why it's so important that we get to go to these new venues. When you think about going to Chicago for the first time and the excitement behind the race, here we are in San Diego. And 10 years ago, this wasn't even a thought. Like, we kind of had these schedules, and it was almost the same. You went to Pocono the same time every year for however many years, and then you went to Loud and Charlotte, all those places. Coming to these new venues, and the fact that this is an option, that we can build a track on a naval base or in the streets through downtown and make it an awesome racetrack like we see today. It's a great way to help build the sport, and you have to give NASCAR props for first spending the money to come do this. These are extremely expensive events to put on. Then just the magnitude of how special the events are, everything around it it's a 10 out of 10.
To that point, the logistics, putting this all together and everything it takes from NASCAR and working with the military, just even down to the little things, how you get in and out of this facility and allowing, you know, all these fans to show up and have a great experience and all that you put together. And Chicago led to this because it proved we could do a street course, right? And that you know, NASCAR could operate that and took learnings from that to be able to make this happen, the naval base. It's I agree with you. Modern day NASCAR is so diverse in the schedule, and it's got to where there's nowhere we can't race in a lot of respects. If you can put walls up and there's asphalt, we'll find a way to race on it. And I think it's an awesome way for NASCAR to be as we look at some of our cameramen around the track.
Well, we got to salute our crew because we talk about everything that goes into this, but there's a tremendous multiplier for us on the broadcast side, and it's great to have Goat back with us. I mean, had some health issues back at the track. Awesome to see him. I mean, we just you can't say enough about Brad Hutton and what he means to our TV community, and it's great to have him here. It's the board, the men and women that bring these races to you from a television perspective. They come in early, they leave late, they have sparkling attitudes, and Drano is here for the week. Drano, sunscreen, huh? I love it. Thanks, Donnie. Oh, man. Second red flag of the day. We'll continue our coverage from San Diego in a moment. Appreciate you hanging with us on CW.
You want your vehicle to look showroom new?
Under a red flag for the second time, and it has been this way for about 20 minutes now, as repair to the wall, I believe out in turn 4, is in the process of being fixed, put back into place. Really, it looks like they're adding more of the concrete slabs in front of the part that was moved rather than trying to push those back to their original format, because that process is probably going to take a little bit longer. Saint Selaski, thanks for tuning in. KG525's Gaming, thanks for tuning in as well. Trying to eat my dinner in the midst of this red flag right now, because I know there's a lot of length of this race left because we just barely started the final stage. But man, this is this is going to turn into a 5-hour show at this rate. We've already been live for over 3 hours, and we haven't even ran a green flag lap at stage 3 yet. I mean, just to put in time perspective, it takes over 2 minutes to make a lap here. And 5 laps here ends up equating to about 11 minutes, 11 to 11 and a half minutes for 5 laps. So consider we still have 26 laps to go. We got a long ways left. So that's why you see me eating right now. Not bored as much as it is. I know that I'm not going to be able to eat dinner till like 10 o'clock tonight if I don't eat anything. And I didn't eat in between streams, so I didn't capitalize off of that. I ate before the first stream at 2:30. I had lunch then, but I was like, I'll just eat dinner when the race is over. Race will be done about 8:30. And here we are at about 8:12 local time for me. And yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. Got the Italian out tonight. It's going to be a 4-hour race. It's going to be more than 4. If we're counting red flag time, it'd be more than 4. Because the red flag time isn't counted, we're at 2 hours and 15 minutes right now. First red flag was about 20 minutes. This one's already eclipsed that. A lot of caution flag time at the start of the race, with the manhole cover coming loose.
Official defense partner of NASCAR.
So now we look at the drivers that were involved in this crash that's brought out our second red flag, and repairs continue to the wall down in turn 1. In all, 23 drivers involved in this crash.
Be easier to show you who wasn't. Who was? It's gonna be plenty of souvenirs and carnage for the fans to take home with them.
But 9 of the 12, that were involved were above the chase cut line when the day began. Let's hear now from Sam Mayer.
Yeah, Adam, Sam Mayer checked and released from the infield care center. First of all, that was a brutal hit we saw you take. Are you okay?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I just want to say sorry to everybody in the field. I'm looking at the people who are involved in the crash, and it's literally everybody. So, just sorry to all the people that have to put work in now because of my mistake. And yeah, just brutal. And definitely hate that for everybody. The Audubon Chevy was really good today, and I mean, what am I doing? I gotta be better. I gotta be a lot better, and I'm gonna learn from this. I'm gonna be better. Gotta stay locked in no matter what happens to you, and just keep moving forward. You know. So yeah, gonna flick the phone off, but gotta be better in the future.
Driver errors are tough to deal with. I can tell you're visibly upset, but what do you think led to you making that mistake there?
It's just the visuals are hard here. With not having an inside catch fence, it's hard to see the inside wall when you're following people. So just not putting my car in the right place, unfortunately. And I was conservative all day with that, and I knew that it was getting down to crunch time, and I had to be a little more aggressive on restarts to not get for 3 wide. And I felt like I was going to have a pretty decent run, so the 99 didn't get that good of a restart. So we were going to be there, and I just got a little too aggressive, and it hit me today, and obviously got everyone else involved. So I hate it for everybody involved. Hate it for these House Factory boys. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go around the whole garage and apologize, and it's never a fun feeling.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Well, our job up here, as we watch these races and we watch accidents happen, is to give our perspective. And I would like to wrap my arm around him right now and be like, it's okay. Listen, if you watched practice from the start of the trucks yesterday through O'Reilly and Cup, the amount of people that have hit inside and outside walls, it's a significantly longer list than people that haven't. And unfortunately for Sam, he was in front of the pack and he hit a wall at a very fast place, but he should not beat himself up over this. He was out there trying to win the race, and he made a mistake. I think this is a completely different situation than when you cause a wreck at a Daytona or a Talladega from being aggressive and maybe it's in a pump draft or something. Those are ones where like, hey, that I got the whole field. But listen, this is a product of your environment. What Sam referenced there, the visuals and not having an inside catch fence. What he's saying is, and we talked about it when we went on board and we were up top, he can't see anything. And that's why Austin Hill hit that wall, because he's referencing off Sam as well. So, that is part of why I called that corner the most treacherous on the racetrack. Exactly what he's describing there, where you just couldn't see it. You're playing a game of chicken with that wall every lap, and especially every restart. And there's the importance of those restarts ramp up, like you mentioned. You're going to take more risk, and he took that risk. And Sam's 22 years old. He's been in this series for many seasons. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's a really good kid. He's a great road course racer. You hate to see him that dejected, and obviously he's taking that responsibility, which shows great maturity. Of Sam, maybe that wouldn't have done that just a couple of years ago. We've watched him grow up in real time in this series. But yeah, I think he's being slightly harsh on himself. I agree with you there, because this is just an incredibly difficult corner, difficult circumstances on restarts, and it's inevitable that this was going to happen when you're going to push it as hard as they are, and how important these restarts are. As we work to get the track back to a raceable condition, we want to relive the opportunity that Parker had to come out here to Naval Base Coronado.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Sam Mayer was upset there, the crash started on the restart in turn 4, right-hand corner on the inside. He had clipped the inside wall, trailing behind Austin Hill, which, having a car to his outside, also forced him into that said car, hard into the outside wall. Nowhere for anybody else to go because of how tight the track is, obviously on a street course, and having that big of a hit ricocheting back into traffic. There were very many cars collected. Then cars running over cars, trying to miss the incidents, and sliding through a lot of oil and other things that might have been in the racetrack fluid-wise. Stoppage and a delay, just hard on himself, but That's why he is upset. On the red flag, don't know what the elapsed time is. The elapsed time is drop of the green flag to the checkered flag in the race. So the 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 39 seconds. When under red flag, that time does not tick away. So by technicality, we haven't had a 3-hour race yet, but with both red flags and the lengthy caution laps in stage 1 are running before the first red flag, because we were under caution for about a half hour before that, we have had pretty close to an hour of red flag time now. I mean, we went live right as they were given the command to fire engines in today's race, about 4 minutes after 5 p.m. Eastern, and here we are now about 3 hours and 15 minutes later. About how long the race has been. How long has it taken? It's taken a while. It's a lot of cleanup, though. FD Rebel, thanks for tuning in. The Savannah Bananas game that was supposed to start at 8 p.m. on local CW, I'm convinced that game is going to be done by the time this race is over. I think the whole game is going to be missed. Probably going to have a really hard out at the end of this race with how long this broadcast is going, especially past the viewing window. Well, while the track is being repaired, we'll do a little NASCAR trivia. So we will do some NASCAR trivia. And since we're on a street course race this weekend, we'll do a little road course race trivia for today. And I have not done this quiz yet. This is going to be interesting. This is any driver who has won a Cup Series race on a road course. So road course Cup Series race winners all time, 141. It's actually quite a few drivers when you consider the fact that there's barely over 200 winners all time in the Cup Series. So 141 is quite a few of them. It does give us the car number and the team that they, well, maybe not the team, but it gives us the car number and the sponsor of that said car. So we'll do a little trivia while we're bypassing the red flag. Let's get the thinking caps on, and you can play along in the chat. We'll see how close to perfect that we can get on this score. So we'll start the clock, and I think we just got to go with like present day first. So like Tyler Reddick, which this quiz, I think I saw it was last updated in 2020. Kyle Larson would be on here as well. But that was more modern. Like Shane Van Gisbergen is not going to be on here, I don't think, either. Okay. We just got to look to see what year we're at. I've wasted 30 seconds already. I'm going to restart the quiz because none of these names are on here because it was last updated in 2020. I'm not looking. Don't worry. I did not look at the answers. You can trust me. All right. Start this back up. 2020. We'll go Chase Elliott. He's going to be on here. Bill Elliott going to be on here as well. Martin Truex Jr. Kurt and Kyle Busch. Kevin Harvick. Denny Hamlin. Brad Keselowski, I don't think has won on a road course. No, he did not. Joey Logano is a former Watkins Glen winner. AJ Allmendinger. McDowell is not going to be on here because he didn't get his until later. Yeah, the next gen driver's not counting. That hurts. Ryan Blaney at the Roval. Tony Stewart has a lot. Jeff Gordon is on here. Jimmy Johnson is on here. I know Dale Earnhardt is on here at Riverside. He won there. 2014, Carl Edwards at Sonoma. Marcus Ambrose is on here. Ambrose, Montoya, Clint Boyer. I forgot he won at Sonoma. Casey Kane, also Sonoma winner. Having the car numbers on here is huge. Ricky Rudd in 2002 at Sonoma. Mark Martin is on the list. Steve Park, winner at Watkins Glen. And we're all the way back to Rusty Wallace. Darrell Waltrip's going to be on here. Allison, Ernie Irvin. Number 7, QVC4. Schrader? No. Who, man. Number 7, QVC4. I know Michael Waltrip raced that car, but he obviously didn't win on a road course. Who was in that car before Michael Waltrip? Harry Gant is not on here. Okay. Might have to skip that and come back. Kyle and Richard Petty are on here. AJ Foyt on here at all? Of course he is. Marvin Pants, Joe Weatherly is not on here. I think Fireball Roberts won a race at Road America. Baker. Parsons. The 95 of 141 already. Tim Richmond. Pretty solid road course racer in the 80s. Labonte. Texas Terry. Showed his diecast off tonight. Fred Lorenzen. Oh, he's not on here. Okay. Herb Thomas on here at all? No. Johnny Rutherford? Damn. Some other open wheel guys. Parnelli Jones. There's a fan that just climbed the catch fence to run to a race car and then back across the catch fence again. Shades of Matt Kenseth at Watkins Glen. What year was that? Oh my gosh. I just seen that out of the corner of my eye. Fan on the racetrack. I think security's going to catch up with him. If I had to guess. Jeff Bodine was in that 7 car, by the way. Thank you for that. I saw the chat. I've not named Cale Yarborough yet. Leroy Yarborough on here. No, he's not. David Pearson. Track work is still going on, by the way, so we're doing some trivia. Ricky Craven never won on a road course. Yeah, Bell would have been on here. Same for Byron, but quiz was last updated in 2020. I'm trying to think of Dan Gurney. He's on here. 119 of 141. Charlie Glotzback ever win on a road course? No, he did not. Oh, they're counting Daytona Beach on here. They're counting Daytona Beach in the early 50s on the late 40s, early 50s as a road course. That's not fair. Like Red Byron on here? Okay, so I was going to say, try Bill Rexford already. I didn't know that they were counting Daytona Beach races as road courses. Now I'm wondering if they're also counting dirt races, but who are some other names from the 50s? I don't know too many of them. Ned Jarrett from the 60s? No. Zervakis? Nope. I could have spelled his name wrong. I just put Smith in there and I got it. Jack Smith. All right. It was a shot in the dark. I mean, we've got every year all the way back until 1973. Excuse me. So we're almost in the pre-modern era. We've got all the modern era drivers. So now we got to think pre-modern era. Road course race winners in the NASCAR Cup Series. 121 of 141. We only got 90 seconds left. I'm trying to think. Got to be some open wheel guys, maybe taking up those 70s. There's got to be a big name on here I haven't named yet. Lund? Oh, I didn't get Tiny Lund. What about Flock? There we go. Flock family at Daytona Beach. Tim Flock won 3 times at Daytona Beach. Okay, so who else? Well, Tim Flock won at Road America back in 1956 too. Not sure here. I did put AJ Foyt already. I've got him. 15 seconds. I'm out of guesses. Curtis Turner. Damn. Harold Kite? I don't even know who that is. 21 Roberts. 21 car, the Wood Brothers back in 1950, or was that pre-Wood Brothers? It might have been. Chuck Stevenson, I don't know. I don't know. An Al Keller, Bill Blair, Marshall Teague back in the 50s. I think I've heard that name. I've probably heard all these names from other quizzes we've done. Eddie Gray, Rex White is on here. Okay, former champion. Missed that. Daryl Derringer, Billy Wade a couple of times in the 60s. Ray Elder. Mark Donahue's another open wheeler I missed. Elder twice in the 70s at Riverside, and then Mark Donahue at Riverside as well. Billy Wade at Watkins Glen in 1964. Lloyd Dane, Paul Goldsmith. I mean, I did pretty good for myself. Cotton Owens, Daytona Beach Road Course, another Daytona Beacher. Not bad. I'll take an 88% on this quiz. This was tough. I got all the modern era names minus Mark Donahue. That was the only modern era driver I missed. And I was thinking of guys open wheel around that time in the 60s and 70s that were winning road course races in NASCAR. And I skipped over Donahue. JoJo said Donahue. I don't know when you said that. Hopefully it wasn't while the quiz was still going on. Go to Google and search up NASCAR trivia. Yeah, that's pretty much what I just did. Red flag has just been lifted, though, so that's going to be the only quiz we're doing. Red flag has just been lifted. We're back to caution flag circumstances here in San Diego.
Just roasting in there under a red flag. I just go back to what we talked about earlier. See the damage here for Preston Partisan. Just the thought process mentally of what drivers go through. And the stop and the go, and now another extended red flag, and just the challenges that come with all that. It's just a lot.
Well, these guys are all going to get a good look now. You know, everyone was hoping TV was going to show the damage to their car, but like the spotters can't see everywhere, the cameras don't get every angle that you want to on a track this big. So now they're all going to get a chance to get a look. And the reason they want to see that before is to get a game plan together. Exactly what do we need to get this patched? What are we going to have to replace? What are we going to have to fix?
We knew we'd have some takers on pit road because of, the cars that are banged up. The way the red flags today, over 18 minutes on that one that occurred lap 1, and the crash here that happened with a restart at lap 35, 43 minutes and 10 seconds. Over an hour's worth of red flag time today.
Here's Parker, and Kim's pick. Yeah, he's right there. Not massive damage, but clearly going to lose a little track position. So got a lot of racing left.
He shows right now, still above the chase cut line, does Brent Cruz.
This is a car we also think is capable of winning. And when you look at damage, if you can have damage, that door is a tremendous place to have it. It's not going to really affect the handling or the aero of the car. But the reason they're putting that bare bond on it, they do not want that to open up. If you lose that foam inside there and have that open up, you'd have to come in and fix it to try to secure it. The fact that his nose and tail, though, look as good as they do, that car is going to be just fine. See, they're just getting to make sure the hood is sealed up. There's been some contact there, but based on a lot of these other cars, this one's looking really good.
Closed captioning for today's race. Brought to you by Tableau TV. Watch, pause, and record live TV for free.
These guys aren't going to have a lot of time to work on these cars. We know how long the caution laps take, but one thing NASCAR has done an exceptional job of this weekend is not running any more caution laps than you have to because it takes so long to get around. Really only getting about 2 when a caution comes out before it's time to go, so they won't have a lot of time to fix these. They'll also be, once we have all this sort of cycle through where they come out to see how far behind Brent Cruz and Austin Hill will be traffic-wise. We know how many cars were involved in that wreck, but where will they all sort of sort out here? Yeah, a lot of times you'll catch back up to the pace car, so you can then work on it and try to, stay closed up. But the fact that you just don't have that many caution laps here, and you have a long time to work on it, See Austin Green, another guy that had a great day going. He's gotten into the wall, but it doesn't look as bad as some of them we've seen. See those right side tires have no lettering on them, so I was wondering if they're going to put some tires on here. See a little right door damage there, just ahead of the door. For Jesse Love, had that right side rear quarter panel tore back. Just was wondering if they'd even be able to still fuel the car. Looks like they got it fixed a little bit. Let's head down to Dylan.
Well, Parker, I'm back at the Arby's pit box here, and I'm sitting down here at the crew chief's table to try to figure out some strategy for what these front runners are going to do here. Now, my strategy on my screen is telling me to pit for an Arby's cheesesteak sandwich because it's dinner time here on the West Coast and well past dinner time on the East Coast, and I'm hungry. So these look very good. But I think the thing to watch for these front three guys that are on a little bit different strategy, they were all planning to pit pretty early after we went back racing under green, just to try to be the first one to make their final pit stop. That covers you. If we get another yellow, you don't have to worry about pitting. Taylor Gray, they did that at Kansas and won the race. They were the first one to pit last. So with all of these yellows and now these red flags, certainly it's a very fluid situation. But I think the plan still for the front three would be to try to pit as soon as you can, as soon as you feel like you're comfortable to your window, and then maybe still bank on some yellows later on just to get yourself to the finish.
The other thing to think about here, row 2 for the restart, going to be Junior Motorsports, Sammy Smith and Carson Kvapil, both looking for their first win of the year. For Carson, looking for the first win of his career. Junior Motorsports has won the last 11 races on road and street courses, so that streak very much on the line here, and it could be a huge day for either one of those drivers to pull into victory lane.
Jeff Burton, another one of those guys, able to get through that wreck with minimal damage, and now finds himself in a top 10, 5th position right now. Patrick Starpoy, he emerged from that wreck without any damage. He's in 8th right now for Big Machine Racing. This could be a huge day for him as well. So, what others misfortune is others opportunity, as we know in this racing game.
Well, Alex LeMay, top 10. Ryan Sieg, top 10, celebrating his 39th birthday. So, you got a few upset specials there, restarting inside the top 10. Front row, Gray and Retzloff.
Here we go again. Back to racing.
Movie before. How does it play out this time? 24 laps to go.
Pretty even start by both of those guys on the road. Both of them had another shot, opportunity at that. You see everybody getting in line. Right there where the wall was. Oh, Larson actually gets into the wall.
Retzloff dives into the race lead. Side by side for third. Teammates, Kvapil and Smith. Creed waiting in the wings.
Carson Kvapil is dangerous on these restarts. He's fully committed. Saw him get into the wall a little bit. He came from a long ways back to get up beside his teammate Sammy Smith. He gets that 3rd position. He's obviously got a great brake partner there down into turn 2. He's able to be so aggressive on the inside, but get it stopped when it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Retzloff jetting away from Gray right now. Retzloff got a huge run on the exit of turn 3. I talked about late in stage 2, he ran 2nd fastest lap of the race, and he is right back where he was. Great pace out of that 99 car today.
Well, you talk about Carson Kvapil, and he's on the good side of the tires. Last pitted at lap 24. Those other guys up there last pitted at lap 16. So we'll see if he can make good on that here.
Saw a little bit of contact with Carson getting into the outside. Oh, right there, not bad. Got to think that little drive played a little fact, but watch him drive in here on the left side of his teammate Sammy Smith. Has now got a battle for second with Carson, putting some pressure on Taylor Gray. Carson's flying. Remember back a year ago at Toto, and he was so fast at a road course, and he showed glimpses of this and others.
Well, and you know what? He'll be in the 91 next week. That'll be his last start driving for DGM as he puts his schedule together. So you want to take advantage when you're driving the one. And when we get to the chase, this is the car he'll be in exclusively. But you want to go out and make the most of these opportunities, and he's very much in the game right now.
We talked about Austin Hill being really good in the braking zones. Carson Kvapil's the same way. That's where he's making up all of his lap time. That looked to me like he can go through the flowy section of the track as quick as these guys, but his commitment and how deep he can get in the corner and get that one fast pro shop Chevy slowed down. pretty impressive to see. This is a great perspective you get to have right here, this aerial view, watching these guys manage this, and you can see the braking capability. Who's willing to sail it off in the corner, who can't. We get a good look here, which those guys all close up on one another, and then who can out accelerate on the exit of the corners. And look how much Carson Waffle made up there. It's like 2 car lengths at least. Again, look at that. Getting into the corners. Gosh, he's so tight to the wall. See if he can get a good run right here out of 3. We saw last lap, he was really good in this section. He's going to set Taylor Gray up, hoping to stay tight to him through turn 5 right here. Be as tight as he can, and then, he goes ahead and gets to the inside of him. He's going to be on the wrong side here. I would have thought he would have waited and then tried to outbrake him into turn 6. One thing they're going to start fighting here down his backstretch. The sun felt this yesterday in the truck race. We got later in the day as Taylor Gray started to hang on the inside. He's going to lose it. A little bit of wheel hop, but now the person's going to be in the third lane. Wow. Takes that position.
Well, that's what happens. You apply a little pressure. The car danced on Gray. Quapple goes by.
See, Carson's going to be a little wide here, see if he can get set back up.
All right, riding with Sandy Smith. Looking at his telemetry, brought to you by Safe Light.
That's Honeyman getting out of the way. The 92. 54 struggling right now. You see, missed the apex of both of those corners. So tell him he can't turn, or if the back's just sliding and not letting him be able to turn the wheel. One car is flying up ahead. Looks like he's run Retzloff down by quite a bit. Look at that again in the braking zone. Unbelievable how good this one car is in the braking zones. This will be another great perspective like we saw last time. Getting into turn 2, it's all about right here, just not losing ground, staying as tight as you can. He just wants to be within a car length of the 99, and if he does that, what we've been able to see, that was just the last lap of the race by Carson Quapple right there.
Retzloff has done a great job managing with the lead. Here comes Quapple, looking to the inside, turn 2, can't quite get there.
I would beg him to be patient right here. He's got the best car. Just get him set up. Use turn 6 as your pass. It's the heaviest braking zone, and if you're good at passing, he's going to fire it to the inside right here.
Here he is, race leader, Carson Quapple, coming to turn 4, on point at Naval Base Coronado.
Well, and he is on slightly fresher tires, so not completely surprised here. He's got about 6 or 8 laps, better tires.
Well, now if you're him, you just gap it as much as you can, create the separation, and create as much distance for when you make that green flag pit stop.
Right, and that wreck, took a lot of cars out of this race, as you mentioned earlier, Jamie. Leaves less chances for cautions. This could have a green feel to it. Get as big a gap as you possibly can. But here's the thing with this track, it will bite you if you let your guard down, and that's what we've seen today is just... Can't let that down. This track's so narrow, it's so fast. It can be wheel hop, it can be brushing a wall, tire barriers. They face it all here today.
Well, the other question you ask here, when do you make that last pit stop? Because we're closing now on the window of being able to pit, make it to the end. And I would guess that both Retzloff and Gray will have to come earlier than Quapple based on when they made their last pit stop.
And I would want to have at least one green, white checkered in my book here.
Yes.
Yesterday, just multiple ones. It went on forever.
Well, think about what that does here from a mileage perspective, right? Going to be 21 to go when we come back this time.
So fitting to have a patriotic scheme on that bathroom shop scar with where we are being the 250th anniversary of our country. Johnny Morris, he's happy seeing that out front. What a big moment for Carson Quapple. How close he has been to that first win. Gosh, look at those cars jump as they go across that. Jump, little throttle, they get on the brakes hard down the hill. This would be a popular win, too, for him. He's earned it. put his time in. And I feel like if you go back to Phoenix earlier this year, it looked like he had a race won. I think that would have changed the trajectory of his season, just the confidence it gives you. And there's a long way to go right here, but it's, you know, the idea of controlling a race like this, putting yourself in position. He's done this so often. Eventually you think he has the chance to close it out, right? And it just hasn't been able to get that done. We've got a long way to go, but this is such a confidence builder for him to be able to take the lead of a race like this late in stage 3 and start to vault away from the field.
Well, he could be the 6th different driver from Junior Motorsports to win this year. Already won 11 times, and they set the record last year for most different drivers getting to victory lane with 6, so they can match that. Quaffle's able to finish the day this afternoon. This one team has been to victory lane twice with Connor Zillage, but Quaffle trying to get it done for the first time. The other thing I would say is you look to connect some dots. Lane Riggs won yesterday in the Truck Series race. 2nd generation driver. Scott was so good in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, his dad. And we know about Carson's father, Travis, who was outstanding as a Truck Series champion in NASCAR.
Talk about how fast Carson Quaffle's been able to run. The other car to keep your eye on right now is the 00 Sheldon Creed. He's running matching lap times with the leader. You see, he's got a little work to do to get by both Retzloff and Gray, but Creed has a really fast car. And when I think about aggressive drivers, especially in braking zone, Sheldon Creed will put it on the edge.
That was Taylor Gray radio. So the time is now for them. Making that pit stop with 20 laps to go.
Well, that's going to help Creed. He will not have to pass Taylor Gray. We get almost a freebie right there to try to put down a really fast lap here. And, you know, Parker referenced the fastest lap being run a little bit ago. I don't know that putting the tires on, like how much, when you fill that up full of fuel, the weight difference, how much of an advantage that's going to be. Oh, we've got, look at that spun around here. Yeah, and that's put the tire barrier out. When these guys come around the next time in that section, and it's already a really tough section, and you cannot see that until you're all the way kind of committed to the corner. So we're going to look here to see exactly what happened.
Well, caution comes out now. Could be big for Taylor Gray, right?
And I mean, perfect timing. Pace here. So that's actually moved more into the corner, so it's not actually as tricky, but I don't even know the pace, and kind of got hit here by Patterson. Not kind of, definitely got hit. See, Parsons really stretched that lead on Parker Retzloff, running about a half second a lap quicker than what Retzloff is.
So you see on the map where Taylor Gray is after making the pit stop in relation to race leader Carson Quaffle. Quaffle just coming through turn 8.
Well, when you time that pit stop out, there's multiple reasons you pit when you do. First off, the caution comes out. You're in a great position, but the crew chiefs also try to time that out so when you come back out on the track and you have these fresh tires, that you have clean track. But as I look at where he is and can see the rest of these cars, he's going to have to pass a lot of cars. He's not in a perfect position right here. So they did that just kind of basing on, you know, hoping they could get a caution. In the last 2 laps, we've seen multiple cars set their fastest lap. Time.
So 99 going to make his pit stop. And that makes sense because they were on the same cycle as Taylor Gray. Now the caution is out.
Wow.
7th caution of the day.
Oh, the 99 was, you couldn't have waited 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That's the only, but here's the deal. What he has in his favor is that only one car is pitted. Yes. So they're going to cycle through. I don't know that benefits the 54 as much because he's now going to have a lap on his tires and all these cars are going to have to pit and reset this.
That's a good point. What about Taylor Gray, Dylan?
Well, just kind of as we talked about it, we'll do a Toyota driver update quickly here on Taylor Gray. The first to pit last, that's why you pit early, so that way now you can cycle back to the front when everybody else makes their final stop. So this has been a pretty clean, consistent day for them. Taylor was really happy with the race car this morning, has been happy with it all weekend. And Jason Ratcliffe trying to work some magic again on top of the pit box. This move won them the race at Kansas, the oval earlier this year. Apples to oranges, sort of, but the philosophy of strategy, I think, remains the same, and the 54 is in a good spot here.
Yeah, it's not by coincidence that Ratcliffe is the all-time wins leader when it comes to crew chief victories, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Bunch of good stops when we come back.
Right around 20 laps to go. Fuel window to make it to the end of the race is pretty much going to be open right now. We were about to see some green flag stops as it was. Only one car had pitted prior to the caution coming out. That will be good to the end on fuel. Carson Kvapil, the race leader by a few seconds at the time of the caution over Parker Retzlaff in P2. Sheldon Creed is in third. Austin Hill fourth. Sammy Smith rounding out the top 5 in fifth. Alex Labey in sixth. Jeb Burton seventh. Patrick Starpoli eighth. Raja Kruth ninth. And Ryan Sieg rounding out the top 10. Jeremy Clements in 11th, 12th for Corey Day, Harrison Burton 13th, Brandon Jones 14th, and Justin Allgaier 15th. Andrew Patterson 16th, Josh Balicki 17th, Austin Green 18th, Baltazar Leguizamon in 19th, and Brad Perez 20th. Jesse Awuji 21st, Taylor Gray 22nd, Dawson Cram 23rd, Brett Cruz 24th. Joey Gase 25th, Jesse Love 26th. And I saw Love actually put down the fastest lap of the race. That was on lap 39, just 2 laps before the caution. Blaine Perkins 27th, Preston Pardis 28th, Leland Honeyman first driver lap down in 29th, Brendan Poole 2 laps down in 30th, and then out of the race from 31st on back, all a part of that big crash that took place with the second red flag, as we have a 31st place finish for Dean Thompson, 32nd for Sam Mayer, Anthony Alfredo 33rd, William Sawalch 34th, LeVar Scott 35th, Kyle Sieg 36th, and Ryan Ellis 37th of 37 cars. 6 lead changes. This is now our 7th yellow of the race, over 2.5 hours in, and that's not counting over the 1 hour of red flag time that we have had so far today. It's still 20 laps to go on this road course. Still shouldn't have to worry about darkness in San Diego. I mean, it's just getting dark here. And they're 3 hours behind me. So they'll be good there until about midnight tonight to get this race in. I don't think this race is going to take another additional 3 hours, but maybe if we have to move a couple more walls around, that might happen. We'll have to wait and see. I'll tell you what, the track crew and safety team have been very, very busy. Not only today, but yesterday in the truck race as well. We had a red flag in the truck race for wall repair also. Brent's going to win. I mean, I haven't seen Brent Cruz involved in this race since that crash happened, and he wasn't slicing and dicing his way through traffic like he was earlier, which leads me to believe that he's got quite a bit of damage back in 24. Tough break, but that's a part of being mid-pack. Or if an incident takes place on a street course like this, you find yourself in trouble. And that can be the case most weeks as it is, but further amplified with a tighter course like this.
What you want at safelight.com. And
we're going to stay right here, actually, for now. I think they're going to take another commercial break before we get back to the restart, if I had to imagine. So again, Carson Kvapil in the lead, trying to go for his first career win. If we look at career wins, both Kvapil and Retzlaff have never won in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Sheldon Creed only has 1 win, which was this season at Atlanta. Alex Labey, road course ringer, has never won in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, but he in that 0 car in 6th place. Jeb Burton's got a couple wins in Talladega in 7th. Patrick Starpoli's a rookie, has not won yet this year. Roger Caruth has not won at the O'Reilly level. He has won a few times in trucks. Ryan Sieg, also in the top 10, has been oh so close so many times to winning races. He has not yet won in his career as well. So with that big wreck taking out a lot of front runners, we have also a lot of drivers remaining not only in the race but up near the front of the field who have not won in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, which could create for maybe an upset winner.
go to Austin Hill, who's now cycled up to third in the running order with the problems Retzloff is having, he pitted at lap 35.
Well, this is a tough break. Parker Retzlaff stalling on the racetrack, it looks. In that 99 after running in the second place position when this caution flag came out. Unless he's out of gas.
Third, he just put tires on. Try to outrun him just on speed because his car doesn't look that torn up. I don't know.
It's a tough break. Pit road was just opening this time by, and his car stalls on the backside of the racetrack just a few corners away from the pit entrance. But pit road is open, and all the leaders are in for what would be the final stops.
And those that will come down include Sheldon Creed in the 00. He told his team just need a little bit of drive off and lateral. But the good news is he said this is the best the car has been all day long. Slight air pressure adjustment for Sheldon. Dylan?
Carson Quammel, right of this one car, has been battling a loose condition for most of the day, and that was his feedback again to Rodney Childers. A little free, but I think we're pretty good overall. They'll change 4 tires and fuel and no significant adjustments for the one.
So Taylor Gray,
quite congested off pit road.
Under green. Harrison Burton, the first off.
A little contact right there.
You see him
Yeah, there was a couple of cars that got congested, nearly had to come to a complete stop on pit road. Retzlaff got the assistance back into the pits from a push car, so he is there now. But very unfortunate, he is going to fall out of the second place position. Both Viking Motorsport Chevrolets qualified in the top 3. They've been fast all weekend. They were both at times up at the front of the field, if not competing for the lead. And between the crash, Alfredo was caught up in restarting in row 2 early in this final stage, and Retzlaff leading laps at one point and now having some kind of power issues with the race car. Might end his day early if he can't get it refired and at the very least stay on the lead lap. Both Alfredo and Retzlaff right around the bubble on the chase standings. Retzlaff came in 10th in points, top 12 make the chase in the O'Reilly Series. Anthony Alfredo came in 17th, was right around 12th just a few races ago, but a couple of DNFs kind of putting him back in points just a bit. A lot of stage points today for both of those drivers, but unfortunately not able to get the win on top of it as well. The good news is for the likes of Retzlaff is that Sawalich, who is 11th in points, one spot behind him, and Sam Mayer 9th in points, also out of the race. And he's actually going to outpoint them both in the stages and the race finishing results. So he may actually have a shot at moving up past Mayer in the standings and is going to pull away just a couple points from Sawalich. Brent Cruz still in this thing, though. He scored quite a few stage points. He's behind him. Taylor Gray, he won a stage. He actually won stage 2 today. Raja Karuth, I believe, still in the race as well. So drivers that may be behind him in points or just in front, he's doing better than. But of the drivers below the cut line, outlasting Retzlaff if he's unable to continue with whatever issues that are going on right now. Hopefully we can get to the restart this time by. If so, we will have just 18 laps to go. Actually, we'll have 17 to go. We have 18 to go right now.
Can't wait to see Taylor Gray. Does that car, have the pace to run with the one? We saw how good Carson was in those braking zones.
3 past Brennan Poole. He scored in 30 at 2 laps down, so those should get him to 1 lap down.
I've slightly seen the trash talk in the chat earlier. I don't know what has gone on during this caution period exactly, but funny stuff. Funny stuff. Yeah, I don't know if the go-kart track we'd be going to would be okay with bump and runs. Probably like for contact not to be made. Don't want to get kicked out of there immediately. Robert Goodrich, thanks for the $5 super chat. Sponsor money. Pops to upgrade the chrome horn. It's funny. There you go. $5 can be spent on the horn. The bumper. Brent Cruz going to need a new front bumper. That's the first I've really seen that car since the incident. His left front fenders actually tore up quite a bit. which makes sense for the lack of speed that he has shown since the incident.
Into the garage. He's now back on track. Restart coming with 17 laps to go.
Couple of things to watch here. We know Taylor Gray's got a lap on his tires. I don't think that's going to affect him too much, but the car I have my eye on is the Bass Pro Shops car. You see the third row back, Carson Quapple. We've seen how aggressive he is in the braking zones. He has chose to be on that inside lane going down into turn 2. There is just zero doubt in my mind you're going to see him get to the inside of the 24. And if you're Austin Hill 21 on the second row, you're hoping to clear Harrison Burton and Blaine Perkins for turn 1. So you have that clear turn into turn 2. That's going to be his goal. You know, Harrison Burton last put tires on lap 31. So those are far older tires than some of those around him. So this will be interesting. Blaine, we haven't seen on the front row all day, and we've seen how tough it is to get the power down in that final corner.
Taylor Gray, good strategy, good race car. It's all worked out. He's up front. Restarting 17 laps to go. Blaine Perkins to his left.
Good restart by Blaine Perkins there. Yeah, that whole outside row had a great restart. Oh, but was really conservative into turn 1. Exactly what we talked about. Austin Hill's able to clear him easily. Oh, they're going to be full wide with the Carson on the inside. This is going to get tight.
No contact there. Everybody gets through. Quapple able to get the spot.
That was big, though, for Quapple to be able to clear both of those. Get some clean tracks. You see Sammy Smith down to the inside.
How about Roger Caruth back up there inside the top 10? Austin Green riding 7th, trying to make something out of what's been a challenging day, been beaten around a little bit.
This is going to be a great race in the lead as well. We got 3 of the best cars that have survived today, all with great track position.
Well, and I think this, go back to the end of stage 2, and the way that stage finished and how competitive the racing was. Got 3 really good cars up there getting after it.
Austin Green, 3 wide down there into turn 6. Now, outside of Harrison Burton, he was super fast in practice yesterday. Harrison struggling just being on those old tires. Oh, Patrick Harley.
Yep.
Really locked it up. So much rubber. Oh, big contact from the inside. That was Jesse Love and Jeff Burton. Sure they had someone helping out. So they had the 0 there. Oh, Carson getting this. The 21 of Austin Hill right there.
Getting physical going to turn 12.
Well, there's a little bit of urgency right there from the 1 car. Not wanting to let the 54 get away. No one kind of had this race in control before that caution came out. We'll see right here. This next corner coming up. I think he's going to be close enough behind Austin to be able to get inside of him. A little bit of a reset here. Hoping he can outbrake him down into turn 2 where we've seen him be so good all day long.
And Gray is hoping that Austin Hill continues to play really good defense.
Has a massive lockup right there from Star Poli. Looks like the front's right here locked up, not the rear, which you don't see very often. Here's Jesse Love. Slid into that corner, clobbered him. So Carson wasn't able to outbrake Austin Hill down into that corner, but we've also seen him make some really good passes as they exit this turn 2. Took a look. Yeah, Austin Hill, if he swings out right here, we saw Carson be able to fill that gap. You do that for 2 reasons. One, it puts a little cool air on the front of the car, cools your brakes. But also, it just mentally gets inside the head of the driver ahead of you where they don't quite know if you've gotten there or not. Sometimes you can force them into a little bit of a mistake. Well, the one thing for Carson is, we talked about how good he is in the braking, but the other car that we talked about being so good in the braking is the guy in front of him. So not quite the advantage we've seen on other guys. We'll see if he makes a move right here.
There he goes. Second going to turn 6. There goes Quapple.
Wow, I can't believe he was able to get that under control. And then you almost got a little block there with the help of the wall, the way that's fed through. That was impressive. Really, super late on the brakes, super controlled. When it was almost a fake out, right? Like it's almost like he stayed in line, like I'm not going to pass you, and then he just rolled off the brake pedal, pulled to the right, was able to fill that gap, and that's Austin Hill knowing he's there. The spotter doesn't spot that particular section for you. It's Austin Hill having great awareness inside his car. Wapple's easily the fastest car on the racetrack. Just watching that ability on the brakes right now.
Saw Bert Cruz on pit road. He's going from above the cut line to below. And they're tied right now at the cut. Sawalich and Cruz. Talked about Raja having a good afternoon just outside the top 10, even though he's been, he's had some issues here today. Didn't have all the track position he would have liked early. Plus 32 for Retzloff, who's taking advantage.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race was run by our leader, Taylor Gray, last time by. I can't wait to see what Carson can do now that he's got a little bit of clean air or clean track position. These guys dogfighting out here.
Chitsy Love, what a day for him. The penalty, you don't get to qualify. You have to make the pass-through penalty. And now he's inside the top 10.
And we have a new fastest lap of the race. That's Carson Quapple at a 2:16.0. That's a half second faster than Taylor Gray's fastest lap of the race. The one car is flying right now. Watch Roger Truth get the inside of Sarpoli. Not quite there. Sarpoli doing a great job. Great job.
Taylor Gray just ran his fastest lap of the race that same lap as Carson Clopworth. And he was a half a second off.
What a feeling inside of that one car to be able to run somebody down at the end of the race. He passed Austin Hill one lap ago. Look at the ground that he has made up. It's not even close right now. Taylor Gray is going to be looking in his mirror. Spotters will be telling you how much he's catching you. So good, these braking zones, and it's hard to defend in that.
The shoe's kind of on the other foot here. Wasn't that long ago, Taylor Gray was knocking on the door, and finally got his first career win last year at Martinsville. Quapple trying to close on his first, and he is right there. Turn 8, turn 9, 10 and 11 coming your way.
And that was a defensive move right there by Taylor Gray going into that little switchback. Still gets a good exit right here. We saw first trying to pass Austin Hill in this next section right here as they swing out. We'll see if he does it again. Oh, he thinks about it. Taylor missed there a little bit right there, probably looking in his mirror, not sure if Carson was going to be there. And it's not only the brakes, you can also see how Carson's car just turns so much better in the center. Each corner, he's just tinier, doesn't have to use as much radius or racetrack. That's Taylor Gray. Taylor's being a little defensive, but also you can just see the turning ability of that one car right now. Yeah, the one got a little bit tight, kind of missed that little switchback, lost some time, but again, makes it up in the braking zone. His plan here is getting as close as I can.
Turn 16 to the start-finish line, 14 laps to go.
It's a long ways if you're the 54 car at this racetrack trying to defend. You gotta hope the one makes a mistake. Well, that back of that car comes all the way off the ground. You see it leave flat marks when it lands. And Taylor, you saw there just a little defensive, being a little further away from the wall in the braking zone into 2. Doesn't feel like he has to defend here into 3. Carson's pulling out, just giving him a little fan out, trying to make him overshoot the corners. Watch how high the back of this car gets right here. Oh, wow, splitters on the ground. That is the difference of like 2 feet at this racetrack. Just hitting that just wrong.
That car came way up off the ground.
This is where he passed Austin Hill right here going into 6. Still don't know if he's close enough. Didn't quite get the run there out of 5. Not getting the exit that he needs. A little too far back. See him probably make up some ground on him, but Taylor doing an awesome job. A lot of pressure on the 54 car, knowing that Carson's quicker than him behind. It gets tougher the longer you just sit there behind the 54. You're running in that hot air coming off that 54 car. Heats up the brakes, heats up your tires. Here he's going to look to the inside to 9. He's there.
Wapple's there.
Oh, no contact.
A little contact. Gray can't do anything about it. Carson Quapple on point. It'll be 13 laps to go next time around.
And Taylor tried to defend that a little bit, kind of a partial kind of fade out, but the one's just so quick. You see, he's trying to get a little bit of a gap here so he's not vulnerable as they get over here to the front or the back stretch chicane. We saw how fast Taylor Gray was through this section when he was in front of Carson. He can make up any ground right here. I got to think the one is in a great position right here.
Yeah.
And the key here for Carson now is to try and get a little bit of a gap. You hear 5, 10 car lengths back, and then just manage your race car. Take care of the rear tires, take care of the brakes. Don't hit the bumps like you just did launching in the air. That way, try to take care of it. Give it some mechanical sympathy right now. This really abrasive racetrack. You've got this race under control right now.
Look at our top 10. 8 different organizations there. 2 of the top 4 from Junior Motorsports going for their 12th consecutive win on a road or street course. Great day. I mean, just a remarkable weekend for that team. Everything they've been through, he's in line for a top 10 finish. Who could have ever believed that?
Say what? The 54 actually made up a little ground right there from the start of this lap to where we are right now. It's either that the one is just managing, like you said, not being overly aggressive and not making mistakes, or maybe the 54 has a little left in the tank. Well, and I wonder about Austin Hill. What's he got up his sleeve right now? Maybe taking care of those rear tires a little bit on this run. Could be looking at a long green flag stretch here that we haven't had all day. Last time by, matching the leader's pace, Austin Hill was. Yeah, so he's been watching these two. Just waiting in the wings right now. Obviously had a little damage from that massive wreck. But it seems like he has some speed in that car. He's caught back up to the 54. Listen, it's not that the 54 is going quicker. It's that the one is not, because Austin Hill is narrowing that gap up. It's quite a bit throughout this lap. How much closer they're all getting together.
Two from Brent Cruz, Heather.
Yeah, Brent Cruz out of the race early. He had some overheating issues there, but a lot of promise going into the day with your first career pole, leading 11 laps. So what are positives that you will take away from today's race?
Yeah, it's just a blessing to be here. This was a really cool event, and had a lot of speed today. Car was incredible, and felt like we were really good as a group, and then just got involved in a bunch of different crashes. But yeah, unfortunately, with the tape on the grill to start, I think we lost a little bit of water, and then there at the end, it just got hot. So unfortunate for everybody. Obviously, I feel like we're the best part of the day, and sometimes it just doesn't all work out. But excited for Sonoma. Have a good couple places we're going to that I'm excited to shoot for, and rooting on my teammate Taylor Gray. Hopefully, he can go track down the one and get a win for JGR.
Fastest car last time by was the guy in third place. You see right there, Austin Hill. Wily veteran lurking right there. We've talked about how many top 5s he's had in road courses. 16 his O'Reilly race career, but not a win. He always seems to be in the conversation at the front at the end of these road races. And he's a bit of a bulldog in some respects, where how he extracts speed from the race car, but he also does a great job on the long runs at taking care of rear tires on these road courses.
We finished top 10 on the street course last summer in a cup car in Chicago. So, I mean, that gives you an idea what he can do, this style of racing against the best in the business. How about the guy out front, Dylan, Carson Quapple?
Yeah, just want to do a quick through the field here and give Carson his flowers. It's so interesting. He talked to all the different crew chiefs he's driving for this year. And 9 times out of 10, the first thing out of their mouth is, we just want to get a win for Carson. Everybody at Junior Motorsports, and even at EGM, is pulling the rope in the same direction just to try to get this kid into victory lane. He's been so close. Rodney Childers, the one on top of the pit box here this afternoon. And Carson is a great road racer. We saw him last year. He nearly won at COTA. He has Trans Am experience, so he knows what it takes to run well on these type of racetracks. This is not a huge performance, just 12 laps away from trying to get his first career win. And right behind him is Taylor Gray. We've told you the strategy story of them all afternoon long. He is another sneaky good road racer. Finished third in Watkins Glen the last time we were on one of these racetracks. And I talked to him yesterday. He feels like He felt like he was at about 85 to 90%. He said, I know where I can get that other 5 to 10%. I think he's shown it here and hasn't really put a wheel wrong all day long today, Cam.
Well, Dylan Austin Hill running in that third position despite the damage from that big wreck, still has a great car. Remember, road course is his only track type without a victory. Parker mentioned it. He's been so good at these tracks. 16 career top fives on road courses, his most of any track type. And before the race, Austin telling me this is right in his wheelhouse, and crew chief Chad Haney telling me it's our race to lose. So maybe just a bit of tire management right now. From the third position, we go to the fourth position. Sammy Smith, remember, had 2 separate spins earlier in the day, but has really stuck with it. Corey Shades said this morning he thought this would be a race of attrition. It certainly has been, and kudos to Sammy after those early incidents, has kept it clean. As we look at the 0-0, Sheldon Creed just passing Sammy Smith there. You see that overtake. Well, Sheldon Creed in front of friends and family this weekend. His hometown of Alpine, California, just about 40 minutes away from the race course. Over 30 friends and family, he told me, were here. They're spread out all around the racetrack. And he finished 5th last weekend at Pocono. This team really hoping to string together a number of good races after what was a rough patch the last month. And Jesse Love running in the 6th position, a race of perseverance, man, for this team. Remember, started from the rear, performed a pass-through under green after a lug nut violation during inspection, and they got a piece of that big wreck. They're still in it, 6th position.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about 2 guys from California that have been through a little bit of everything today, had good comebacks. Talks about the penalty for Jesse Love. But what the guy riding 8th right now, and that being, well, we'll get to Corey Day in a moment. First, the 91 Jesse Iwuji, turn 2.
They got into the barrier. Yeah, but so I stopped there yesterday. He did not have to throw a caution. If he can get that, actually get off the track right there. Yeah, they just pulled it forward. Yeah, I don't see stuck in it. Tell you who doesn't want to see a caution. Reverse wobble. He finally put together a really good lap that last time by and built himself just a little bit of a gap, about a second over Gray. Which you might be able to get that out. Yeah, we got him in our map here. Well, one of our other monitors that we have for support in the booth showing, there he goes. Yep, but a lot of damage. He's gonna have he's gonna debris down. Oh yeah, that's the it's this. It's the fender. It is the whole fender. The whole thing is peeled off. You see how these composite bodies are put together? See, they're in pieces. Yeah, maybe get back around though without that all flying off. Well, there's spotters right down there in that area too. And they have to have a good visual on some of that debris that came off to, work their driver when they're coming through there. 3 days car. He got by Harrison Burton there. Shout out to Harrison Burton as the caution came out. Look at that far. Oh my goodness. I was going to say that Harrison Burton there is on far older tires and able to surround him. What a great run for him and Sam Hunt being the top 10.
Right in the racing line, debris left behind from Jesse Iwuji after going wide into turn 2, clipping the tire packs and having some damage. Not really going wide as much as it was going for a spin into the tire packs. Quite a bit of left front fender damage. It would have been more beneficial had he just pulled into that access area out of the way when he got loose from the barrier rather than trying to drive it all the way back around to pit road. And in doing so, that's what left the debris behind, and that's why we are under caution. A couple pieces of his car now on the racetrack. So with 10 laps to go, caution flag is out. Carson Kvapil is the race leader. Taylor Gray in second. Austin Hill third. Sheldon Creed fourth. And Sammy Smith rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Jesse Love sits 6th place with Corey Day somehow at 7th. Harrison Burton 8th. Patrick Starr pulling 9th. And Blaine Perkins rounding out the top 10. Alex LeMay at 11th. Parker Retzlaff 12th. Jeb Burton 13th. Brandon Jones 14th. Ryan Segan 15th. 16th is Raja Karuth with Jeremy Clement 17th, Andrew Patterson 18th, Preston Pardis 19th, and Josh Balicki 20th. 21st, Brad Perez with Leland Honeyman 22nd, Joey Gase 23rd, Dawson Cram 24th, and 25th, Austin Green. Jesse Iwuji, the last car in the lead lap right now, who just got involved in that incident, is 26th. Brendan Poole will get the free pass at 27th, being the first car one lap down. Brent Cruz out of the race, as we just heard from moments ago. He's currently 28th. I don't know if Allgaier's out of the race or not, but he scored 7 laps down in 29th. Dean Thompson, 30th. Baltazar Leguizamon in 31st. 32nd, LeVar Scott. Ryan Ellis, 33rd. Sam Mayer, 34th. Anthony Alfredo, 35th. William Sawalch, 36th. And 37th, Kyle Sieg, rounding out our full 37-car field. 8 cautions, 8 lead changes. Quite a few cautions in this race, all things considered. The fact that we've had 8 cautions in 50 laps, that's a lot. I don't care what kind of race course you're on, that's a lot of yellows. Up over 3 hours into this race, and that's not even counting the over hour of red flag time. I mentioned already about how long this race is probably going to be. Anyway, I do think if NASCAR comes back here next year, they should probably shorten the length, at least of the Truck and O'Reilly races. Probably the Cup Series too, because that race, I mean, that's another 15 laps longer than this one. I don't think they're going to have as many cautions. They could have as many yellows, but let's just say they have half as many and they go 75 laps with like 4 or 5 yellows. That race is still going to take well over 3.5 hours. So I do think they made the race lengths a little bit long for this weekend. And I would say just shorten the truck race 10 laps. O'Reilly race down to 50, which was the truck race length, because the truck race ended just over 2.5 hours with a lot of yellows. And even that's still a long race for the O'Reilly series, but we've seen that a couple times this season with races where they've had a lot of yellows like today. And maybe drop the Cup Series down to 60 or 65 from 75. Yeah, it was nice for a while. We had a decent green flag run there. I believe that was the longest green flag run of the race. Not that it was all that long. I think it was only about 8 laps, but it was the longest green flag run. But the caution flag is out. And we'll probably restart with either 7 or 8 laps to go. Once that debris gets picked up, obviously pit road opens and a little bit of a quick yellow can get back to racing. Much too long, yeah. I mean, the O'Reilly races are supposed to be in that like 2 to 2.5 hour window most weeks by race length. So the fact that this is like an hour longer than that, that's a long time. We'll be in store for another long one tomorrow. I mean, had we not had the 2 red flags, this race would have been over by now. So there is that. But, I mean, this race is a Cup Series race length. All right. So Brett Whiteside's on the chat saying money is on the 21. I mean, we know him to be aggressive on restarts. Being in row 2, he gets a good jump. He might try to take it 3 wide for the lead in turn 2. Has to hope that that car in front of him on the front row takes off well. Whether that be Carson Kvapil or Taylor Gray. Probably be more beneficial to line up behind Kvapil, but if you do that, that means you're probably going to be on the outside of turn 2. I mean, you can maybe get a good drive off out of turn 2 if you can stay nose to nose with Taylor Gray, but that's not a guarantee, obviously. And at that point, you got to make a quick pass because the longer it takes you to get by the 54, one car may get away. Carson Kvapil, Austin Hill, of who's left in this race, are definitely the favorites for the win, just based off speed. Quapple's really turned it on in the second half of this race when it looked like it was going to be cruising hill earlier. Quapple has come to life. Nothing wrong with the race length. I mean, we did have about an hour of caution, too. We've had over an hour of red flag and over an hour of caution. I guess with the long course, they're going to have the longer yellows. It's just knowing that that's the case. Well, to put into perspective, I believe the race length for Chicago street course for the O'Reilly Series was 55 laps, if I'm not mistaken. And that's a shorter course than this one. So I don't know where they really got like the 60 laps from. I'll look back just to make sure. Go racing reference. I'm just curious at this point.
We're in right now, so he knows what he has. I think he's just keeping him in sight and have something for him at the end. Never know. Kim?
Well, Dylan talked about Harrison Burton coming down for that pit stop. He was one of the guys running the top 10, but Sammy Smith, also a driver that was running in the top 10 before that caution. They came down as well, put sticker tires on. So I walked down to talk to crew chief Corey Shea. He was down off the box and he said, look, we weren't going to win outright, so wanted to put stickers on it. But he did kind of shrug in disappointment and said, man, I thought more guys were going to come with us. So now they are pretty buried with those fresh tires.
Yeah, it's crazy how many guys we still have on the lead lap in this race. So, we talk about the strategy to come down there.
Yeah, the O'Reilly race was 50 laps on the Chicago street course. The O'Reilly race was 50 laps, 2.1 mile road course. This is a 3.4 mile road course, and the race is 10 laps longer. It takes about twice as long to make a lap. It's a lengthy race. I'm not one to complain much about length of races. I do miss certain 500-mile races. I do like the test of endurance. But also, I do feel like the Cup races should be the longer races of the weekend anyway. I don't need to see, a 3 to 4 hour race 3 days a week. Well, here we go. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Surprisingly, Carson Quapple actually going to take what would be the outside of row 1 for the restart, but he is going to get clear of the pack down into the first turn. And looking to set sail early. Taylor Gray able to capitalize and hold on for second. Meanwhile, Austin Hill in third place, running a single file line of the top 4 positions through turns 1 and 2. Only one row of 3 wide that time as they work their way into turn number 4, and there's a little contact in that one row of 3 wide. A car does get spun around, and that would be the 20 of Brandon Jones, who we haven't really seen all day today, but involved in a spin late with just 8 laps to go. He'll drop to the tail end of the lead lap, and as of right now, there are still 27 cars on the lead lap, so there he goes. I think he was running just inside the top 15. And of course, there was contact there, being 3 wide. Tight confines, and they just ran out of real estate. 3 wide on a street course tends to not fare well. Majority of the time, Austin Green was the car in the middle that was one that actually got sandwiched. It looked like Green got hit from underneath subtly, too. Nobody gave an inch. And Alex Obey now off the course. And I can't tell what area of the racetrack he has pulled off, but that's a tough break. He was up as far as 6th place in the running order at one point early in stage 3 after that gigantic crash, which set off one of the lengthy red flags, but kind of slowly fell backwards, restart after restart here as the race has progressed, was still running in the top dozen, and not the case anymore for LeBay on the restart. So Brandon Jones, Alex LeBay going wide, losing out on top 15 runs. Track is clear though, and we do continue to stay green. Battle for second still ongoing between Austin Hill and Taylor Gray as they come for 7 laps to go.
And then be able to break them down into turn 2. 7 laps to go. And Carson ran 1.2 seconds faster than Taylor Gray did the last time by, just setting a blistering pace. It's actually the fastest lap of the race, possibly that last time by. Just a tenth off the fastest lap of the race, but he holds right now at a 2:16.0. So he has a lot of pace in that one car. I'd be curious if Austin Hill can get by Taylor Gray. He has something left to go up there and challenge Carson Quapple. Well, if it wasn't for the pace that Carson was setting right now, I would agree with you, but it keeps getting faster as this race runs on. Looks to me like Taylor Gray is actually holding these guys up a little bit. Normally you see 2 or 3 of them lined up behind you. That's how I was thinking a little bit, just being in that hotter air behind him. Can Austin find it through here? Not quite close enough. Into 6. Almost going to have to surprise him a little bit like we saw Carson do earlier in this next set of corners coming up. You have to stay way to the left to get the right entry point right here. Shoot to the right, try to fill this gap. He just can't get to the throttle. Much wheel spin out of that corner. You saw Taylor Gray able to out-accelerate Austin Hill. And one of the things is when you're not quite good enough in the slower sections, back to throttle compared to the car you're trying to get by, it's just like you're better in the wrong sections for making a pass. Can be really frustrating. It almost looks like Austin Hill might have that scenario right now. He's really good in the final chicane, good through here, but just those aren't the right places to make a pass. Well, the good news for Carson Quapple, you're out front with the pace he's been able to set is you get there, you don't need to run like a 90%, which makes you less vulnerable to making mistakes or getting in trouble in those braking zones. We'll see as they're getting ready to cross the start-finish line right now exactly what kind of pace he's able to set. And I look back at 7th right now. Parker Retzlaff getting out of fuel in the lead. And it's come back to be just outside the top 5.
So it lost a grade to add a tire at least inside the top 10. And with 6 laps to go, Carson Quapple trying to run down the fastest lap. Brought to you by Tableau TV.
Corey got to the inside of Sarapoli right there, but wow, Green shifts it to the inside. Can he get it slowed down? That was an aggressive move. Keep Corey to get into the outside wall right there. Austin's going to try a little bit of an over-under right here, see if he can get him set up for turn 4. Sammy Smith with a front row seat throwing out Brennan Cole.
Well, he's got damage too.
He does. Hopefully that bumper cover will stay on so he can get around, get back to the pits.
You know who's really rooting for it?
Carson. Nothing more cautions. See Austin Green's able to get by Corey Day. Not surprised. I got to think, well, they get by start pulling. Sorry. There's some drivers, not just Carson Quapple, are hoping this race also goes green again right now. I've been in these race cars for a very long time. They are pretty tired and wore out. This is the most physical form of racing we do in NASCAR. Here's Brennan Poole. Probably just a wheel hop right here, under the corner. Just late in the race, start to lose brake pad material. The pedal gets longer, gets more difficult to stop wheel hop once it starts. We talk about how long these cars have been out there. They've just been under so much abuse. So we get a look here of Carson Quapple out front, selling that pace he had. Last time by, he ran about 6/10 slower than he did the previous lap, and Taylor Gray was able to respond with a really good lap. Taylor was about 3/10 quicker. See, as Joe Gibbs Toyotas with some debris on the grill. Not quite as bad as we saw earlier with Brent Cruz.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times today.
Go.
Carson Quapple. 4 runner-up finishes. It's lost so many times. I thought he was going to win in his second first start at Dover. Let's think about how close he was there. And you're like a Stars born. and he was unable to finish that one. And it's so hard to get over the hump. And here he is today, impressing with 5 remaining.
You say 5, but it feels like an eternity around this place.
That's right. We're not at Dover today.
No, it just turns. I mean, it just takes something as simple as what we saw with Brennan Poole, right? I mean, one guy wheelhouse, if some debris gets on the track, we get another caution, and that lines up those restarts, which we know are chaotic. And
Poole did get back.
You just go a little bit offline right now, this late in the race. More green flag runs than we've had. There's debris outside the line, marbles. You'll pay a big price for any small mistake. So last time by, Taylor Gray ran a little slower. Quapple was able to respond with a quicker lap. But as we just sit here and watch, this looks to me like the 54 has made up a ton of ground in this first section of the racetrack. I've actually felt like Sheldon Creed has looked a lot stronger than Austin Hill. It's like Austin's holding him up a little bit. If he could break past Austin Hill, could he catch these two? Look at those last 3 lap times on the left. I mentioned Carson running that incredibly fast lap. You see on lap 53, and then Gray kind of responds at 54, and then Carson responds again the next lap. Just trading it back and forth. But I think a lot of that is Carson is managing this race right here. And it's such a fine line with trying to back up those entries and then be able to roll enough speed through the middle of the corner. I think the one car's got a little bit concerned if he needs it right here.
You know, it's pretty cool. And you touched on this earlier, Jamie.
Oh,
you know, it's for Jeff Burton.
Woof. Oh,
He's
that's
rolling.
turn 12. Now, I didn't move the tire barrier too much. I don't think that we're going to be safe there. Yeah, still within its painted lines. If anything, it's a little better. Yeah, it's being Oh, and I think he actually got run wide, maybe by a car. Take a look at this right here. It's Patterson inside of him. Gets loose on entry. Nowhere for Jeb to go. That's a teammate, actually, I believe.
Yep.
That'll be an interesting discussion. Yeah. Really leave him an option here. Yeah, I think Jeb was going to let him go right there. You hear him getting on the brakes. Just can't get stopped. Gets into that barrier. He's going to be frustrated with that.
Look at this.
Oh, he's close now.
Taylor Gray's right there.
Wow. That's all get made up in turn 1. We saw that last time by. He's almost ran a little tidier line, too, around turn 3. Get a good look right here. This is a fast corner. We're rolling. Looks like the one car gets away a little bit right there. These two have driven away from Austin Hill and Sheldon Creed just in the last lap. Yeah, a major distance between them. I know we showed those lap times. This last time by, though, Taylor Gray, half a second faster, and it just looks to me like where the one was so good earlier in those braking zones, and now looks like the 54 has the advantage. You got to wonder, is the handling going away on that one car? I think back to Mexico last year when Taylor Gray was running down Daniel Suarez late in that race and got so close in the final corners. He's shown good road course racing prowess. That debris that was on the grill opening just went away right there because he got close enough to Carson Quapple to disrupt the air. Those guys got to look now at that turn 12 of those barriers being back. That's going to change their process on the entry and how far you can drive into that corner. It just looks to me like the one can't put the power down on the exit of the corners with this fast section again and just see he gets a little bit further to the left there, which sets him up better through this.
Look at Gray closing the chicane there.
Yeah, not quite as much though as we saw earlier. It looks to me like the big advantage launches the ground as well. The big advantage for the 54, I think, all happens from right here, the start-finish line, through turn 1. So they can do right here. Look fairly even right there. And I think the
3 laps to go in this race. Taylor Gray trying to keep things interesting up at the front of the pack with Carson Quapple trying to go for his first career win. Coming into the final few laps of this race, Carson Quapple has turned into being probably the best driver of the day. He has led for 15 laps, which is only one more than Gray, but it is the most laps led of any driver in this race. And oddly enough, the two drivers Really, the top three have all led the most laps in this one between Quapple, Gray, and Austin Hill, though Hill no longer in the race for the win if it stays green, as he is more than 3 seconds out of the lead. Unless these two really get to racing, and I mean, like, beating and banging and then some, which isn't impossible. Street courses have kind of turned into the overgrown short tracks when it comes to the stock car racing realm since Chicago debuted just a few years ago. Down with less than 2.5 laps left now. Taylor Gray is putting a lot of pressure on Carson Quapple. He hasn't been quite close enough to attack and make it a pass attempt yet, but he is getting very close in certain corners around the racetrack. Accelerates well enough there, and he does get alongside Carson Quapple. We had a wild finish to yesterday's truck race, and we might be shaping up for another one here today. Fighting into the bus stop. With a lot of contact, Quapple gets spun off of Taylor Gray's front bumper. Gray's going to drive off. Quapple gets going again, but he falls all the way back to 4th. And here comes Austin Hill in the 21, now trying to run down the 54 of Gray. Oh, what a terrible break for Carson Quapple. 2 cars going at it. Gray overcooks the corner, but Quapple was the innocent bystander there. And now the race is on between Hill and Gray. We know how aggressive Austin Hill can be, and I think after just seeing that, he knows it's wide open. All he has to do is get to the back bumper, and he can win this thing. 2 laps to go. 2 long laps. I mean, that was all on Gray that time. There was contact between Taylor Gray and Parker Retzlaff fighting for the Stage 2 win on the final lap earlier today. And when there was contact made, I said that I personally thought that they just kind of ran out of racetrack. That corner right there, Taylor Gray just completely blew, and it wiped out the one. It's going to be interesting to see if he ends up winning this thing or not. And what will happen in the aftermath of it. And great job by Quapple to get rolling again. He is, again, still in 4th place. He's only 2.5 seconds off the lead. He got gathered back up very quickly. Sheldon Creed in 3rd place is also starting to close just a bit. He's within 1.5 seconds of the lead as well. Oh, man. Austin Hill has been able to get within about 1.5 car lengths to 2 car lengths behind Taylor Gray, but not as close as the pressure Gray was able to put on late to Quapple before the contact was made. Great acceleration by Taylor Gray, now growing the lead out to about 3 to 4 car lengths. Few corners to go before getting to the white flag. Another bit of longer on throttle time. Austin Hill deep into the braking zone. Right at the finishing portion of the racetrack as they enter the chicane, gets to the back bumper but can't quite make contact with Taylor Gray that time. And out of turn 16, white flag in the air, 1 lap to go, and Naval Base Coronado. Rounding out through turn 1, Taylor Gray trying to do his best to keep separation between himself and Austin Hill. Doesn't want Hill to have a shot to get to the back bumper. Gray needs to focus out of the windshield and not the rearview mirror here, because otherwise he's going to get spooked. Oh, and there he goes wide, and there's contact. And the 54 now is going to have to lift to keep it off the wall after the 21 gets into the left rear. Didn't spin him out. Taylor Gray still going in the right direction, but Austin Hill is in the lead. And I believe this is the first time Hill has led since winning Stage 1 earlier today. Gray, the Stage 2 winner, knocked out of the way after contact in which he had spun the one of Carson Quapple out, battling for the lead just 1.5 laps before that. Bumpers galore. Gray blows turn number 9. Loses a ton of ground to Austin Hill. And a lot of breathing room for Hill now with about a half a lap to go. Few more corners. Hill's still smoking the tires. He doesn't care that he's pulling away just a bit. He wants to see that checkered flag. Austin Hill has not won since the season opener at Daytona. He's going to have a last lap pass for the win. In the San Diego street course race, the first career road course or street course race win for Austin Hill. 17th career top 5 in this series on this style of track. With the first W. And it took the 2 leaders in front of him getting together and closing that 3-second deficit in the last few laps, and he was able to do so. Checkered flag, Austin Hill, race winner in San Diego. And the first win for RCR as an organization since the passing of Kyle Busch about 1 month ago. There was very little doubt in my mind when Austin Hill got to within a couple car lengths that there was likely going to be contact between he and Taylor Gray. But after what happened with Gray and Quapple just a couple laps before, and I just felt more confident with the guy who has won more times in this series, closing that gap late. And sure enough, it is Austin Hill getting the race win. Margin of victory 1.1 seconds for Hill over Taylor Gray. Sheldon Creed finishes in third, a 4th place finish for Carson Quapple, rounding out the top 5 in 5th, Sammy Smith. Jesse Love finishes in the 6th place position, Parker Retzlaff 7th, Austin Green 8th, Harrison Burton 9th, and Corey Day, after I think he spun like 4 times today, he ends up with a 10th place finish. 11th for Ryan Sieg, Brandon Jones in 12th, Blaine Perkins 13th, Andrew Patterson 14th, and Jeremy Clements 15th in his record-breaking start today. Most starts in O'Reilly Auto Parts Series history, breaking Kenny Wallace's record. Again, for the most starts in the series. After that 15th place run for Clements, 16th for Josh Bilicki, Jeb Burton 17th, Preston Pardis 18th, Brad Perez 19th, and Patrick Staropoli in 20th. Dawson Cram 21st, Raja Crew 22nd, Joey Gase 23rd, Brendan Poole 24th, and Jesse Iwuji 25th was the last car to finish on the lead lap. Leland Honeyman in 26th, Alex LeBay 27th, Dean Thompson 28th, LeVar Scott 29th, and Ryan Ellis in 30th. Brent Cruz 31st, and everybody, I believe, from 31st on back DNF today. So 7 DNFs total. Cruz 31st, Justin Allgaier 32nd, Baltazar Leguizamon in 33rd, Sam Ayer 34th, Anthony Alfredo 35th, William Sawalch 36th, and 37th for Kyle Sieg. Austin Hill with a burnout on the number 8 logo. Centered around turn 8 on the race course. Big win in the organization to help lift spirits. Hill, of course, taking over for Kyle Busch for the remainder of the Cup Series season. And he's burning it down until there are no more rear tires on that race car, and he is still going to drag that thing all the way back around to the front stretch, which is going to be quite a long ways considering he's got about half the racetrack to go. We'll just see the red, white, and blue paint schemes go to victory lane on a car this weekend. Fitting for a track at a naval base in the United States. Robert Goodrich, thank you again for another $5 super chat late. Appreciate it, my guy. Man.
With a last lap, Taylor Gray. Grace reaction on the way.
He's 4 years old.
Just cut to commercial. We'll get an interview with the race winner, Austin Hill, before we do go off the air. Just a reminder for those of you stepping away, we'll also be live tomorrow at about 2. Sorry, I keep saying 2:30 for some reason. 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be live for tomorrow's NASCAR Cup Series race on the channel. You can hit the bell notification icon so you'll get alerted when we do go live, and also that stream will be up and running. I think it is actually up on the channel already. First road course race win since 2021 Truck Series at Watkins Glen for Austin Hill. Yes, he does have a truck road course race victory. He's been good and consistent, and he'll probably be pretty good tomorrow. So far in the Cup race this weekend, he was top 10 on practice speed, and I think he qualified just outside the top 10 as well. Been a long stream, but I think it's worth the wait here to get this interview before we go off the air. It's it's crazy to believe that this is going to end up being a 5-hour stream here in a couple of minutes for an O'Reilly race that did not have a rain delay, by the way. An O'Reilly race with no rain delay. This was a long one. Wild finish down the stretch now 2 days in a row. Gonna be tough for the Cup Series to have a finish like what we've seen these last 2 days, but maybe we do go 3 for 3. The race quality when we have seen racing on this course and green flag runs has been really good. I would say on par or better than Chicago. I was pleasantly surprised by the racing that we saw at Chicago compared to most street courses. I do think it works in the NASCAR realms. This track being wider does create for more passing opportunities, higher speed. It was kind of like a Watkins Glen of street course racing for NASCAR side of things. They're probably closer to Road America just because of the track length and having those higher speed moments. It's like the Road America of street course racing. Austin Hill having to get a toe back to the front stretch. Not surprising. The rear tires burns off the race car the way it was. I figured, I was like, man, he's like a mile and a half on the other side of the track. He's never going to get back. Taylor Gray's been caught up with here first. He ends up finishing second.
Let's go back to the pass where the 21 came to your inside. Was there anything different you could have done to defend there?
Just had a really bad wheel hop there at my end of my run. I don't know. I need to go back and look at it and maybe shade lower on entry. I don't know. Just not get the car to wheel hop, honestly. Yeah, pretty disappointed in myself. Really proud of everyone at Juggips Racing, Toyota Racing. Thank you to Columbia Bank and Experiment. Yeah, glad to get Columbia Bank a good showing, but obviously would love to be in victory lane right now. That's where my guys deserve to be, and yeah.
We just saw the replay there with the contact with the one of Carson Quapple. He also just came over to your window and had a conversation with you. What was said there, and take us to that move?
Yeah, essentially just wheel hopped underneath him, right? Just got really bad wheel hop at the end of my run, and kind of fought that throughout all day. Just at the very end of my runs, I would pick up pretty bad wheel hop, And yeah, I mean, that's what it boils down to is he was racing me tight like he should, and I wheel up underneath him, and yeah, I hit it for JRM, but fortunately, that's what it is.
Second place finish here for Taylor Gray. Dylan?
Christian Quapple ultimately going to have to settle for fourth. I want to get your thoughts on the conversation you and Taylor had, and also just how you make your peace ultimately with the result when it looks so promising there late in the going.
It's really hard to make peace with that. Obviously, I feel like Rodney and everyone in this Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet brought us a really fast car and gave us a position to win a race, and obviously we didn't. So that one really hurts, but I feel like he was probably a little better than us right at the end there. I feel like we were kind of throughout the run, but I feel like at the end he probably saved a little bit and was able to get back to me. And honestly, it's hard racing, right? But I don't know. I haven't seen the video, right? I know it's tight through there and it's easy to wheel hop, and that's what he said is what happened. But I don't know. We've had a little bit of a pass this year, and it's never been racing for wins. It's always just been racing for 10th, right? So I don't know. Let's see. Taking a look at it here. Yeah, it just sucks. I mean, I feel like when you're racing for the win like that, you gotta kind of put everything out on the racetrack, and I'm sure that's what he was doing, and I was too. It's just hate meeting the wrong end of it for sure.
Thanks. So,
He did one of the best interviews of the year. It's a Carson knows that wasn't his fault. He gave plenty of room, and Taylor talked about the wheel hop. Listen, as a driver, when you race for the win, you get the wheel hop. There's nothing you can do about that at that point. You've overdrove the corner, and then the guy on your outside is vulnerable to where your car ends up. I think it was a very mature response to the situation there, everything that's on the line, and knowing how close he has been to winning so far in his O'Reilly Series career. I think for Carson Quapple there, that's a very mature response, in that moment, and knowing how big this could have been for him, the pressure that's on him to go and get in victory lane. But there's a very excited Austin Hill, big toad. That's the most excited I've ever seen a racer ever be towed.
Say though that Austin Hill doesn't always show tremendous emotion, right? I mean, he's pretty measured, and I thought today we saw that. It really speaks to what this means to him.
I think this is a really big one for how close he's been on these types of tracks, and knowing personally conversations with him and being in debrief meetings after these races where he was so close, and just how badly he wanted to win one of these road courses. I love that. Anytime, they're saying anytime.
All the brass down there from RCR offering their congratulations. A long day at Naval Base Coronado, and it comes to a close with Austin Hill in victory lane. Here's Kim Coon.
And Austin Hill will climb out of his race car to the attention and energy of a very excited crew. He is the first winner in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series at the race at the base. A long day. Lots of damage to this race car, but it was still fast. It was still good. Austin, your first road course win. You have checked all the boxes in terms of track types. You told me yesterday this is right in our wheelhouse. What does it mean to get your first road course win and be the first winner at the race at the base?
It's extremely special just to finally check that box of getting a road course win. We've been so close so many times. Our 1-800 Pat Ray Chevrolet was extremely fast, and I was just looking for something those last few laps, and I'm not gonna lie, I started talking to this guy a little bit.
down the straightaways. I'm like, man, Kyle, if you're here, give me something, right? Like, let me find another gear. And for whatever reason, the car started to come to life. The two leaders got together, and when there was blood in the water behind the 54, I knew it was going to be tough to get around him, but it was going to be a battle. And when I got clear of him, I was very surprised to see how much of a gap I got on him. But I can't thank these guys enough. Everybody on this 21 team, everybody at RCR, ECR, we've been through a lot. These last several weeks, and it's my spotter Nealon's birthday today. We're going to dinner tonight, so might have a few drinks, but I got to be ready to go tomorrow, so I can't get too wild. But man, this is awesome. So cool.
Real getting emotional. I do want to bring in owner Richard Childress. Austin mentioned just the loss of Kyle Busch. It's been a trying time for the last month or so for you and this team with the loss of what they've described as their North Star in Kyle Busch. What does this do to just lift the spirits with the team and everybody at the shop?
Well, it's great. It's great to win here, and we all got Kyle in our hearts. You may not show it on the outside, but what you do here.
Congratulations. RCR winners here at Coronado.
Wow. I think Richard's voice said it all. That's kind of how we all feel right now. Well, just an unbelievable moment for this race team. We heard the emotion.
Great to see RCR back in victory lane here today, and coming to Naval Base Coronado. We know how Richard Childress is. I feel like he is a very, very patriotic man in the NASCAR garage, maybe one of the more patriotic owners in the sport. Him getting a race win here feels good as well. Congratulations to Austin Hill. Great race when we did see the racing here today, and we've got another one coming at you tomorrow. 2 down, 1 to go. We will be live for the NASCAR Cup Series race at 3:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on the channel. So again, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, we will be live there. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good, safe rest of your Saturday night, everyone.